Good morning, everybody, and welcome Prescott Hill Climb. On behalf of the Bugatti Owners Club, I welcome you today for the latest round of the Midland Hill Climb Championship. We also have the Bark Connaught Championship joining us today, the Classic Marques Speed Challenge, and competitors from the HSA Championship, sponsored by Pirelli and Triple M. So we welcome you all. We are going to be live stream at some point this morning as well. So second practice will be starting shortly. My name is Owen, and I will be commentating with you today, as well as Benoit will be joining us, as well as Chris today. They are currently in the paddock hunting up the latest stories and getting all the gossip going. So we'll hear from them in and out during the day. So we're just getting ready for second practice now. And the weather is a bit changeable here, but at the moment we are dry. It is threatening to rain, but everybody's prepared for it, so it's not going to happen. That's my logic to it. And that's where we go from there. I'm just going to check Chris. Is my coming out okay, sound-wise? Excellent, excellent. Chris is just nearby, so I'm just doing a check. So, yes, welcome. So we'll be doing second practice on screen right now. If we are watching live, that's our course card. It's just double checking the course, making sure everybody's okay before second starts. And we'll be starting with the Midlands Championship runners, Class A1. For road-going cars up to 2 liter. These cars are allowed some preparation in regards to performance upgrades and things like that, but very limited within the rule book. So they'll be up first for their second practice run, and then that'll be followed by road-going cars over 2 liter, and we've got some quite an assortment of Porsche products in that class, along with the Renegade Alfa Romeo, but I'll fill you in a little bit more on that shortly. And if you're joining us online, welcome. Hopefully you'll enjoy the day, and there's going to be some good action this afternoon. I think we've got a lot of competitors here, and they're very close based on their previous results and things, so it's not a foregone conclusion who's going to win and lose here. So, right, here we go. It looks like our start marshals are just ready for the first car. And I do see the first car there. It's car 71 by the looks of it. Just in the paddock, coming through. So I believe, hopefully you can hear me all right in the spectator area around Orchard and everything this morning. And yeah, we'll be up and running in just a second. Right, so here we go, folks. David Garnett and the Renault Clio 182. This is a 2 liter size engine in this car, front wheel drive. And launches off the line, and it's anything under 3 seconds for a road going car is pretty good going with the lower horsepower thing for their 64-foot time. Already heading up into Ettores. And there's a little bit of a downhill run, and then up the hill again into Pardon, and it's quite steep and sharp. Just at that last second there, you see the camera angle doesn't give you the severity of that rise. James Chalmers is just launched off Mazda MX-5 with a 2.88, and David's making good time up the hill. And you'll see on screen now that's James Chalmers in his Mazda MX-5, car number 72. on the screen. Again, heading down out of Vittori's and heading up into Pardon as we speak. And then on the line we have an MGF trophy 160. That is a 1.8 liter Rover K-Series engine rated at 160 horsepower as stock. It's probably got a little bit more to it since then. So, across the line, Dave Garnett in the Renault Clio has done a 57.18 for his second practice run. That's a little bit slower than his first time run of 55.87. So, James Chalmers in the MX-5, he's just done a 60.24, and that's about a second quicker over his first practice run, so that's a good improvement there. Just off the line now is Robert Wilson in the Peugeot 205, little 205, with the 1.9 liter engine in there, but a very lightweight, nimble car, these Peugeot 205s. Very popular competition vehicle. Richard Yates in the MG Trophy, MGF has done a 63.79, so that's 7/10 of an improvement over his first practice run. On the line, it just launched off now. We're moving up to this. This is Rodney Eyles in the Alfa Romeo 4C. This is the next class up, road going over 2 liter. We'll come back to that in a minute. I'm just waiting for Robert Wilson to get up to the end. Oh, he's done a 51.58, which is almost a second faster than his first practice run. So an excellent run for him. So we've got Rodney Eyles in the Alfa Romeo 4C, beautiful car, regular competitor on the hills. And within his class, he's got a bunch of Porsches that he's got to fend off, so he's a bit outnumbered. Their example there, an older example, Ross McDonald in the Porsche 911 with the 2.7 RS replica. Beautiful little car, more of the older style there. Rodney's done in the Alfa, he's done a 47.83, which is, what's that, about 2.5 seconds quicker than the first practice run, so a big improvement there. So we can see what Ross does, and off the line, just launching off the line now is David Meek in a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. So, not your normal grocery getter car, this particular car, so a little bit on the performance side. Ross McDonald in the classic shape Porsche did a 51.94, and that's 3 seconds faster than his first practice run. So that's an excellent improvement. We'll be happy with that. So we've got David Meek in the Cayman already coming up into the S's. Launching off the line now we have Richard Snow in another Porsche Cayman GT4 MR. Now, I'm not up on my Porsches and all these different letters and things, but there may be someone coming along shortly. They'll be able to enlighten us a little bit later. Benoit, I think, is our Porsche aficionado, so hopefully he'll come and fill us in as the day progresses on. David Meek in his Cayman, a 54.12. That's 6 seconds quicker than his first practice run. So it looks like the track and conditions are improving. It's a little bit damp this morning over the first practice run, sorry. So, yeah, so it looks like things are improving. So we've got Richard Snow in the Cayman. He's heading that way. Simon Tarling is on the track in the Porsche 996 GT3. And Robert Lancaster Gay just left out of here with the definitely not a standard exhaust fitted Cayman GT4, so we'll see how that goes. Mr. Snow did a 48.19, so again, just over 4 seconds quicker than his first practice run. So they would have been the first on the hill this morning in the, especially in the S's. The track is quite damp, so obviously the track has improved some. So Richard York has just left the line in a Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport in a fetching shade of blue. Robert Lancaster Gay in his Cayman GT4 has just crossed the line with a 49.15. On your screen is car 83, that's Richard York. And these are the road-going cars up to 2 liter. This is the last one in this class. The next class up is our Midlands Class A3, and these are four-wheel drive cars. Starting off with Peter Richings in the Toyota GR Yaris. This particular car is pretty much completely standard. You'll see when he hooks the brakes hard, the ABS comes on, and the indicators actually come on saying that the ABS on. So this car is driven to the track. It's actually as it came off the showroom floor. Richard York, just in the previous class there, he finished with a 55.14, so over 4 seconds quicker. So the track was definitely, it looks like an average of 4 seconds quicker than it was on the first runs earlier. So Peter Richings is in. Ian Fido in the Toyota Yaris white version with the Go Faster stickers on the side of it. Car 84 has just traveled around Torres and is heading up towards Pardon now. And then next up we have Izzy Lawrence in a Mitsubishi Evo 6 road-going class. Obviously a bit more of an old school car, this one. Turbocharged 2-liter four-wheel drive. And Izzy used to race a Renault Clio, moved up to the Evo 6 and has been doing very well in this car. Had some very good results already this year. So Ian Fido, just going over the rear, so Pete Richings has gotten to the top, and he's done almost an identical time to his first practice time this morning. Ian Fido has just crossed the line, and just pretty much the exact same thing, within a tenth and a half or a couple of tenths of their first practice run, so very consistent. So we'll see what Izzy can do. Alan Mansfield is on the line right now, ready to go in his Toyota GR Yaris. Again, the Yaris is essentially, these are all standard, no modification. In the car, it does have some preparation to it, but let's see what Izzy can do. So Alan's away, all the way through Orchard, a little bit wide on the corner, coming through Orchard, gets into Torres okay, out and heads up into Pardon. And then we're going to move up a class. Next up, we've got Simon Price and the Westfield going to be starting. That's the next class up. I'll get that back in a minute. So Izzy's done a 52.11, so 4 seconds quicker this morning. She'll be happy with that second practice run. And Alan Mansfield is just working his way out, exited the S's now. So Simon Price in the purple Demon, 793 is the car number. That's a Midlands Class B. So these will be these are going to be production specialist cars. So you've got your Caterhams, your Westfields. That's pretty much what we have in this today in the entry, looking at the entry. So Simon Price is out there. So just checking back with Alan Mansfield, he did a 52.94. So he's gone quicker. So the three Yarises are pretty much within half a second of each other. Simon Price has just crossed the line with a 50.92, and that's 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds quicker. So track conditions definitely improved for these guys. Raymond Lohr is in his Caterham 7 Super Sprints, already exited the S's, and Rob Lloyd at the Westfield has just launched off the line in car 90 in his Westfield. So we'll have a look how they get on. And then that'll be followed by Anthony Shearman. So in the Midlands class, these are Class B cars. They are specialist production cars. The cars are still actually road legal. So they still have MOT and insurance and tax on them. So they are road legal condition. A little lockup for Anthony Shearman, just going into Torres there on the left front. Raymond Lohr did a 48.49, so he was 3.5 seconds quicker than practice. First one under the 50 seconds in this group so far. Rob Lloyd, he's just crossed the line with a 51.02, so that's just over 3 seconds quicker. Anthony Shearman making good time up, exiting the S's. Richard Price has launched off the line in his Caterham 7. So we have 9 competitors in Class B this morning, so it'll be very close. I've seen these elsewhere. As you can see, we've got Anthony Shearman, 50.51. So he's gone 2.2 seconds quicker than his previous run. But if you look at the times on the screen, you can see we're all sort of getting, except for Ray Lohr, who's kind of disappeared. The rest of them are all within about a second of each other. So we'll see what the rest of the guys can do here, and girls, sorry. So Richard Price has just gone through with a 47.3, so he's lowered the target in practice. That was 1.5 quicker. Jerry Neary is just heading through Pardon. And we got Steve Garner on the line in his Westfield SEI, thundering off the line. Got a bit of traction control on that one. So 2.52 seconds on the 64 foot. That's a good run. So Jerry Neary is already coming up. So he's already exited the S's. Is heading into semicircle. Steve Garner is just coming into a Torres now. And then we're moving up to modified cars up to 1400cc is next up. And Andrew Russell will be leading that one in a second. So across the line, Jerry Neary did a 54.03. That's 2.6 seconds quicker than his first practice. Still waiting for Steve Gardner to get through to the end there. Andrew Russell has just launched off the line in his trusty Ginetta G15. Engines in the back, long-time competitor on the hills in the modified class up to 1400 cc's. And following him up the hill will be Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova. So Steve Garner did a 48.14. So we've got 3 cars under 50 seconds in Class B and a whole bunch right on 50 seconds. So there's going to be some interesting battles this afternoon. So in the road going production, modified production, Phil Tucker has just launched off the line in his Vauxhall Nova. This class, these are basically race cars, not road legal, on racing slicks, no interior, as light as we can get them. The roof and the floor pan have to be as standard, and the rear quarters, but all the panels can be, like the doors and that, they can be fiberglass, carbon fiber, lightweight. So Andrew Russell's done a 52.45, so he's 3 and a bit seconds quicker. And we'll see what Phil can improve on. And we're moving up to the over 2-liter modified car. So with the big engines, and you can't get any bigger than a Triumph TR7 with a V8 in it. This is Nigel Elliott. It's thundering off the line. You can't hear it on the live stream, but trust me, it's a belting V8 noise. Phil Tucker has gone over at a 48.67, so he's gained about 3 seconds over his first practice run, so that's a good improvement. So yeah, so on your screens right now, that's Nigel Elliott in the Triumph TR7, just gone through Pardon, heading up to the S's now. And we've got Paul Howells in a Porsche 911 RSR on the line. He's on racing slicks, left-hand drive. This is a race car, folks. There's no other way I can describe it. And so this is modified vehicles over 2 liter, including 4-wheel drive and turbocharged. And you'll understand what I mean by that in a minute. So Nigel Elliott has done a 57.4, so in the TR7. So he's gone 2.3 seconds quicker. Phil Howells, we'll let you see what's going. But Stephen Moore is on the line, and he's been developing this car, and it is getting quicker and quicker. Well, there you go, folks. 2.16 on the 64 foot. That is by way the fastest off the 64 foot. So let's see what he can do. He did a 48.2. That'll be an improvement. So Paul Howells in the Porsche 911 has done a 46.2, and that's 2.5 seconds quicker than his first practice run. Stephen's already up through Pardon. You can see it almost lifted the left rear wheel off the ground. That's how steep and tight that corner is when you cut the inside. And if you're wondering, Chris and Benoit are around, and they will be joining us shortly. We're going to have in and out, so you will not have to listen to me drone on constantly all day, just to let you know. So Stephen's already up the top, across the line with a 45.67. So that's, let me do my math quickly, about 2.5 plus seconds quicker than his first practice run. So well done, and I'll be right back. You're very faint, Chris. I can barely hear you. I'm not sure if we need to turn you up or something there, but I can just barely hear you in the headphones. Anyway, so Chris is just with me. We're just trying to get technically him loud enough so that everybody can hear him. You feel very, very faint, Chris. Very faint. Give me a second. Let me just see if I can check on that. Hold on. Folks, I'm just going to step away for a minute. If you're on the live screen, you can see all the timing going on. And these are modified cars. So on the screen now is Joe Hoyle. That car is on racing slicks. It is not road legal. It is built strictly for racing up hills. And I'll be right back. Chris, I can barely hear you. I've got Rich here. Are you on left? Are you on number 1 or on number 2? I think you said 2. I'm going to go with that. We're just going to try and make some adjustments, so bear with us. Bear with us, folks. Always, technology is a wonderful thing. On your screen, just coming through parts, is David Bickley in the Radical SR1. This is Sports Libre cars, 2-liter, up to 2-liter, mostly motorcycle-powered things. We've got Alan McDonald. If you're familiar with Alan, used to run a 4-wheel drive Mini in Sports Libre. He's now gone to a Force SR4, which is the car on the screen you see right now, car 106. So a center-seated sports racer type situation that is. Or a single-seater with a body on it, if you'd like to more describe it. David Bickley did a 48.53, just about 2 seconds quicker. Try again, Chris. No, Rich, I'm getting more, turning a static up in my ear, but you're very, very faint still. We're just trying to work it out. Chris, can you switch to the other headset plug, please? Off the line was Graham Lokes in a Lola T492. When it comes to hill climbing, folks, anything is possible. Before that, Martin Watts is on the hill in the Sylvia Riot.
How's that sound going?
Oh, I can hear you coming through loud and clear, sir.
Okay, right. Oh, that's good then. Well, we're away. Well, good morning, everybody. My name's Chris Bonsford. Owen Cool on the bottom box, and sooner or later we'll have Benoit Legende, and well, here we are again. The sun's out. Great to see. We're in first practice, aren't we, Owen?
No, second practice. We slept through first practice.
Ah, right, okay. Didn't realise that was going to be time runs. So so we're not on time runs yet, though, yeah?
No, we are second practice, and I've got times on the screen. I think the live stream is up and running.
Okay, I've got the times too. Yeah, brilliant. So, we'll find our way through the day. This afternoon we're going to be on the time runs, aren't we? So it all gets a bit exciting then. This morning they're just having a good look at it, aren't they?
Yeah, the track has improved a lot since the first time runs. Like I noted earlier, the first cars were doing about 4 seconds quicker. So I believe we're almost at full. Under the trees there, I think it's dried out enough that they can pretty much attack it as a dry track now. So, so they're just a little bit damp on the X's and the S's, I can see on the screen. Up your way.
Yeah, it looks, not too bad. I've seen a whole lot worse. Obviously, the sun's out, the wind's out, that's good. And I see we're now into our first of our sort of single-seaters now, and we're in the little batch, the up to 1100 class. In fact, that's Richard Weaver on the hill at the moment. He's driving with his son Tom today in this little Empire Evo. This is their second season, I think, with this car now, and they're getting on very well with it.
Yeah, I think they changed cars partway through last season, and then they started working with this one towards the end of the season, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's right, because they had the Hornet, the OMS Hornet before, which is in the paddock as well, which is also running today. So that's good to see, but they've certainly got the hang of this one. On the hill, of course, we've got Stuart Bickley in this Dayglow yellow Empire, and he's going incredibly well in this car this year, isn't he?
He is. He's just done a 2:06 on the 64 foot. He was actually in the rain yesterday. He was fastest time of the day by 3 seconds over everybody else. So
I just called him an Empire just now, but of course he's driving the Force TA.
yeah, well, I'll let you off this time. And we got Richard Brandt, who switched from tin tops to single seaters this year. I think he's just coming through a Tories in front of you.
He is, and Richard's a very committed driver. He's a big fella, but he slots into this little car, drives it very well. I noticed on some of the pictures from yesterday, he was certainly giving it some beans up the back towards the Essex.
He wasn't afraid of attacking the course. I just noticed he was actually picking the looks like the left front was coming up in the air, going around the corner. So making some good times. Just so you know, Stuart Pickley has broken 40 seconds, did a 39.89.
A highly competitive class this will be, won't it? Actually, there's some great drivers in here. One of the interesting ones out in his new car is Pete Tatham, actually, of course, in his new brand new OMS, which he was telling me about earlier. Lovely looking car in Burgundy, that one.
Yeah, is he in a 1600 car, or is he in the 1100?
Yes, he's in the 1600
car, right. So at the moment we're up to the 1100cc cars, so essentially all motorcycle powered cars these are. Non-pressure fed, so these are all normally aspirated. And I'm just having a look here. So Paul Gibson just went across the line with a 46.21, and that's almost a 2-second improvement over this morning. And I think you got Gavin McLaren in the unique OMS 2000M in front of you.
Yeah, I have indeed. Very nice car, actually. I think his car's on the front program cover this time. He was very chuffed about that. His copy from yesterday was very soggy, so he's going to get a new one. But yeah, nice to see him out there. Early car, 2000 it was produced.
Yeah, it's one of the older ones. And there's the little Ben Fisher in the OMS Hornets just coming your way.
Yeah, and of course that's the Weavers car from beginning of last season, and they couldn't get on terribly well with it, but Ben seems to be doing a great job in it, to be fair, and well done to him. Lovely looking little car.
Yeah, he's doing some good times with that. I'm just seeing what his first practice time was like. Richard Brandt with a 42.6, which was third quickest in the class. Richard Weaver is a 41.9 in second. So it'll be interesting to see what Tom Weaver can do in the family wagon when he gets in the car. We've got Mark Schlenker that just launched off the line. Ben Fisher is already past you, and Nigel Pitt's revving up, ready to go. Yeah,
well, Nigel Pitt, very quick, localish runner. Yes, Mark Schlenker, very rapid driver. Tall, lanky lad too, to be fair. He's quite a big lad to fit in this car, but very slim.
Yeah, it's amazing how you get a rugby player into well, I don't know, a banana holder, I guess. I don't know what else you call him. Nigel's off the line, 252. Not afraid to attack the course at any time. Actually prefers the wet to the dry, I believe.
Yes, he doesn't really mind. He's a very rapid driver, in fact, very committed driver. He's a top 10 runoff contender at times, and always entertaining to watch.
Well, he only done a 44.15 in his first practice run, so we'll have to see. Everyone's improving 2-3 seconds, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, so you've let Les Buck off the line in his Pringett Mistral. Les, long-time competitor, beautifully turned out car. He's also got an immaculate Lotus Elan, I think he's trying to sell as well. But yeah, charming chap, still mixing amongst the Formula 4 brigade and doing very well.
Yes, we have a four of the historic, if you will, Formula Fords here today. So it's going to be a big competition. So very close looking at their first time. So it'll be interesting to see what Les does. And let's just say Nigel Pitt went across with a 41.98. So that puts him about tied with Richard Weaver, about the same time for second in that group after second practice.
Yes, so we're amongst the Formula. Paul Morecambe beautifully turned out little Formula Ford this. In fact, I was chatting to somebody in the paddock earlier about his old car, but as Paul goes by, well, think about that one. Yes, he's on his way up to Pardon here, and I guess they're letting him off the line soon after Pardon, are they, Owen?
I think just as they're hitting the S's, I believe, is roughly the timing on this. So Paul Morecambe has got a Merlin Mark 11 or Mark 2A or Mark 11A, I'm not sure which way. And David Owen has just launched off the line in the Merlin Mark 11. So Paul Markham has got the A version of what David Owen's driving.
Yes, it's always nice to see these little Formula Fords. This was the way into motorsport for loads of people. They've been around for absolutely years. Most of them, the early models, are running the Ford 1600 Crossflow engine. They're pretty much running the same tyres, so it's a very even class, isn't it, Owen?
It is. I'm just looking at it. Paul Markham's done a 49.95. Les Buck has done a 50.62. So not even 7/10 of a second in it. We'll see what David Owen and Charlie Riley in the Van Diemen RF92. So the most modern we've got here. This is the 1992 version. But we'll see what he can do there, and he's already with you.
Yes, indeed he is. He's on his way up to Pardon. Mercifully, it's all dry at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way, because it certainly makes the racing a lot faster for us. As we get down amongst those very quick single-seaters later on, it'll be very intense, won't it?
I think it will be. I think it's going to be a close run thing today. David Owen, he done the 51.27 in that Merlin thing, so another only 6/10 behind Les Buck. And we're just waiting for Charlie Riley to cross the line in his car, and he'll give me an idea. Oh, he does, with a 50.59, 3/100ths quicker than Les Buck. So the entire field of these four is only just over a second between all four. So really close battle going on there. Racing cars, 1100 to 1600 cc. Rob Anscombe is already, sorry about that, he's gone over the line at a 43.83. Robert Capper should be with you now in the Empire Wraith.
Yeah, well, this is a full works type Empire Wraith. This is as good as the Empires come. They're produced down in Somerset, these cars. This is a very full-on version of one of these little cars. 60, it's got a Hayabusa motorbike engine in this one, extremely rapid. Great colour scheme too, isn't it?
Yes, unique, kind of the grey with the green accents. I will just say I've lost all my screens here, so we are going au naturel, Chris.
Okay, well, I've got John Stockley on the hill at the moment. So he's in the, let's have a look at this. Back in the 1100 class, because obviously that was a shared car that Paul Jones driving and Rob Anscombe, that one.
Yep, on the line I have car 58 is
Tom Morgan, I think you've got.
Yeah, Tom Morgan in Sheridan's car with Dad Steve Morgan. He's launched off the line with a 2.27.
He was very quick at Lowton the other week, actually. I think he was second fastest time of the day when it was wet. This is new to him. This is a brand new car this season, sharing with Dad. Certainly getting the confidence in the car now. He's getting his act together. Good for him.
Yeah, Tom Weaver's just launched off the line. I'm interested to see how Tom can do with this. See if he can put the cat amongst the pigeons, as it will, with this.
Pigeons are flying, yeah, Tom's flying, yeah, here he comes, Randy Torres, yeah, lovely. Yeah, they love it, they're absolutely loving this car, and his dad too, obviously loving it. They've gone full on racing in this car, absolutely loving it. 42.39 for Tom Morgan, I see. 40.24 for Robert Capper in the Empire.
Yeah, they're going to have to Stuart Bickley's in the 39, so they're going to have to do a little bit more work, but they're getting closer. Tom Weaver's just done a 40.68, and Trish Davis has just launched off the line, car 730. Now we're into the K class, and this is the, I believe this is, am I looking at single seaters up to 2 litre, I believe.
Yes, Trish Davis sharing with her husband, Terry, and this is their brand new car this season. It's got one of Terry's famous V8 engines in the back of it, which he builds himself from 2 Yamaha units, basically, into a V8. Very spectacular little car. And on the hill too, Nicola Dearden, which is sharing this car as well. Car number 31. This one's got a Vauxhall red top in the back of it, and with about 260 brake.
Right, if you keep going for a minute, I'm just going to check. I've got a technical problem here, so I'm just going to check into it. So if you can keep things running for us.
Oh, okay, good sir. I'll sort that out for you, no problem at all. Yeah, so Nicola Dearden's up towards the the S's now, and she's making steady progress up the hill. Nobody's trying that hard yet. This is still second practice. The time runs will start after lunch, and and then we'll see some real action when everyone is trying hard. So leaving the line is Andrew Colborne, car 736. This is a shared car. This is in a Van Diemen. Not many Van Diemens made of this engine capacity. Usually they were famous for being Formula 4s, and that was probably their biggest market. But this particular model, I think it looks absolutely tremendous. It's quite an early car, but nevertheless it's certainly a rapid car. And I think it competed in Northern Ireland at one time. So we appear to be hopping around a little bit. So I've got car number 32, so I'm just going back on my sheets here.
I'm back, sir.
Well done, sir. Yeah, we're jumping around a little bit here.
Yeah, I've got cameras back again in the timing screen. So yeah, we've got a bit of a slight. They're sort of not coming in direct order here. So it looks like racing car 1601 to 2 liter. We've had is that Andrew Colburn did a 43.74. Trish Davis did a 43.86, and Neil Dearden did a 51.15.
Yeah, that'd be Nicola Dearden.
My apologies, yep. Nicola Dearden.
Yep.
And Simon Barnwell has just launched the Renault Tatis 2 liter off the line at a ridiculous rate.
Yeah, nice looking car that, isn't it? We see it quite a lot here, and obviously this is running a Renault engine in the back of this one. This was made for Formula Renault, which was a bit like Formula 4, but it called it Formula Renault. They were all running 2 liter engines, but running on slicks. Quite a heavyish car compared with some, but lovely to see it out, and let's see what that one can do.
Yeah, the X-Circuit car, if you notice, it's actually got a slightly longer wheelbase than some of the, the purpose-built hill climb cars. So, but a very popular series. A lot of Formula 1 drivers came up through the Formula Renault series back in the early 2000s.
Jonathan Farley with me. Now, this is an exciting car. This is the Graham White Predator. This car at one stage had a great big F1 engine in the back of the thing, and it had real problems getting off the line. But now, this one is fitted with a Terry Davis V8 in the back, a 2 litre V8, and in Jonathan's hands it goes extremely well. It looks brilliant and he drives it very well.
Well, he was fastest in first practice by almost 6 seconds. Oh, he's just done a 38.85, which just puts him another 4.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the group in second practice.
A bit like a big dog playing with a bone, isn't he? He's just throwing it around now, isn't he?
Yeah, you think top 10 potential today?
Oh, I think there's more than top 10 potential. Yeah, certainly right. Yes. Now Jonathan's a very rapid driver. We've got a runoff later on, haven't we, for the Midland?
I believe so. I don't. Give me a second.
Sure. Okay. So, well, where are we now? So at the moment, yeah, just looking up the clouds, so you can jolly well stay away. But we're already starting to see a sign of some times coming down. The drivers get more serious, and then they'll put their serious heads on after lunch when it's proper time runs. And then, if I'm right, there'll be a runoff for the Midland, and it'll be the fastest cars qualifying for that. And it should be a top 12 runoff.
Yes, I've just had the officially tell me there'll be 2 runoffs this afternoon. So after the first time runs, there will be a top 12 runoff, and then after the second time runs, there will be a top 12 runoff for the Midland Championship competitors.
Oh, that's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Now, will that be all single-seaters in that category?
I guess we have to play commentator's assessment of the situation. Well, I've got Pete Tatum on the line with an OMS 28, car 67, and he's just getting used to this. This is a new car to him, and he's not 100% feeling it. His right wrist is giving a little bit of grief, but he's not a problem, soldiering on, and off the line he goes. A 2.01 on the 64-foot. That is a launch of the day so far.
Now, I'm telling you, this young man here, he is actually world champion. He won the world championship the other day in like a snowboarding competition with wheels, which he's been 10 times world champion in. So he comes from Yorkshire, from Moulton. His brother is is competing elsewhere today, but he is normally in a single-seater too. Great driver, brand new car, love it.
Yeah, really enthusiastic, love the sport. John Chalmers is on the line with a Roll 302-001. Pete Tatum has just done a 38.5 across the line, and that's quick. And John Chalmers is hot, bangs, and traction control his way off the start here.
Yeah, John, this is a fabulous, it's almost like a silver Mercedes, isn't it? But this one is a very complicated little beast, turbocharged this one, isn't it? And turbocharged bike engine, so that's always going to be quite a handful, isn't it? Huge horsepower, over 400 horsepower in this car.
Yeah, it's a 1.42 liter engine with a giant hairdryer attached to it, so it's got quite a bit of technology in it.
Well, it's a 1400 turbo, which puts him in the 2 litre class.
Yeah, it's actually in class K2, so this is the small engine forced induction class. So we've got Kelvin Broad in this class in the Porsche TA 1300 super turbocharged, I believe, as well. Yes,
it is. Competitor from the West Country. Kelvin's always he's always amongst it, this young Kelvin. He's a real trier. His home course is Wiscombe Park. But yeah, Kelvin's always good to watch, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Chalmers did a 42.08, which is 2.6 seconds quicker than practice. Kelvin Broad's worked his way through the S's. Paul Jones has just launched off the line in his Empire Evo coming to you.
Yes, the Empire, he shares this with Rob Anscombe. Rob Anscombe owns the car. Paul jumps in on quite a regular basis, actually. Very, very capable driver himself. They're a formidable pair. The car is beautifully turned out. Both localish men from Ludlow Way. And yeah, he's already up through the S's.
Rob's done a 43.83 in the car. Paul's first practice time was a 44.44. I have a feeling he might go a bit quicker here. 42.82. So much improvement by just under 2 seconds. Next up, we have car number 30. Car 30 is on the line. This is Terry Davis in the Force TA. We're going back a class. We're going back to the up to 2 liter normally aspirated. This will have the 2 liter V8 of his own design in the back of it. Car 30 launches off the line, 2.30 seconds, heading up under bridge, 79 miles an hour to you.
Yes, Harry, very clever chap. Man that can build his own engines, design and build his own engines. I've got so much respect for that. But yeah, they're really enjoying this new car, to be fair, him and Trish. Shares with his wife. And yeah, he's already gone around Pardon there. Tight corner, that one, isn't it? Through the S's now. That V8 sounds tremendous, actually, as you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, making good progress up through the hill. So this is back into 1601 to 2 liter normally aspirated. Andrew Henson in the Dallara F394 is just launched off another circuit car. Terry Davis, 42.19, puts him second quickest in practice.
Yeah, Andrew actually has been really winding this car up this year, which he shares with Nicola Dearden. This one has got the Vauxhall red top engine in it, and actually, for some, I think he had it rebuilt, and it's absolutely flying this year. So he's really enjoying his racing this year.
Yeah, it's going great guns. Pick up the pace. On the line, Aaron Colburn in a Van Diemen RF02FX. Another former circuit car, I believe. 2.02, so very quick. Andrew Henson, 41.93 in the Dallara.
Yes, Aaron Colburn, a shared car, this one, ex-Formula Ireland, I believe it's called. And anyway, they certainly got this car well wound up. It won't be the quickest one here today, but one of the best looking cars you'll see in the paddock, and very nice people driving it.
Everybody in hill climbing is a nice person, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're probably right, actually. It's that very friendly sport, isn't it? If this is the first time you've been to Prescott, it's a wonderful amphitheatre for watching, isn't it?
It is. It's very unique. The spectator area, you can see him coming from out under the bridge and almost all the way to semicircle through the trees. Aaron Colburn did a 44.12, and that's 2.5 seconds quicker than the first practice run.
Yes. Now look, I've got got Sandra Tomlin from us here in this lovely, lovely Pilbeam MP97. 4-litre Judd engine in the back of it. It's an absolute brute of a car, beautifully turned out, isn't it? And sometimes son Oliver drives this car.
Yeah, well, actually, the son-in-law is driving the car today with her. He'll be out shortly. Bernard Kevel is launched off the line, already with you in his OMS 28.
Yeah, nice car. This one he shares, he says, with Simon Andrews. This is an OMS 28. This has got a V8 in the back of it, so it's got plenty of grunt. Sometimes they bring their Formula Ford out to play as well.
Yeah, but they brought the big car this weekend to play in the rain. And Anthony Hunt in the Terry Graves GR55 or School DJ55 XD is launched off the line on the way to you. Bernard did a 4281.
Yes, serious car, this DJ55. My goodness me, that sounds incredible, doesn't it, with its massive V8 engine in the back that really screams, actually. So, yeah, that's great to see. I'm just trying to see, is he out with his Oppo today? I'm not sure that he is.
Yeah, Terry is entered as well.
Of course he is, Terry can't be, it's Terry's car anyway, so... Yeah, why?
Yeah, it'd be silly to come out, bring your car out, and not get in it. But Anthony Hunt's done a 42.18, puts him quickest in. This is racing cars over 2 liter we've got. I've got Edmund Burgess on the line, Gould GR55. He's the class record holder for Bugattis on the Prescott circuit.
He's a regular here, isn't he? Obviously, I think he's on the committee, I believe. But this car, this is wow, this is a beautiful gold in black. I think yesterday he set his quickest time in the wet. He was very pleased. He's really getting the hang of this car now too. And I mean, it's a fiercely competitive car. I think it was James Baxter's previous car actually owned it before.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. They're fighting this. It's got a very strong clutch in it. It was given a bit of a fit yesterday, but today sorted that out, making good time. And he's across the line with a 41.18. That puts him fastest in class so far. Susan Young, Gould GR51 is just launched off the line, 2.22 seconds.
Oh, well, Sue Young, I mean, fair play. She's got a heck of a pedigree she shares this, well, not anymore. Derek used to drive this, her husband. They've rebuilt the engine this year. It's got a rebuilt Judd engine in the back of it. She certainly knows how to pedal a racing car. She's also breeds horses as well, so that's one of her big things, but she can certainly drive a racing car.
So definitely likes her horsepower in different shapes and forms. Just changing up here, next class up is Simon Braithwaite in the Ford Escort RS 1600. A beautiful Mark I Escort.
Yeah, he built this car from scratch. I think it started off as a Mark I Popular. Anyway, this has got the full singing, all dancing BDA engine in it. It looks magnificent. Simon actually is a big noise at Aston Martin. I won't talk to you about his job, but that wouldn't be my job. But nevertheless, he can really drive too, and there's usually a few Escorts here. I don't think he's got many mates on the Escort front today.
No, but in the rain yesterday, he was absolutely top 10 in the soaking wet with this car, which for rear-wheel drive is, it was impressive. I was talking to him this morning, and yeah, he was, so much grip he had. 5104 for the for the Escort.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you, I've got Wasp World up here. It's pretty busy with waspies in my little box.
I thought Benoit sorted them out yesterday. We need to get pest control on it.
We need something up here, definitely. But usually there's bees up here, there's great big spiders, there's great big cobwebs, because I don't think it sees many people in between meetings.
No, do you need some assistant up there? Hello from Wet Wales. Well, today, could you keep the wet in Wales? Appreciate the message, Kev.
So we're up and running on our live stream then, are we?
Yeah, I've just, we've got Lulu Tupa from morning from Bristol. Hope we have good weather today. A good weather day, sorry. And, we got a message from Guernsey. Good luck to all today. Thank you again for the wonderful stream. That's from Paul Lejean. Thank you very much for your messages. Tom Riedinger, B and me send you son from the Alsace in France. Have I pronounced that right, or Benoit going to yell at me?
Benoit, I don't know where Benoit is. He's doing his research and he's going around the paddock doing his thing.
He's doing our pit reporter, gathering information.
Excellent. Well, that's it. Because we always make mistakes, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. Eric Lausch, Germany, Hanover is on board. Oh, I'm going to do this one. Comment from F6. Good day from Australia. How's that for my Australian accent? I'm going to get in all sorts of trouble for that, but thanks for the message.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? We have this worldwide audience these days, which is really great, actually. And everyone, HillClimb.TV, Rich is doing an absolutely magnificent job, isn't he? And we get people watching in from all over the world enjoying it, and I'm sure we get a lot of people turning up to watch it live. So actually I've got Dave Greenslade in front of me, car 870. He's in the Radical. He's sharing this with Simon Clemo. They were doing a sprint at Castle Combe in this car yesterday. This is a fiercely quick little car, 250 brake horsepower out of its 1440 Hayabusa. Very, very rapid at Loughton Park the other day, the pair of them in the wet. And yeah, over to you, Owen.
Yes, well, these are the competitors from the Pirelli Triple M HSA Championship runners. So within their championship, they do have different classes. But here today, they'll all be in the same class, and then their scorekeeper will sort it out afterwards. So they're still running for their personal best times. They've got target times and all the rest of it. But we'll be looking at overall who's going in. So David Greenslade in the Radical SR1 went with a 45.23, and you see we've got Tim Cowlin with the Swift Formula Ford, and then he's followed by John Bradshaw in the Westfield SEIW, which is wide track.
Yeah, now this Westfield is very rapid. By the way, Tim Cowlin, this is only his first season of motorsport and his third event, so he's finding his way with the Formula Ford. John Bradshaw's car, he's had it absolutely for years. Seriously sorted car, red top engine in that one, and extremely rapid, about 270 brake horsepower in that, so it's highly sorted, isn't it? Goes very well.
Yes, he does. He's doing well. He did a 55.09, so that's over a second quicker than practice. John Bradshaw just flown across the line with a 44.65, and that was 3 seconds quicker than first practice. And I think Andrew Feekins, followed by Tony Feekins off the line, are just ready to play in front of you.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we like the Feekins. They are good, great competitors. This immaculate 205 just coming into my view, coming up into Itoris now. Beautifully sorted car, runs a 2-litre Peugeot 307 engine in that one, not the normal 1900s they would have had. Incredibly well sorted. And I see Andrew's in the Clio today as well, isn't he? So good to see the Feekins here, see what they can do.
Yeah, the rest of the Feekin family is here. I got to be careful how I pronounce that. Joe, who normally shares the car with Tony at Loughton, is here spectating today, supporting Dad, who's absolutely taken to hill climbing like a duck to water. So just going over the line, so Andrew Feekins did a 56.01, so almost a second quicker over his first practice time. Tony Feekins, a 52.43, so a couple of tenths quicker than his first practice time. And Mr. Greenslade, he went 45.23, and that was a couple of seconds quicker. Andrew Webber in the Lotus Elan +2 is already through the S's. And on the line, launching is Pekka Tulakis, our Finnish Mazda MX-5 driver.
Yes, and he's a rapid driver. He had a rather big moment at Loughton Park the other day, but he's managed to sort it all out. I was chatting to him in the paddock this morning. This is a turbocharged MX-5, driven by a Finn, so we're going to call him the Flying Finn. Really like him, really like the car, and you can hear it sounds terrific, doesn't it? Go on, Pekka, see what you can do.
Yeah, he showed me the onboard footage last night after yesterday's runs. We were just sitting together talking, and he showed me the suspension failure and the ensuing parking arrangement that he did afterwards. So he's worked hard to get the car back together. It's going well. Mike Edwards has launched off the line in the Benro Classic Mini.
Yeah, we all love a Mini, don't we? Yeah, this one's got that lovely A-Series engine they all have, and don't they sound good? And you've probably got a straight-cut gearbox in this one by the sound of it. Looks great, going very well.
Well, I think it'd be rude not to have a straight-cut gearbox in a classic Mini. That's just the way of the world. Even my wife said I want that noise in her road going. Right, there we go. So Mike Edwards is all up the hill. Pekka did 49.93, so that was over 2 seconds quicker in his first practice run. And Luis Porto in the brightly colored Mazda MX-5 is just up with you.
Yeah, I got him. I was chatting to him earlier, actually. This is his first season on the hills. He's done a bit of circuit racing. Yeah, it's a fairly standard sort of MX-5, to be fair. But anyway, good luck to him. He's learning the hills. And I see in front of me I've got Andrew Till in the Fiesta ST. This is a 1 litre EcoBoost model. You're telling me it's about 137 brake horsepower, front wheel drive, modern car, quite heavy, but very nice to drive.
Yeah, it goes quite fast in that thing. Morgan Jenkins in the Pilbeam MP97's on the line. This is the son-in-law of the owner, Sandra
Tomlin.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful car, isn't it? This one has done Sandra is actually the daughter of Phil Chapman, who used to build the Chapman Mercury Special. So she's always been racing. She's always done it, and now this is, I say, the son-in-law. And I just think the paint scheme on this Pilbeam, you don't see many Pilbeams anymore. They were the car to have at one time. Now it's the Gauls.
Yeah, Andrew Till did a 55.28. We see what Morgan does here. He did a 44.8 this first time run, but everybody's gone quicker in the class. So let's see what he does. Simon Andrews just launched off the line in an OMS 28. Morgan has done a 43.62. 43.62, so only 1.2 quicker. I think there's more in it.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Simon and Bernard have a good battle usually in this OMS. They share the car, and yeah, they drive it very well, to be fair. There's no dramas usually. They get it up the hill, no problem, and already well gone past the S's.
Yeah, Terry Graves in the DJ55XD, the owner of said car, is launched off the line, 100 miles an hour under the bridge, so he's giving it some. Over to you. Yeah, beautiful sounding car, great car. Terry's an electrical engineer from Cornwall, and he's had this car some while. He had a previous model, previous Gould, but this one he had FTD, I think, recently. Oh, great guns. We'll see what he can do here. It was only a 44.1 after his first practice. Oh, I see rain on the camera screen to the top of the hill. A 40.84. 40.84. I'm picking up rain on the cameras. What's going on your end?
Yeah, I'm seeing rain. I'm seeing Brolly going up, to be fair. Our hardy spectators, always hardy, aren't they, to be fair? The little radical on the hill of Simon Clemo, they're usually him and Dave Greenslade. There was 600 between them yesterday, 600ths of a second. So they'll have a good battle, but unfortunately the rain is coming down. That's going to slow things up a little bit.
Right, well, next up, so Simon's just getting across the hill. Next on the hill, we're going into the classic Marques Speed Challenge. Now, that was the HSA people we just seen with a few interlopers. So this is the classic Marques Speed Challenge. Cheryl Ray Delahunty, car 110 in the MX-5. And on the line is Alan Cavager Tribe in the Reliance Scimitar GT SE5, in the Martini livery colors.
A bit of a mouthful all that though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I almost ate my tongue that time.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Reliance is the multicoloured white one. Here it comes, yeah, with the stripes on the side, the Martini colours. Yeah, fine looking car, isn't it? But obviously now the rain's coming down, it's going to slow things up a bit because the drivers don't know what to expect. There's not serious rain on the track, it will make it damp and slippery, and particularly if they're on slicks, it's going to make it very hard.
I think it'll be, at this point, I don't think the track's getting wet, but it's a psychological thing. You see a raindrop. Now, this is car 118 on the line. This is a change of car, Chris. 118. Originally, it was a Triumph Spitfire. He's now sharing a Mazda MX-5. He's sharing this with Miranda.
Ah, yeah, got it here.
Yeah, so
yes,
the Miranda Gibbs. Problem with the Triumph, so he's jumped into Miranda's car, and you'll see him on the hill here. And his first time driving it up the hill.
Yeah, well, he's taking it steady as you'd expect. Obviously, soft open top car as well, so he's going to get wet. But actually, now then, I can see sunshine as well. So this, in fact, in the distance, I can see sun on the hills. So actually, I don't think it's going to last long. Hopefully.
No, I think it's just going to be one of them drip, drip, drop, drops, annoying things, and then we'll just keep going. But it's all for the entertainment of the spectators and our online viewers. So we're here to give you a little bit of everything today. We've got to, we don't want to get you too bored. We've got to keep the action going one way or another.
Action it is, yes. What's not to like about hill climbing? I mean, this historic circuit here, hill rather, and in fact this is used daily by people driving up their houses at the top of the hill, where there's one or two rather splendid houses. They go up to the top and then they come down a side road coming back down to the start.
Yeah, I guess our online viewers, this is actually a driveway for several houses. Just going on a little bit, we've got some times coming in on screen. So Rob Arford did a 53.89. He just went a little bit quicker. Nigel Walton went a 62.28, so just a hair quicker, almost the same time. Times are sort of basically settling about the same for these classic Marque cars, so they must have had the good conditions when they did the first time run. Steve Akers in the Lotus Elan S1 GTS is with you.
Yeah, what's not to like about a classic Lotus Elan? They're well sought after. They're beautiful. Most of them are running, most Elans ran with the twin cam engine. These were designed by Colin Chapman of Lotus fame, obviously. And I think were used for the basis of the big selling Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, I heard that rumor that the Japanese looked at this car and go, actually, that might give us a good idea. We'll build something a bit more Japanese-y version. So
I've got Johnny Toon in front of me in the Fisher Fury. This runs a 2-litre Pinto engine, always used to anyway, and he's from Stroud, local man, and he drives this very well. He's usually quite sideways through a lot of the corners. Any sideways action on your screen, Owen?
Yeah, just a little bit, just coming out of the S's there, but it seems to be fighting it a bit, but it's behaving. And we've got Robert Toon in the Morgan Plus 8 following up the hill in a V8. We know I like a V8, as you do, as you're well aware.
Well, indeed, 3.9 Rover V8 based on the Buick blocks. Yeah, lovely. Made at Malvern, just up the road, these Morgans. Still a popular thing. It must be quite a hard ride in racing form.
Well, yeah. In the wet yesterday, he was battling with Johnny Toon in the Fisher Fury. The Fisher Fury was just squeaked it ahead at the end.
Yeah, I got a Mazda MX-5 in front of me now in Winnie, car 119. Very popular on hill climbs, aren't they? And there's quite a cheap form of getting into motorsport.
It's the Mark 1s, if you can find a rust-free one, yeah, it's an absolute excellent way to start. Lots of support in the aftermarket industry, lots of, they're very nimble car, very user-friendly car, and they are a great first car, and they drive like a sports car. So it's an excellent package, especially to start in hill climbing and sprinting.
Yeah, Michael Crutchley with me at the moment in the Alfa Quila. This runs a 1600 twin cam engine. This is an old car. These are like pre-71s, aren't they? What year would this one be?
This, I think it was 60, I want to say 66, 67, something in there. He's running in the Classic Marque Speed Challenge today. Sometimes runs it in historic classes at other events. We do see Michael on a regular basis.
Yeah, we do indeed. I see I've got Nick Bolton has just left the line in front of me now in another Morgan. Yeah, open top Morgan. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, that's the lightweight version.
Ah, so the lightweight version would have, what would it be like? Would it be alley?
More holes in it, I think.
A lot of holes and alley panels, and of course they were built on an ash frame, weren't they?
They are. Now this is not a V8. This is only, I think it's a 2.9 V6 in it.
It's an unusual configuration for one of those, isn't it? Because a lot of them ran with 2-litre engines, some of them with Vauxhalls. They tied all sorts in there, didn't they, really? I see there's a... Now, looks like a little Mazda to me in front of me, that two-tone Mazda.
Emma Alley.
Yes, it is, isn't it? That's right, yeah. It's almost a bit like a +2 Lotus Elan, isn't it, that one to look at?
They do look. It's sort of like it looks like somebody just sort of inflated a Lotus Elan with some helium. But like I said, very handy car, very, very excellent car for first-time competitors, especially. A very forgiving car.
Yeah.
So if you're watching online, you'll see the times are coming thick and fast. They're all on the screen for you, and they are in order of quickest to slowest. So you'll be able to see who's setting the times.
Yeah, I see we got Gordon Pierce in his Porsche Cayman S, the 3.4 litre, which they fitted in the 996 six-cylinder engine. Cayman's a bit cheaper than the 911s, but still a very, very nice car, aren't they?
Yeah, there's so many variations. I'll have to admit, I'm not an aficionado. That's where we need Benoit. He'll probably aficionado them for us. 53.66 for Gordon Pierce, so reasonable time. Paul Prescott and another Elan +2 in front of you.
Yeah, quite a rare beast, these Elan +2s. You can see the influence there in that Mazda of Emma Alley, and this one has got a similar colour scheme. Emma's has got the old Gold Leaf Team Lotus colours, actually, with the gold, white and red, which always look good.
Yeah, classic car colours from the 60s. We found that was on a lot of different race cars, wasn't it, the Gold Leaf?
Yes, absolutely.
Steve Thomas in a TVR Vixen is on our screens right now and in front of you.
Yes, he is. He had a big lock-up going into Pardon there, but he's got round there. Yeah, the little Vixen, early TVRs, these were worth lots of money now because there's so few of them left, but fiberglass body on this, and I think it's probably running a Ford engine.
1760cc, so yeah, that would have been a Ford Crossflow engine, I believe, in that one. Been making good time around there, just coming across the finish line now with a time of 54.01, a little bit slower. We've got John Payne on the start line in the Hillman Imp Sport, but there's just spotted, I think they're just trying, the hands device wasn't attached to the helmet, but as always, our marshals, who we absolutely hats off, thank you to our marshals, our Orange Army in the UK. We can't do motorsports without them, and I am a supporter. And if you're in the UK and you want to get involved in motorsport, but you don't want to, a car and all the mess of it, marshalling's a great way to get close to the action, and we can't compete without them. So thank you very much. My word out to the marshals at this point of the day. John Payne with the Sunbeam Imp Sport is in front of you, sir.
Yeah, what a pretty little thing that is. I do like the Limps, and they are very, very rapid little cars considering the size of the engines on them. They're very free revving, based on the Coventry Climax engine. Well, do like an Imp, yeah, but again, not many of them left.
No, they are getting rarer and rarer. Some variations floating around, the Stilettos, which is sort of the more funky version, I guess, the more wide version. Martin Roberts in the Lotus Elise is just coming your way. The Imp did a 57.60 over the line for the Sunbeam Imp. And Martin Roberts in the old Lotus Elise. And I got Rob Pack in the TVR Tuscan V8 just launched off the line.
Beastie car, that one. I do love that one. In fact, that's the ex-Tuscan Cup car, I believe. He comes from Worcester Way. It just sounds fantastic. He drives it extremely well. Loads and loads of power in that car. That must be one of the most exciting cars on the hill to drive. Already round Pardon, going on his way up towards the S's.
Well, that one's only got the 4.6 litre. We have the full fat 5 litre on the line here in Stephen Mogg in the TVR Griffith. This is about as big a V8 as we've got here today, and he's got the downdraft injector carbs sticking through the bonnet, so it's a beastie.
I can hear it growling, I can hear it coming. It's on its way towards me now.
Yeah, Rob packed you the 4978. Sorry about that. And there you go. There he's right to you now.
Wow, yeah, fabulous, isn't it? So that looks like a road-going car too, isn't it? You know, I don't think that's a track car, that one. So that is, listen to that V8 now. It's, oh, isn't that music to my ears? I do love that.
Now, what's behave. This is a family channel.
What's not to love about that?
Well, you know, I grew up with V8, so I just haven't been able to stick one into my any of my cars I have at home. Steve is already through the S's and already out the other side, and Steve Lyle is just leaving the line in the Porsche Boxster GTS 4-liter. It should be coming to you. Steve Mogg in the Griffith, a 48.53. That's the quickest out so far out of the Classic Marques today.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, the Porsche there, you know. What's not to love about a Porsche? I've driven a 996 recently, which I think I'd love to have bought it really. Probably a bit beyond my price league, but wow, I do like them.
Hang on a second. What are you driving new Porsches for? I thought you were a classic man.
It wasn't new actually. It was a 996 which made it 1999. This particular one was, so that's quite old.
Oh, okay. Is that qualify for you as current, or is that still new in your category of cars?
I think that's pretty new, but you know, actually I've got one 30-year-old, haven't I? I've got a 20-year-old, so you know, I wouldn't mind a 40-year-old to make the team up.
I don't know where to go with that, so we'll leave it there. Mark Hankins in TBR 2500 Vixen has just gone through, pardon. Not quite sure on the timing. And Alan Boyce in the Triumph GT6 is launched off the line. Should be to you any second.
Yeah, now this one is running a Ford engine. It's not got the 6-cylinder Triumph engine in this. This one's running a Ford engine. So and it's got about 170 brake horsepower out of this little GT6. They were a bit like I had one years ago, and I always think they were a bit like a poor man's E-Type. You know, they had a 6-cylinder engine, the same as an E-Type, but of course they weren't quite as expensive, and they were pretty little cars.
Yeah, Steve Lyle in the Porsche did a 49.5, so that moved into second quickest. Oh, Alan Boyce in the GT6 just set a time 46.70. That can't be right.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
That's yeah. Right. I think we've got, never mind.
He was 41.49 to the S's, wasn't he?
Yeah, my timing screen just went a little bit funky for a minute, so just a technical thing. We'll go back to,
Got Adrian Smith just gone by me, car 138. Adrian is in a BMW Z4. We're not seeing many of those on the hills these days.
No, that's a unique car. I think we might just have a timing problem here temporarily. That's why there's nothing on the screen at the moment. They may have cured it. Actually, looks like, they've got a time on Adrian Smith. He's heading around semicircle now. Across the line he goes, and I think we're looking about a 56.44.
Yeah, now we've got a bit of rain up here at the moment. It's still ridiculously, there's in the distance on the hills, they're all bathed in sunshine, and here we've got a little bit of rain. So it is definitely a sunshine and showers day rather than a torrential rain all day.
Yeah, we've got a bit of windscreen wiper action down here. Here's something else you don't see that often. Paul Slade in a Jaguar E-Type. With a 3.8-liter engine in this one, heading your way, the coupe with all 3 windscreen wipers going. And I have an Alfa Romeo 75 on the line of Paul Holmes. He'll be leaving in a minute. Yeah, we saw that 75 earlier. That was rather pretty. Jim Smith and Nicky Smith own a pair of these. They're here today. But this E-Type, he had a little bit of a moment coming around, pardon there. But he's got it going again. The E-Type is one of the most beautiful cars ever designed, I think, by Jaguar. Classic car. Who would not like an E-Type? And I see the Alfa 75, 2-litre twin-cam engine in that one. Rear axle. It's quite a clever design, actually, and the tin worms got to them, but the ones that survive are really nice cars to go in. Yeah, the Jaguar across the line, 59.90. Paul Holmes is already through part in an Alfa, and just off the line is Mark Everett in the TBR Griffith 500 with another 4.997-liter engine in it. These Griffiths has got the big 5-liter jobs.
Yeah, serious engines, aren't they? Yeah, that looks, one's in British Racing Green as well, isn't it? So yeah, the TVRs were built in Blackpool. They went out of business and then they got taken over by a Russian owner, but I believe they're now gone back out of business again, which is such a shame because they built their own engines and they built their own cars.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a success story for a long time. You know, all done in house and the rest of it. I think Blackpool was the home of them at one point. John Brunner has gone off the line with a Ginetta G20. Something else. You normally see it on circuits. This one happens to be on the hills. And I think Mark Everett's done a 54.8 in the TVR.
Yeah, I've got the Ginetta with me now, actually. Nice looking car, that one. The Ginetta's been, well, they're quite a bespoke brand themselves, aren't they, really? They ran lots of different engines in him. He's making quite slow progress in this one. Maybe the track's feeling a bit damp to him.
Yeah, it's a little deceiving. The water has beat it up down here, so it's kind of hard to tell, I think. But John wasn't here yesterday, so it might be just fresh to the track. I was just checking. His first practice time was about a 59.0. I think he's doing about quicker than that. Andy Johnson in the Mazda MX-5 is already up and away into Pardon. And then on the line, we've got Nigel Duffield in the Reliance Scimitar GT SE5. This is the shared drive in the Martini covers.
Yes, nice to see both of those cars. Yeah, like you say, both shared. Nice, interesting class, this one, isn't it? Lots of different variety in it.
Yeah, it is. Got quite the assortment the classic Marques Speed Series has. Speed Challenge. So they've got all sorts of things going in there. So
this model, just to interact, this particular model was a favourite of Princess Anne. She really put them on the map back in the day. She was always buying Reliance and Scimitars. And yeah, it's a nice looking car. Fiberglass body too on this one. Charles was a fan of the Aston Martin rather than the Reliant.
Yeah, don't know where to go with that. But was Princess Anne's favorite color sort of one of the many beiges available, or did she have something a bit better in the color department?
I'm not entirely certain. But she was a very spirited young lady, was Princess Anne, wasn't she? And she was brilliant on horses as well. She represented us in the Olympics, didn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Simon, where did he go? Simon, sorry, Mr. Duffield did a 52.7 for his second practice run. That's actually slower. And the last of the classic speed marks, that's Miranda Gibbs on the hill. And I got a shout out. She is a very enthusiastic ferret owner, has pet ferrets, and just loves looking after the breed of animal. And she told me just to call her the crazy ferret lady. So there you go. So all her friends can say, yes, I did. We're moving to the Bark Connaught Championship runners now. First up on the line will be Joy Richings in the Toyota GR Yaris. Miranda did a 69.73, which is an improvement over her first practice time. So we're just waiting for Joy to start her run. And she's off. 64-foot time with 2.86. That's not bad. Heading up under the bridge with a speed of 44 miles an hour. This is a completely standard road-going car. And she's all the way to you.
Yeah, well, Joy actually is also an incredibly capable photographer. Takes some great pictures. She'll have her camera out today as well in between runs. Yeah, she's very regular. Yeah, sharing with her husband Pete. Very desirable little cars, the Yaris's, aren't they? They are about, you told me, about 230, 240 brake, four-wheel drive, turbocharged 1600s. Very rapid things, and they won the World Championships in the rallying, didn't they? In the real Yaris.
Yeah, slightly more modified version of this one, but this car was actually homologated to do a lower class version, and right at COVID hit, and then when COVID hit, the whole project was shelved, but these cars were already built, so that's why they exist. They were homologation specialists for rallying originally. You've got Joy did a 65.63. Christy in the Mazda MX-5 is with you. And Caleb Yates, young lad in his Austin Healey Sprite Mark II, has just left the line. He's got the aerodynamic roof on that one.
Yeah, it's such a lovely variety. I do like to see it actually. Amongst this later in the class, we've got Michael Thompson in the S2000 Honda, which is usually a regular class winner, and he's now married to Zoe Shearman in the Lotus Exige. You'll be following, and Peter Siddle will also be following in that rather dramatic Clio that's got about 240 brake. In front of me at the moment, which is a Caleb Yates. Yeah, it looks nice, that car, nice colour scheme, isn't it?
Yeah, first weekend here competing. Has done a couple of events, just getting into it. He spent years here watching his dad do it, and now he's competing himself. And he looks after the car himself as well, so very enthusiastic young lad. Chris Toon is on the hill in his Renault Clio 182, and that signifies that car had about 180 horsepower when it starts. I believe it might have a few more horses now than it did.
Well, actually, it's still the 182. It's his first season in the car. It's because his brother is Johnny Toon, who went up very quickly in that Fisher Fury earlier.
All right, so we have the Toon family here today.
They're playing a good tune today.
Yeah, excellent. That's, oh dear. We're not going to go down that route.
Well, there we go.
So Chris Toon's just gone across the line with a 53.01. That puts that's a bit slower, half a second slower than his first practice time. Nigel Holt in the Caterham 310R, 1600cc Ford engine in it, is on the hill heading up. And Paul Rendison in his beautiful Porsche 944 S2. It's all original. It's just launched off the line and says, well.
Yes, I saw him at Lowton the other day, and this actually is a fairly standard car. This is used as a daily run around as well. He drives up to the northeast to go and see his mum in this car, so it's great to see a car that's racing up the hill but also driven on the road. An old car. It's got a 3 litre in this one, so it nips along.
Yeah, so hang on, what happened here? Nigel Holt, he did a 54.14, so he went 1.7 seconds quicker. Paul Renson's already in the S's. Glenn Shaw is just on the start line now. He flicked the wipers once to sort that mess out. So he'll be leaving in a second. And Paul's just gone across the line in the Porsche with a 55.35. A little half a second slower than this morning's first practice run. And then we've got Benoit's favorite just lining up. This is Michael Thompson in the Honda S2000.
Yeah, Glenn Shaw with me now. Well sorted Nissan 350Z. Hear the sound of that engine. That sounds terrific, doesn't it? And Nissans do build a very good engine. This one though is a fairly standard car. It's driven, so but it certainly makes very good progress up the hill.
Yep, Glenn Shaw's already just coming out of the S's now, heading up towards semicircle. Michael Thompson's launched off the line in the Honda S2000, 2.97. You hear that engine just screaming to its 9,000 RPM. Glenn's done a 52.38 to you.
Yes, Michael Thompson, yes, he's a very quick driver, comes from Worksop. He had to rebuild this car last year when he had a big engine failure at Lowton. Anyway, he had a lot of work to do because it caused a lot of damage, but now he's back on song. He's a very good contender for winning this class. Let's see whether he can do.
Yeah, following up the hill is Zoe Shearman, also known as Mrs. Thompson. Lotus Exige. Zoe comes from another racing family. Dad runs a Caterham or a Westfield?
Yeah, he's got a very nice little Caterham.
Yeah, and this is Zoe's dream car. She's raced other cars, had other cars, but she wanted this Exige. This is Tony Adams' old car. Very well put together car, prepared car, and Zoe just loves driving it. Peter Siddle in the modified Clio is just launched off the line as well. He's coming your way.
Yeah, Peter Siddle, I was having a chat with him the other day, and yeah, this is a very well modified. It looks like a Clio 182, but yes, it is. But it's got this 240 brake horsepower, highly modified engine in it. Drives it very well. Sounds great, doesn't it? I do like the little Clios, front wheel drive, very, very light, brilliant handling cars.
Yeah, Zoe's just gone across the line with a 54.61, so pretty much an identical time. Interesting, Michael Thompson actually went a second, 1.3 seconds slower on the second practice, which goes against you know, the goes against what everybody else is doing, but everybody's going a little bit slower on the second run in this Connaught Speed Championship by Bart. Let's just see what Peter Siddle does. 53.09, again, a second and a half slower. I wonder if the track's actually greased up.
Yeah, it's damp, this intermittent rain, it's not helping anyone at the moment. If it was wet or it was dry, it'd just be easier, I think. At the moment, it's in between. I'm still seeing sunshine in the distance on the distance hills, so the rain is quietly going through. We have hopefully, is it lunch soon? Are you there, Owen?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting an update of what's going on. I believe we're actually stopping for lunch now.
Yeah, well, I think we would be due to be.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and get a startup time, so bear with me for a second. Just keep the folks happy for a second here. Let me just check it. Right, everybody, we are breaking for lunch. It's going to be a 12:45 restart for our timed runs. That's 12:45. First timed runs will take place. So we are going to step down and take a break ourselves, get some food, supplies, and catch up with the news of the paddock, that we can bring you that information this afternoon. So we'll be quiet for a little bit, but we'll see you in about an hour.
Excellent, Owen. Okay, well, I'll shut up shop up here and I'll make my way up here after lunch and I'll come see you in the paddock.
We'll see you shortly.
It's obviously something that can take a lot out of your body, and treatments are quite hard on most of those people. And sometimes one of the cure is bone marrow. So if you are thinking about donating bone marrow, I think you can find this on the internet. There's a register to which you can be, and you might be called one day to save a life, really. So a very important thing, and if you think that you can help, I'm sure there'll be someone very grateful here that will be happy to receive it. And I have not gone through this myself, but I am on the register and I'm just waiting for the call. I think we've got a bike already on the hill, right?
Yeah, number 2 is absolutely launched. It had a 64-foot run of about 5 seconds, I would say. So that was looking pretty good. Now, I will say, I don't know why everybody in the paddock's worried about, you know, these tires with treads on them. These boys, and I'm not sure if there's any girls, but these boys, there is no tread. These are slick tires, folks, in the rain, trying to ride up a hill. And I thought being a rally guy was being nuts, but I think I may have found something that extended that a bit. But my hat's off to you for having a go at this, and we'll see if we can get a time. Where is our rider number 2 anyway?
Yeah, he's already through Pardon, and he got quite a bit of speed on the exit of the Torres corner. Yeah, so I think we're going from 4 to 2 wheels. but it's still exciting, I think. It's just great, and he had already an impressive pace, so quickly followed by, I can't see a number from where I am, and I guess that's number 3?
Number 3, yeah, there's an orange number on the shirt. So we've had number 2 looks like coming out of the S's, and number 3 should be somewhere down near you at the moment.
Yes, he's already through Torres. I can see the number now as he's exiting the corner, and he'll be going up the gears through this to make sure that he's got all the power. Cycling is all about momentum and how you control your gears. The good cyclist knows how to anticipate a hill, and it's fantastic to have them today on the hill. He took a wide line on the exit of Pardon, carried the speed through the entry of the corner. Beautifully done.
Yep, number 2 is absolutely fighting through semicircle. You can see he's starting to run out of puff now. But number 3 did carry a lot more speed through Pardon by going a little bit wider. Didn't get that steep part, sort of took the more of the smoother approach. So I'm going to try and find out if we can get a time out of this, so we'll see what happens. But number 2 is just heading across the line now. Number 4 is about ready to go. 3. Oh no, what do we got? 5. I'm watching the countdown.
I guess that'll be number 5. I've got number 4 already with me, Torres, Owen. And yeah, still going. And it's incredible if you know your bikes. I'm sure a few members of public today. And number 4's just, took his, took into the handlebars to carry a bit more speed and reduce the wind resistance. So yeah, you can use all the tricks, and fair play to those. Having cycled myself quite a bit, you get wet, and when you get wet, and once you're wet, then you just don't care anymore. So I think that probably at this stage of the wetness that they can get to, and the rest is just keep going.
So you're saying is they're about as wet they can get, and they can get no wetter, so there's no point worrying about being wet.
Yeah, once you're soaked up, that's it. That's done. You can't do more, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
I'm gonna say I'm impressed at the speeds they're coming through Pardon. Like, it's just not going out. It looks like when they come out of the S's, it's starting to slow down. I've got number 9 on the line, followed by number 10. I'm going to step away. You keep an eye on it for a minute. I'm going to go see if I can get some sort of idea what kind of times they're doing on this. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, some fantastic runs, and yeah, they're already. I think I'm up to number 6 or 7. I wish we had names that we had shared with us, but yeah, it's already going through the S's, and that is one of the steep bit of the hill that they're negotiating at the moment. And cycling is all about momentum and trying to keep the pace up is what you're trying to do. And bikes have come a long way since the last century. Most of those bikes and people that will be riding those bikes today, those bikes are carbon, so we might have a lot of carbon in the single-seater car today that you'll have on the paddock, but there's probably as much carbon on those bikes today. And obviously the latest innovation for quite a while on the road bikes is running disc brakes. Disc brakes that were first introduced probably in the early 50s by Jaguars, but they've also made their way onto bikes. Instead of using rim brakes, you're using disc brakes. Gives you much more consistent braking, especially under those wet conditions. I always care myself when I'm running on my bike when it's wet with rim brakes, because you get wet on your water on your wheels, and you can't really stop your bike, and you got to sort of look at drying this up before you can get any braking power on those rims. And so the disc brakes are a lot more consistent, and when you make having some speed down the hills, it's obviously something that you want to carry and have, because it gives you confidence to push before the corners, and a lot more consistent is always something that you want to have on your braking performance.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Right. I have no idea. This is how this is working. It's kind of like rallying this. They're starting at the top of the minute. They've got synchronized watches, and they write down the minute they start, so top of the minute. And then there's someone with a clipboard and a matching clock at the other end. So when they cross the line, they write the time they went across the line at, and then you subtract one from the other, and that gives you their time up the hill. But I couldn't find any idea how long this is taking, unless we can find somebody at the top with a radio to find out what it is. Unless I try timing them. Could actually time one, I think. Give us some idea.
Well, and I could give you splits if I wanted to. I could give you a time between a Torres and Pardon, for example. But that wouldn't be the full course.
No,
and
they're starting at the top of a second. I wonder if we could actually do this. But they are all on slick tires. Okay, most of them are using the what do you call them? The rim brakes and not the disc brakes. I've only seen one bike with disc brakes so far. So I think it's actually raining hard. Oh, this gentleman here, I'm not sure what number it is, but he's absolutely giving it some welly going up through the semicircle here.
Yes, absolutely, Owen. And I've got an Aussie rider just in front of me going downhill, and then he'll just carry the speed through Pardon, and trying to make this as quick as possible through this bit. But it's always a hard one, and you probably want to go down a cog or two just to navigate this corner and the second part of the hill, really. So yeah.
I mean, I'm watching them go through Pardon, and there's got to be like the grip on the tires. That because they're not. Chris, fill me in here. Hold on a second. Get back to you in a second.
No worries, Owen. Yeah, I don't think these guys are running any wheel spin on the start line. No, they'll need traction control, but under those rainy conditions, you're always wary of sometimes the angle that you're going to put on the bike. So you want to try and keep the bike as straight as possible into those corners, and so that you don't fall off your bike, really. A bit more of a challenging if they were running downhill, because obviously you're carrying a lot more speed, and it's a bit like riding a bike. You would try to corner as well with your body as you push through, but obviously the speed of a bike doesn't really require much of what you'll see on a MotoGP, really. But some incredible runs for those people, and it's just beautiful to see going through this beautiful hill. And I bet it's a bit of a challenge, and I bet that they'll enjoy the run down the hill through the return road and catch their breaths, because it looks really steep in some parts of that hill already.
Right, the gentleman just going up into Pardon right now is actually Chris. I've got someone who's sort of feeding me a few names. I still can't figure out the timing yet. There's someone hiding in a hedge up at the top, and there's no communication at the moment. The black and white riders you'll see kitted out. They are actually members of the organizing club that's organizing this. The other riders have entered and come from other clubs just to take on this challenge. They've never done it before, so this is something new. Is there anybody in the paddock that wants to have a go at this? Right now, I just saw everybody's going, shaking your head, no way, or hiding somewhere. Everybody just ran south for the winter. So, yeah, the V-Sprint is the club. Benoit are the ones that actually organized it, and you'll see them in black and white.
Yeah, I can see lots of them in my sights around the course. So, yeah, fair play for standing in the rain, everyone. Today, Oh, and what I've started to do is I'm going to start to give you some split times between Torres corner up to semicircle, and we can sort of compare whether there's big difference. This will be an official time, everyone. This is just us trying to figure out pace of different riders.
Well, you try that. I'm going to actually try and see if I can do from start to finish. I'm going to be brave. And why have I got a stopwatch? It's analog. All right, hang on.
Yes.
So I've got bike 18. I'm going to hit the start button as soon as it goes, just to give us an idea. You keep some splits going.
Yeah, fantastic.
Right. Okay. I've got 18. I've got on the clock, so I've got to keep an eye on that one. Unfortunately, it's black and white, so just keep an eye on 18 for me, and let me know. We'll get some idea. This is all unofficial, folks. We're just trying to figure out if they can beat any of the cars up the hill.
That would be a small victory, Owen, beating a car on the hill.
It's a big ask. Well, number 19 is our first female competitor in the group to go up the hill. So another member of the V Sprint Club. Anyway, I hope the cameras stay on number 18 so I can get a time of him going across the line. That's what I'm after. Have you seen 18 anywhere near you?
I believe 18 is been making its way out of S's, right? I believe number 19 just made it through S's and now entering.
No, 19 has just left the line, so 18 must have to be just going up Pardon now.
Yeah, I can.
Right. Okay.
I can catch him.
Yeah. I will say to our listeners, we have all ages and both male, female, and assortment of everybody else. And a gentleman that's just come back down the hill, pick up his water bottle. Is he going to do it again? Any idea what time you did?
Ooh,
No?
I haven't can't catch a time on this one, Owen.
Right. I think I've got 8. Is this 18 coming up out of the S's now heading towards semicircle?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. So we're on it. So I'm up to about 2 minutes, only just over 2 minutes. Already heading the semicircle. So I can't believe I'm trying to time a bicycle up a hill climb using a video and a phone. This will be accurate. Anyway, here we go. Across foggy camera across the line, and unofficially, roughly 2 minutes and 27 seconds. So that's an unofficial time, but that's a rough idea. So it looks like anything under 2.5 minutes is going to be a good time. Now watch, someone's done it in 1:59 or something silly. So that's what I've come up with. So we're looking at, I don't think anybody's going to beat the cars.
Interesting, you're saying those times, I think so. That's still, Doris, the Daimler Conquest is still well ahead.
I don't think that was a Cooper. The Coopers were, what was the slowest this morning? Like, it's all wet, so I mean, its times are all over the place, but. Just one of the competitors that came back down, the one with the multi-blue colored suit. I didn't get the number on the back, just came to grab his water bottle because he chucked it out at the start line and really enjoyed that and wants to go for another run. We have another young lady coming up to the line going, am I really seriously going to do this? Number 24. It's got a really aerodynamic bike though. That looks like one of those, almost one of those bikes that goes around on the track. So we've got more young ladies lining up. So bike number 23 is on the start line. I don't know, what have you got working at your end? Anything up there?
Yeah, I got 22 through Pardon, yes. Yes, are you saying that we've got like a real aero bike, full on blanked out rims for aero. Is that?
This is, young lady, this is number 23. She's about ready to get shoved in here. 24, wearing white and maroon. The bike is white, the wheels are black, but like the rear wheel is you know, it's one of those, it's an aerodynamic frame, let's put it that way. I'm going to put the clock on. I'm going to try and put the clock on. How do I reset that? Oh, that's how I do it. So I'm going to put a timer on again. So we roughly, this is all unofficial, but just to, you know, bit of give you an idea that nobody beat the cars this morning. So I'm going to time number 24 roughly. Again, I'm using cameras and God knows what else. Right, and they're off. So bike 24, young lady on that, and then we have another young lady on bike 25. Just getting the lined up, sitting there going, am I really about to do this? It's just some of the facial expressions.
It's a bit of
Is
green.
this the our last competitor's number 25 by the looks of it? So the other competitors have come back down. They're all sitting there going, wow, that was cool. I think they actually enjoyed it based on the... So, yeah, number 25 is going to be our last one. A V-Sprint club member, and who are the organizers today. Again, they're raising money for cure leukemia, okay? And they've never done this before, even in the dry. So I'm looking, I think you got 24 coming through Torres now and up towards Pardon. Can you see her?
Yes, I do, Owen. Have you figured out if any members of the public can donate, or if there is anywhere that people could donate online, for example?
I don't have any online thing. The gentleman might tell me, but there is, the club is gathered over, I believe, on the other side of the Bugatti Owners Club, where the public parks and everything, and they will happily take any donations. Oh, there's a bucket over where the organizers are based, which is just on the other side of the Bugatti Trust building. Right, where is my young lady in the white and maroon, number 24?
Well, already exiting the S's from what I can see, and yeah, fair play to everyone today on the hill who's been taking on to this challenge and raising money for cure leukemia. Very well done to all of you. It's a fantastic event, and really nice from Prescott to make those allow those people to run up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. The organizers actually down here has been telling me a few things. So the young lady number 24 is just coming around semicircle. I do have the clock on her the best I can. Going across the line, this is completely unofficial because I'm in a fog, but somewhere around 224, 225, so actually a bit quicker. Good run. Be interesting to see what the fastest time was at the end of the day. But, well, number 25, we've got one more cyclist, young lady, supporting from the V-Sprint Club, which are the organizers of this challenge. And, yeah, I talked, a couple of competitors come back down and going, you know, a couple of them want to do it again. I thought they were nuts the first time, but nobody fell down. The bikes are on slicks, so I don't know why we're worried about cars on slicks this afternoon. But my hat's off for them to tackle this challenge and raise money for a good cause, cure leukemia. If you'd like to donate something, they've got a bucket down by the Bugatti Trust, where they're all gathered down there. The organizers, you'll see the cyclist, the organizer wearing a red top with V-Sprint written on the back. And thank you very much. My hat's off to all the competitors for having this challenge. Come on, we got one more young lady. She's just coming out of the S's right now. Let's just cheer her on to the end. And yeah, really fighting that part of the hill. That's really getting into the hard part. It seems to be, once they get to the S's, it's sort of like, suddenly it's like hitting the wall. So can you see her?
Yeah, it's a long climb from Pardon, and it's all uphill up until semicircle, and it's only when you get towards the end of that corner that it starts to flatten out, and sometimes the small gradients that goes for a long time are really difficult to navigate because it's a very intense effort for a very long time. And that's probably what all those riders have been feeling. Sometimes a short, steep uphill is easier to navigate, I found, and it's always a tricky one to negotiate. Fair play to everyone.
And she crosses the line. Finished. Well done to all the competitors. Well done. And once again, we thank the V Sprint Club for organizing it. They thank Prescott Hill Climb for allowing the event to take place. It's all raising money for Cure Leukemia. If you'd like to donate, they've got the buckets and information down just behind by the Bugatti Trust building.
Great things about the British Hill Climb Championship is the appearance on the scene of some young hot shoes, some younger than others. But Alex Summers is currently lying second in the listings, I think, Alex, unless you've taken the lead. And Matthew Ryder's come along, first season in a very, very quick car, and topped the times in 2 Hill Climb Championship meetings. So it's a great development of the hill climbing being attractive to young drivers, because it's always been seen as a rather middle-aged sport. But you're not middle-aged yet, are you?
No. Hopefully not quite yet. Anyway, yeah, it's been a really good year so far. It's been nice to have a go in the big car and start getting a little bit close to some of these guys who've been doing it a few years longer than me. So yeah, so far so good.
Has it taken a while to get used to the power and the power to weight ratio, particularly of the Gould?
Not particularly. Obviously, having had a go in some of the slightly smaller cars for a few years beforehand, I think it is a step up. And I think the first time I got in the car, I thought, my God, how's my neck going to manage all this every weekend? It is surprising, but I think you adapt to it quite quickly. And after a few weekends, it feels like that's the norm. Really, you get into a bit of a groove with it.
Normally you think, my God, this thing's powerful, and then after a few weeks you say, I need more power.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you never say no to a bit more power, a bit less weight, do you? But
that's what Alex is saying. Need more power.
It would be nice. No, I mean, we've obviously enjoyed watching Matt this year. It's been brilliant, and as you say, it's nice to see fresh talent coming through. Obviously, we've got Warby, you, me. We're Club 1831 at the moment. Jack's come along in the Dallara as well. So I've said it before. I think it's a really healthy period that we have in the sport. It's great to have a 6-time champion, like the greatest of all time statistically, and some new guys, and everyone's having a good old ding dong every weekend. So no, it's been brilliant for Matt. I was upset with myself at Shelsley, but weirdly and in a nice way, it was offset by the fact that it's nice to see someone else get that at that time and have a good old pop at the record as well.
So how many points between you and Wallace at the moment?
I'll simplify it. On drop scores, if you go by Hill Climb UK's coverage, there's 2 points in it. So I trail Wallace by 2 points. All I have to do is beat him. I say all that I have to do. I mean, it's not that easy, is it? But if I beat him in every runoff, I win a championship. If he beats me in every runoff, he wins a championship. If it ended today, it would go his way. So we had.
So no pressure then.
Yeah, I mean there is a lot of pressure. I won't lie. I mean it's been intense. It's the 3rd year I've been playing a supporting role to Wallace, and it is hard. It's certainly from an emotional point of view. You think, oh God, what have I got to do? But we've got a very quick car. We've got a lot of records and a lot of wins this year. It's the consistency that Wallace has that's so punishing. He just doesn't miss. And from our point of view, and for the guys who are less experienced, I mean, I hardly claim to be unexperienced, but it is hard to be that consistent, to be disciplined, and let's do the same thing. Let's look at the data. Let's look at that's where Wallace has the edge at the moment, and it shows. So fair play.
Matthew, you've got a Judd 4-litre engine pushing you along, and Alex, you've got only 2.65. So it strikes me, I might be completely wrong, that the Judd is much easier to get off the line.
I'm not sure about getting off the line. I think it's probably maybe a little bit more punch when it gets going, perhaps. I think if you look at the start times, I think Wallace and Alex are certainly quicker off the line every time than us at the moment. There's something in the launch control systems maybe, or maybe my right foot, I'm not sure. But I don't think we're quite there on the starts actually just yet.
But Alex, for you, is it a very fine line between too much wheel spin and stalling the engine?
No, paradoxically it's not. This has got a very, very short first gear, this car. So in terms of rear wheel torque off the start line, we're probably a lot more than the Gould. So this has got a 58 mile an hour first gear, and yours is probably 80 something.
Yeah.
So you're snatching second after 2 seconds.
I mean, that is the comment that people make. It sounds like the rev limiter going up the straight, bah, 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 like that. And I just throw gears at it, but we've got a smaller engine, but we've got a heavier gearbox, but it does have drop gears and it's got various different things, so we can be very precise with the start. So I don't really have too many issues, he said, with that. And I think what Matt's going through, and we were talking about it just before you came over, was it's time with the systems, times in the car that he lacks this year is finessing those things. And it's usually a calibration in the car that, you know, a bit more revs, or you maybe throw a lower gear at it at some point when you can, and try these things. So no, this one's fine. I mean, I think this probably actually makes more power than the Judd, but for a
narrow rev band.
Yeah, it makes peak power between 13 and 15,000 RPM.
Whereas the Judd pulls from what, 7 or 8?
It's lower down, yeah, probably half that.
People who haven't seen modern hill climbing don't realise how quick these cars are. So in terms of, let's say, 0 to 100 miles an hour, 2.5 seconds?
Not quite. 0 to 60, we've seen sub 2 in Guernsey when it was really hot. It's sort of 1.7 something. So yeah, it's really quick. And then hundreds usually between 3 and 3.5. I mean, here we'll be doing about 118 under the bridge, and that's on the limiter in fourth in this.
And that's after 5-6 seconds or so.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, it's very much dependent because we have cold starts. You know, with tyres, yeah, we get to scrub them, but it doesn't really do a lot. We have if you had a hot tyre, we would be even quicker. But then you get to sort of braking drive shafts and stuff. So, you know.
We're threatened with rain tomorrow. Does that level the field in terms of engine power?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we were in the smaller classes, we would have prayed for rain. Maybe a little bit less so now. You lose some of that advantage. But I love driving in the wet. I think it's great fun. I think it's nice. It's always mixes things up a little bit. You get to try something different, and it makes it a little bit less of the same people always at the top. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it, really.
Well, we're not.
well, maybe not. Maybe not so good for spectators, but a good spectacle to watch, probably even more so.
Well, guys, have a great weekend. It's been a brilliant season. This isn't the last round, is it?
No.
Where do you go from here?
We have Loughton Park at the end of September, which is always traditionally the finale, and there's a bit of a hog roast and we take a picture of the top 10 drivers and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a holiday party atmosphere. I think this year, hopefully, the championship will go down to the wire at Loughton. I think it'll be great for us. If it finishes this weekend, it's likely then it's Wallace has won it, but that has benefits as well. It means we can enjoy it without them.
Well, we're certainly getting much bigger audiences than we've ever had before, and I think live streaming has had an effect on that.
Great.
Have a great weekend. Let battle be joined.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Interview plenty of attractive young men at Prescott, but we found an attractive young woman to interview. She calls herself an old lady, but age is just a number, isn't it? Yeah. But Sandra, you've been hill climbing very effectively for a long time, and did hold the ladies' record here, which is quite some achievement. But now it's the famous old Pilbeam with this 4-litre Judd engine. So you've got plenty of power there.
Yes, we've got about 620 brake horsepower, and it weighs about 460 kilos.
The whole thing? So power to weight ratio is enough.
Yes, I can't calculate that. No. It's adequate. We're never short of power.
So do you ever press the right-hand pedal all the way down?
Occasionally, usually over the finished Shelsley. In fact, Oliver always jokes, can we please see full throttle, Mother? But no, we don't get much from me.
No. But over the finishing line at Chelsea, what, 140 or so?
Yeah, 145.
Wow, and then you've got to stand on the brakes.
Yes, I've been airborne occasionally.
There is a sand trap there, isn't there?
Yeah, I haven't found that, thank goodness.
No. If you're a golfer, you'll probably enjoy it. It's a bunker.
But my father once went all the way to the hedge at the other side of the field because he couldn't stop in time.
But you're sharing, as we have done for a number of years with your son Oliver. Are you still quicker than him?
No. I remember the day that he did beat me, and I had a very long face. It took some time, but...
But the family has been in motor racing and hill climbing for a long time, and your dad built some interesting cars, one of which Oliver still drives.
Yes. My father started hill climbing in 1948 and built 4 hill climb cars. Number 3 is the one that Oliver has, and that also has an embarrassment of power.
We're talking Phil Chapman and Chapman Mercury. Yeah. Did they all have Mercury engines?
Yeah, he started off with 4. I mean, he didn't have much money, so he used to go to the scrapyard and see what American V8s he could find.
Yeah.
And so, yes, that's where it comes from.
Mike Pilbeam's still going strong?
Yes, Mike built this for me in 2000. Well, the first one he built for me was in 2008, and then unfortunately that had a moment at Wiscombe. So this is the second incarnation, and this was built for me in 2013. I think actually it's the only Pilbeam he's ever built for a lady.
Really?
Yeah.
So you had a seat fitting?
No, and he has a picture of it on his wall in his office, which is lovely.
Brilliant. Well, Sandra, have a great weekend. I'm sure you'll beat Oliver this weekend.
If only.
Just press that right-hand pedal a bit further down.
Yeah, I usually get into the landscape when I do things like that.
Well, we'll enjoy that anyway. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, bye.
There's been a revolution over the last 30 years or so in terms of the cars that are cleaning up in hill climbing. In my day, which was a long time ago, most of the hill climb cars were ex-circuit cars, Coopers and things like that. Then came Mike Pilbeam with specialist hill climb cars, and he was very successful. And then came OMS 35 years ago, and I'm with Steve and Lynn Owen. Steve has the bright ideas, Lynn is the boss who keeps it under control, and they both drive and compete in the car. So, 35 years ago, did you have any idea that it would lead to a production line and lots of cars?
I didn't think it could still be stood here. I must admit.
No. It was just so that we could go racing and maybe our friends could join us and we could all have good fun. And it's just mushroomed.
We're going to have an engine starting next to us in just a minute.
I would just say, though, when you were just saying about Mike Pilbeam, the biggest inspiration we had was Alan Staniforth, who did the terrapin. So I had a terrapin in the... I'd done saloon, I'd done rallying and karting and everything else, and I got a terrapin, and then I was inspired by Alan Staniforth, and he was a massive driving force that you could do it yourself, and he was behind Dave Gould and John Corbin and other people, so it was more to do with that than Mike.
And he gave people a lot of advice on suspension setup, didn't he?
Endless with that string computer that I never understood yet, and I don't think anyone else does anyway, but he was the driving force.
So has the OMS design just developed over the years, no radical changes?
Well, I guess it has, because originally they were space frame, and originally we did 600s and 500s because John Corbin was doing the J at the time, so he just started that and we did them as well, because I came from a bike background, so the bike engine thing was good for us, but as it's gone on, we moved it to carbon fibre and we did aluminium monocoques and honeycomb, so it has evolved. We've still got 4 wheels and an engine, but everything in between has changed over the years.
Will you still build a space frame car if somebody asks you to?
Yes, we still do all models and all spares and everything.
For different budgets. Not everybody is in a position to be able to afford a brand new carbon car, but they're in a position to have a brand new space frame. Or, we have so many of our older models that are still on the hills.
Still getting bent.
So
Unlike most of the, I'm not disparaging, but the little manufacturers, they've got I mean, Gould is involved with components for F1, DJ, making bike parts, but this is your focus, racing cars.
Yeah, it's always been the focus. We always do the racing car stuff. I've done odd things over the years for people, and I built a car, went on the road, I do 365 trials bike frames and things, but the main thing is the cars. I sell enough cars to keep us going. We don't really.
Brilliant.
196 so far. 196.
196. So there's going to be a big party when you complete the 200.
We get the other 4 sold.
We get to 200.
We're just looking for somebody who wants 4 cars, and that's it. I can pack it in.
But quite a lot have gone overseas. Australia, 1 or 2?
Yeah, Australia, we're 5 times Australian champions. America, we do sports car racing. There's somebody in South Africa on the road with one.
Got shipped to Japan.
Japan, Italy, they go pretty much all over. They never cease to amaze me where they turn up. I think there's one in Canada now. They change hands and they just.
Then the phone rings. Have you got a wishbone for a OS 21?
Done sports car racing in Asia and places like that. So they do turn up places you never expect.
There's some weird and wonderful developments in aerodynamics, particularly in the Goulds and others. Yours is a nice simple car, but do you go to a wind tunnel to develop the aerodynamics?
We have a wind tunnel.
You have your own wind tunnel?
We have a 20 scale model one, 20% one, which I built with Lee Griffiths. He did all the maths and I made it. So we have got a wind tunnel and we've got a model. The model looks great, the tunnel looks great. We're just really getting our heads around it, but it does all work. It's there.
And you can get a good picture of a model wind tunnel.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, it is. It's very interesting because we've got smoke on and everything else. So we're building it up, but it is good. It just takes up an awful lot of room because it's ginormous and drafty when it's going.
Take a car down to Catesby Tunnel one of these days.
I know. I've heard about that. It's just great having it where you can just turn it on. It's yours and you can just put it on any time. You don't have to book it or anything really.
Now when it comes to driving, who's the star?
What, between us, I'm not sure either of us. Trevor is.
You've got one good-looking driver and one fast one.
Oh, no, thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're probably getting a bit old now, but I'm just conscious of that. But I still enjoy it.
But is this the second year with the big engine in this car?
The car came out in 2020, pandemic year.
But with this engine?
Which engine?
Did it start with the V8? The first year? It's always had this engine?
Yes.
Has it got enough power?
No. I thought it would, but it hasn't. But we're on to the next, so the next one we'll have.
Well, it's nice to see you start.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Number 4 on the car. That's Trevor's car, of course.
Yeah.
You'll be number 3 on your car.
Well, that'd be good. I used to beat him, but it was a long time ago. He's got quicker, I've got slower.
Stephen Lynn, thanks very much indeed. One of the revolutions in hill climbing over the last 30 years or so has been the development of small private companies producing very, very quick cars. Because in earlier days, most hill climb cars were ex-circuit cars. And then came Mike Pilbeam, and it then developed from there. This is Andy Smith, who co-runs DJ. And for instance, Alex Summers came second in the HillClimb Championship last year with the DJ 5. Last 3 years, he doesn't want to know that. With the DJ Firestorm, which is incredibly quick. But we're standing by the Firehawk, and what's special about DJ?
We're just a small bespoke manufacturer, really. We started, actually, first car me and Del designed was 96, and we actually got that running in 98. Went to the British Sprint Round to Croix and won it outright. But we weren't in the championship, so we didn't get to do the run-offs.
What model of car was that?
It was an ADS 1. So it was very, it was a space frame chassis, but bike engine, 1000cc. But we were just lucky with the conditions, really.
Are you still building small bike-powered cars?
Yeah, we've just got a car in build in the minute for America, which is basically a Firestorm with a bike engine in the back. We still do the Firehawk. There's David Taylor's just got one just down there, which is new this year. So yeah, we keep plodding along with the different ones.
So are you continuing to develop the Firehawk, or is it fairly?
Not really. We've moved over. So the new car that's the Firestorm Tub is going to call the Wildfire, which has got new stuff built into it. There's always a fire element in the names now, because Del used to be a fireman. So hence why the fire.
I wondered why it was. And the new car, is that with a bike engine too?
Yeah, that's a high booster engine. At the minute it's going to be 1300, but the guy's looking to supercharge it or turbocharge it later.
But Alex's car has got the Cosworth ex-Indy car engine. Is that the only one you've built with that engine?
No, because we originally built that car for Wallace. So the engines that are in Wallace's car are the original engines from the Firestorm. We developed that engine into what it was, a conjunction with Cosworth themselves. So we built the original Firestorm, then the Firestorm 2, which Wallace had, and then Alex's car.
And a carbon fibre tub, of course.
Yeah.
Nice and strong to cope with all the power and torque.
We've got our own carbon facilities, so we've got an autoclave and various ovens that we do general carbon work, and we've always done tubs ourselves. We made a mistake of doing one out of house, but we'll never do that again.
Didn't do it right.
No.
Most of the companies building hill climb cars, that's not their main business, and that's true for DJ, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very true for DJ. I mean, our core business is aerofoils for race cars. We do massive amount for Time Attack, and then we've done a few European hill climb wings, and we've done sort of America seems to be a big place like in racing, so they use a lot of our aerofoils in racing. But
I was going to ask, do you have access to a wind tunnel when you're designing aerofoils?
No, we've got a guy that does CFD for us, so Sam McBeath does all our CFD, the actual design of the wings, but then we manufacture all the profiles.
And the shape of the bodywork, is that in-house as well, or does Simon do that? Simon doesn't do that?
No, I did all the design of the thing. It's sort of a committee.
So you're the genius behind the whole thing?
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, no, we have a committee. We design the shape, etc., and then we have lots of people look at it, give their opinions, change things. It was like on the Firestorm, we've had Alex involved with styling of things, and when we did the Dallara, had Alex look at the rear bodywork, change that and come up with some concepts and did that. So you just get people's opinion, and then it goes from there.
But the work on cycles and aerofoils, that's where the money comes from?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
There's no money in hill climbing?
No. No, it's a good way to lose money.
Start with a big fortune, end up with a little one.
Well, no, I don't think we started off with a big fortune, to be fair.
Interesting. Andy, you're here looking after all your clients, or just skiving out of the office?
Well, no, we're looking after the clients. So we've got 3 cars here today. So yeah, keep them all busy.
Lovely. And the sun's coming out, which is great.
Well, this is hopefully get rid of this fog and we can start racing.
Terrific. Thanks, Andy, very much.
No worries, thank you.
Well, when I was at work on so I get the stuff for motor building. When you see what you can get for the money, the MG electric, you want the MG electric is by far the best. You get more for your money with an MG than anything else. I mean, they do one thing now with a genuine like something that do about 230 miles on a charge rather than 20. They look quite funky, some of them, especially in orange. Terrible charge. Well, I don't know one, but personally, I don't like it. If you're having electric, then we thought that the doing it in town. I mean, we got two cars. I mean, we could genuinely have one. I'd be good at that sort of stuff. It's just to see one of those away, running. Oh, thank you, is it? Yeah, I mean.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Prescott Hill Climb. On behalf of the Bugatti Owners Club, we welcome you and hope you enjoy the afternoon of racing that's about to be thrust upon you. My name's Owen Kuehl. I'm down here at the moment. I have Benoit and Chris floating around the paddock. They may surface here and there. You hear about them. They're gathering all the information we need.
They may surface quicker than you think.
Hello, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, Chris Monsford here up in top box, ready and waiting. Looking forward to a brilliant afternoon of racing. Benoit is coming up sometime soon. And normal service will be resumed.
He's actually coming up with a load of commentary sheets for you guys to play with. So yes, so you've got the three amigos going this afternoon with you. We'll be starting the first time run shortly. The format this afternoon will be a one-time, everybody does their first time to run. The top 12 fastest of the Midland competitors will then go into a runoff where the top 10 positions will score points for the Midland Hill Climb Championship, which is our featured championship here today. And then we will move into second timed runs, followed by a second timed runoff. The competitors also will score points with their individual classes. We also have with us today the Prescott Speed Championship. We have competitors here joining us from there. We have the Classic Speed Marques Championship, and we have the Pirelli Triple M HSA Championship competitors with us as well, and we'll let you know who's going on. And with those 3 championships, there are different classes within the championship, but they'll be all running as one group. And then they've got scorekeepers to figure out who did what in which class after the fact. So, yes, we are going to be live on YouTube with HillClimb.TV this afternoon. So, if you're hiding in your trailer, you can jump on your phone and have a look there. And if you're joining us online, welcome to a partly sunny Gloucestershire. And on behalf of the Bugatti Owners Club, I thank all the competitors, all the spectators, and all the viewers online for joining us this afternoon for what's going to be some very competitive, sorry about that. Some very competitive runs this afternoon. It's going to be fast and furious at some points. So Rich, who looks after all the HillClimb.TV, on the screens will have all the timing and everything, so you'll be able to see what's going on. And myself, Chris, and Benoit will do our best to keep you up to date what's going on behind the scenes and things about the vehicle, the cars that you're seeing that you didn't know.
Yeah, so we've got some interesting classes, haven't we? I think the Midland Hill Climb is essentially the single-seaters, and we will be seeing those runoffs where, well, even the 1100cc class, Stuart Bickley was the quickest this morning, I think, in that 1100 in his Dayglow Orange Force. Very quick young man. I'm also looking forward to seeing the Midlands Class A's, B's. We've got Isabel Lawrence in the Mitzi Evo, we've got Ian Fido in the Yaris, Pete Richins, and we've got the Toyota Yaris of Alan Mansfield. And then the next class up, we've got a load of very quick Westfields and Caterhams. And the Class C, we've got that very quick Nova of Phil Tucker, which is always good to see. Of course, Andrew Russell in the Ginetta, very quick. Next class up, we've got some very quick candidates in there. Though I believe one of the Porsches has gone home actually with a problem, which Benoit was finding out about earlier. I can see engines. I can hear engines. Sorry. What's it looking like down there?
Yeah, they're just getting lined up, ready to go. On a sidebar, I've had a message come in from one of our viewers, Casa, asking about Pete Tatum, who happens to be the car, I believe it's car 20.
He's in the OMS, isn't he?
He is in the OMS. Let me just get the number right. Yeah, in car 67, Pete Tatum won the World Mountain Boarding Championship last weekend. And Casa, he is here running, and he's running quickly, even with the slightly sore paw. So, yes, you will see him this afternoon. But, yeah, Pete Tatum, the World Mountain Boarding Champion, which just happened last weekend. So, an extra congratulations to him.
He's actually about 10 times world champion, by the way. Him and his brother, they set up a company that make the boards, and they are essentially like snowboards with wheels, but they have actually got hydraulic brakes controlled by the feet, so they're quite extraordinary. He had a terrible tumble in practice. Looked like he probably wouldn't be able to make it, but typical Yorkshire grit, he was back out, and he goes and wins the World Championship again.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we'll get back to Pete in a bit. Right, here we go, folks. First time run of the afternoon. Course car on camera is just coming off. We've got David Garnett. He's going to be first up the hill of our timed runs this afternoon, so first time runs. This is Midland Class A1. This is for road-going production cars under 2 liter, or up to 2 liters, sorry. And he's driving a Renault Clio actually this looks like a 197. It's a 3rd generation Clio. And as you can see, he's got a number plate on there. It says Clio fastest time of the day. Well, I'm not sure he's going to get some of the single-seaters, but I believe he's going to have a go. So he's all lined up, and we will be launching off the line in a second. Has our mutual friend showed up to you yet, Chris?
Yes, I've just said bonjour to him, and well, I tell a lie, but I did say hello. And yes, he is here, and he will be having a go, as you know. And he's come very prepared. I've got to tell you, he's got all sorts of stuff written down. It all looks very organised, totally unlike me, of course. And so I'm sure the standard will improve once he gets on the mic.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but you've got the technical consultant. Now, there's a slight change of situation here. David Garnett is on the track now. He was in a Clio 182. They've had to change cars, so this is a practice run in the alternate car. And there's 2 drivers driving this, so they're going to run. He's going to run up the hill quickly, do his practice run, switch over to the other driver, do a practice run, and then we will get into timed runs.
Well, he's a Clio man, so he's got himself another Clio 197 by the look of it, and this is the 2 litre version. Anyway, David, very capable driver, so he knows his way up here anyway, so he's having a little look, and we'll soon back coming up towards the finish, I'm guessing, through the X's.
Yeah, he's going to come through, and then I think he's going to hand off to Ian Richards, who I think they used to be a black one. I think it was a black Clio 182 they drive, but I think they're going to hand off to, he'll bring it back down, hand off to Ian. Ian will run up the hill quickly, get his practice run in, because the rules do say you have to have a practice, at least one practice run in the car that you're actually doing the timed runs in.
Yeah, that's quite unusual, because presumably he was in the blue Clio this morning, wasn't he?
Might have been, because we've got a few Clios here. So
yeah, that's the normal one. It's a blue one, but it's a blue 182. So yeah, so obviously they've got a profusion of Clios to play with.
Well, yeah, it's always handy to have a spare Clio around. Either that or someone they just went and found one in the car park and borrowed it. So he's finished the practice run. And no time on that, and they're just going to come down, and this is a Motorsport UK rule. You're not allowed to race a car that you haven't practiced. So the organizers are allowed, we've got a problem, we've got to switch a car, can we do it? So, yeah, okay, we'll accommodate it, but you got to do a practice run, so they're doing that quickly. And then we will be off with timed runs. So bear with us, we will be racing shortly, or shortly racing. So you said we've lost a Porsche. Does Benoit have any updates on that?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask him. So I think it was the Porsche Cayman might be Phil James. Which was the Cayman that's retired, Benoit? Andrew Duncan, of course it was, yes. And what was the technology behind the retirement? A coil pack, no less. You never forget your first failing coil pack, do you?
So that was Duncan Andrews, car 100, the blue one?
Yes, it was, yes. I didn't press the button. And of course, I got this button to press. That was my technical hitch earlier, I wasn't pressing the right button.
Well, I always try to push your buttons, but that's a whole nother conversation. So yeah, Duncan Andrews, very quick in that Cayman yesterday in the wet, and yeah, it's quite the car, a well prepared car. Runs in the Midlands Class C3 for over 2 liter cars. Well, that's a shame if they've been unable to sort that out. So that's definitely a scratch for the South.
Yeah, that's a scratcher. But yeah, it is a shame because that is a very, very competitive car. He actually had that engine built, but it's quite a special engine in that one. But he's got his own business, which they do cylinders and liners and all that stuff. So yeah, great shame. That one's not playing today anymore, but we've got plenty more to entertain them.
We do. Does Benoit have any more instant information that we can update before we get started?
It's all very exciting up here at the moment. He's got a profusion of papers up here. He's like a civil servant here that sort of just got his new job and is trying to impress his boss. I think he's got that many papers he's shuffling, because I am not the greatest paper shuffler, as you well know. But there we go. We work different ways, don't we?
I thought he was too young to be a proper professional paper shuffler. I thought he uses computers for all of this.
Well, he's just all over this stuff. He's young, isn't he? He's young, fit, brainy lad, got a good job, He loves a bit of technology, is our Benoit. I sort of tend to rely on the old-fashioned ways,
He's enthusiastic, I think, is a way to describe it, and that's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
I'm going to give him the headphone, because we've only got the one headphone, so he can introduce himself and say hello.
Oh, go on then.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Benoit. Just letting you know, car 771 is now on the line for his practice run. This will be Ian Richards. Anyway, hello, Benoit. How are we?
I am fantastic. I had a wander around the paddock this morning, spent all my money around the shops, and had a few coffees already, so I'm ready to go this afternoon.
A few coffees. Are we in danger in any way, shape, or form with that?
No, don't you worry. It's all good.
Okay, so this is car 771. So this is Ian Richards, and yeah, we're in the 197, so I'm not sure. Are we doing timed, or is this a practice? Just checking. I believe this is actually a practice because they did switch cars, so this will be Ian's practice. Should be down there with you somewhere.
Yeah, it's always handy when you have a spare car, isn't it? Yeah, this is one of the latest naturally aspirated Clios that you'll find coming out from the Renault Sport range. A really effective cars on the hills. 2-litre naturally aspirated, about 200 horsepower. A 6-speed gearbox, which give them a little bit of an advantage compared to the Mark IIs that we'll also see also today. Better ratios throughout the course, because you have more and more gear to select from.
If anybody's going to know, it's going to be you. Anyway, so, right, so that's done now. So he's done his practice run. So I think we should be ready to go. Now the funny thing is, that car is actually the first car out for timed runs. That number. So I'm not sure they're going to run them out of sequence and get the next car up. I will let you know. Yes, car 72 is going to be first up. Timed runs are starting now. This is James Chalmers in the Mazda MX-5. He's just coming up to the start line now. I think this is a Mark II MX-5 with the 1.839 liter engine in it. Benoit, do you have any extra on that?
Yes, I believe it's the Mark II. Yeah, obviously an evolution from the Mark I, which had the really exciting pop-up headlights. So those were kind of banned in the US, so if you wanted to sell your car over the world, then you had to have conventional headlights like we know them, you know. And yeah, it's one of these very popular cars that has sold by the millions now. Heavily influenced by the Lotus Elan, really. Look at a Mark I MX-5 and look at a Lotus Elan that you have in the paddock today. I think we've got two, probably three. You'll see the very similar shapes, and especially the Mark I's with the pop-up headlights. And they've just taken a brilliant British design, improved on it, and gave a really reliable sports car that you can easily campaign on the hill, on the sprint, even on the circuit. So there's MX-5 Cups running all over the world with the latest generation, the Mark IV nowadays. And it's a brilliant car that we get to see again today on the hill.
Yeah, so James Chalmers is already up through the S's, heading up the other side. This is timed runs for road-going production cars up to 2 liter. They are allowed some modifications, but very strictly in the rules. Richard excuse me, Pates is in his MGF trophy is already through Pardon and heading up, well, entering Pardon now, my problem. And then I've got Robert Wilson in the Peugeot 205 on the line.
Yes, the MHF and also a British sports car running the Rover K series engine, a car that's been very popular here across the world, and an engine that's been going into the Lotus Ellises as well, so been campaigning in the local Rovers. But we've got the 205 going through Torres, through the entry of Pardon now, and a beautiful chassis in those French hot hatch, and being French, I do have a sweet spot for them, for those cars. They make some brilliant handling car, and it's great to see them. Those cars are now 40 years old. This is the 40-year anniversary for the 205 this year. First car came out in 1983, and obviously they went on to win a lot of events around the world, and were very popular in rallying. The 216 winning a couple of championship in the Group B era of rally.
Yeah, it ran an excellent time, a 5:0.40, and that clearly puts him in the lead of the class at the moment. Just jumping up to the next class, we have Alfa Romeo 4C of Rodney Eyles, followed by Ross McDonald in the classic Porsche 911 2.7 RS replica. Coming your way.
Yes, Rodney already on the exit of the S's and through semicircle, a beautiful Italian sports car Berlinettas with the engine in the middle, 4-cylinder 1750 cc with a turbo at the back, producing about 250 horsepower in this car. But that's quickly followed by the 911 already through the S's of Ross McDonald, a beautifully turned out car. This is a 3.3 litre, so a little bit more capacity than the 2.7 original car that this car would have been based on.
Yeah, Ross has just gone across the line with a 5:0.89. We've got David Meek that's just come through Pardon in the blue Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, and Richard Snow is just launching off the line in his Cayman GT4 MR.
Yes, the Cayman, this is one of the latest generation. Some will be running 4-litre engine, coming straight out of the 911 GT3. Some will be running, like the car you see through Torres now, 3.8 litre. A very special car, engine in the middle, with a beautiful chassis, and obviously this typical 6-cylinder Porsche engine running through the hill, and you can hear the sound. It's a wonderful sound to hear through the echoes of the trees here at Prescott.
Yeah, Richard Snow's already just exiting the S's. Simon Tarling has just launched off the line in a 996 GT3. And I will say, in this class so far, Rodney Eyles in the Alfa Romeo is currently holding off this whole gaggle of Porsche. Richard Snow's just gone across the line, not quite 4/10 slower at a 48.13. And Robert Lancaster Gay has just launched his Cayman GT4 off the line.
Yeah, Simon had a beautiful run through Torres and Pardon already exiting the S's onto the entry of semicircle. This is a 3.6 996 GT3. So this was the track version of that car with the Metzger engine at the back. So a very special and very sought after car nowadays.
Yeah, Simon Tarling has just crossed the line with a 51.02, 3/100ths quicker than David Meek. Rodney Eyles is still holding on to the class lead in the lone Alpha versus the Porsches. Richard York is on course with the Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport.
Yeah, brilliant time from Rob again, 48.19 on this run, but quickly followed by Richard York at 55 miles an hour under the bridge on this run. And this is one of the 4-litre as well car that you'll see. This is the beautiful blue car that you'll see through the S's, and the S's are a bit tricky. This has been a part of the course where a lot of drivers have been tiptoeing until the early part of this morning because it was still wet from the heavy rain that we had yesterday. Most of the track look now dry. There is a patch of tarmac on the entry of semicircle, which is kind of a new part of tarmac. And until this part of tarmac is rubbered in, it will be very tricky for the drivers, and it tends to take a lot more time to dry compared to the rest of the track.
Yeah, Richard York did a 54.97, so Rodney Eyles has held off all of the Porsches with the lone Alfa Romeo after the first time runs. We're just stepping back to the production cars up to 2 liter. This is David Garnett in the replacement car, who's now on the hill, car 71 in the Clio, making his first time run. And Peter Richings in the 4-wheel drive class, Midlands class, is also on the hill at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful progress for Peter through Torres and Pardon, which is always a tricky corner to negotiate. It's the corner that tightens towards the exit, so it's almost like you want to try and have a late apex so that you can try to flatten the bit and make the straight longer on the exit of this corner. But from the cameras, if you're looking at the live stream, Torres is actually going uphill and downhill, so a lot of the cars are getting a lot of momentum, so it's usually hard on the brake before the entry of Pardon here, and then they are trying to push and carry the momentum through the S's, like we see Ian doing at the moment in the beautiful GR Yaris.
Yeah, just to back up quickly, David Garnett set a 56.75. That put him second in class. Ian Fido's already up the hill. This is Izzy Lawrence in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. We are in class A3. This is 4-wheel drive cars, road going specific. So Izzy's in the Mitsubishi against 3 Yaris's. Alan Mansfield has just launched off the line. Ian Fido has done a 51.09 to currently take the lead in the class.
Yes, the Mitsubishi could be considered as the veteran in this class compared to the newer GR Yaris. But both cars have been built for rallying, and they were both homologation specials, and it makes them for real effective cars on the road today, but also on the hill and the sprint. And you can see those cars in action today. 4-wheel drive on both of those cars give it great traction out of the corners, and if you've never experienced 4-wheel drive, it's something to experience because it makes a massive difference. Most of the cars today obviously will be 2-wheel drive, mainly rear-wheel drive, because that's what has always been the case, but nowadays front-wheel drive cars are also getting real competitive across the hills, and we've seen it with the Clios today.
Yeah, just to review, Izzy Lawrence just did a 51.02 and has taken the class lead by 5/100ths of a second. So that class is quite the close battle. We'll have to see what second time runs come. We're into road going specialist production cars, Caterhams and Westfields. You see Simon Price has just crossed the line with a 50.25. Raymond Lohr is following up at the hill, car 794 with the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. And he's on his way, and Rob Lloyd in a Westfield has just launched off the line. Over to you.
Yeah, Rob Lloyd already exiting the S's and at the top of the hill, going through semicircle, trying to keep the momentum through this very long right-hander on the track. Meanwhile, he's quickly chased up by Rob, and Rob is running this car for a few years now, and he's been campaigning this car beautifully today. And you can see those cars, they are taking the Lotus 7 iconic design, and they've been improving it, and they're still in production. You can get one out of the factory, and they come in very different specs. You can get a 3-cylinder turbocharged engine up to 2-liter supercharged engine, which is probably going to blow your face out if you were to be running this car.
Yeah, that would probably leave you with strange skin stretch marks. Just to review, Raymond Lohr at the moment is taking the class lead with a 48.08, followed by Mr. Lloyd, and then Stuart Price is at 50.25. Anthony Shearman is on the course with his 310R. He's just coming up across the line now. Richard Price in the Caterham 7 is actually already just coming through the S's now. Anthony Shearman only a 52.13. They drops him into 4th place at the moment. And Jerry Neary in the Westfield SEI has just launched off the line. And I've got car 96 warming up with Stephen Gardner. He'll be leaving shortly.
Yeah, an impressive run for Raymond Lauder, almost 2-second lead in this class. But this is Jerry, and Jerry's been hill climbing for 40 years, and he's been loving his time through all the hills across the UK.
Yeah,
and today he's campaigning this beautiful Westfield.
Yeah, Richard Price just beat Raymond Lohr with a 47.35. That puts him into the lead by 0.8 of a second. Just laid down an absolutely ridiculously quick run. So Stephen Garner is coming up into Pardon now, and then shortly we'll have Ian going back to the first class. We'll have Ian Richards doing his first time run.
And it's fair to say today is much drier than yesterday, and many of the drivers that were here practicing for today have been running in wet conditions, so obviously they have to change their landmark, their braking point, and the moment where they can pick up the throttle since the track has dried up.
Whoa, Steve Garner, sorry about that. Steve Garner just laid down a 47.17 to take the class lead. This is Class B for road going specialist production cars. Ian Richards is now in the replacement Clio 200. Turns out it's a 200, not a 197. We've got that sorted out. And he's looking, the class lead is a 50.40, followed by a 56.7. So he's looking to try and beat that. And then we've got the modified cars up to 1400cc of Andrew Russell is on the course.
Yeah, Russell, one of the very regular contenders in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. And he's campaigning this beautiful Ginetta G15 with a Coventry Climax at the back. So this is a little bit like your Porsches. The engine is behind the rear axle in this car. What this gives to the car and the driver is great traction out of the corners. And it's very effective on the braking because all the weight is at the back, so the front brakes are not having a lot of effort to do. And Andrew is really competitive in this class as well, so it's a big competition with the rest of the car. Like Phil Tucker that you can see going through entries and the entry of Pardon in this beautiful Vauxhall Nova. This is a 1400 car, and if you take a quick look at it in the paddock, there is not much left in this car.
Yeah, just to review quickly, Ian Richards in the Clio did a 56.07, and that put him into second place in Class A1. Andrew Russell in the Ginetta has done a 51.12. We've got Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova, another heavily modified 1400 car that's just pipped Andrew Russell. He's done a 48.13, and that puts him in the class lead. We now have modified cars over 2 liter. Big boys, TR7 V8, here the Growling, and then we've got Paul Howells in the Porsche 911 RSR. This was very close in practice. We've got Stephen Moore coming up in the Evo, very quick.
Yes, Nigel in the TR7 V8. This is one of the first outing he has in this car since he's rebuilt it after crashing the TR7 in 2020. So he's just not pushing the car today. This is almost 500 horsepower V8 powered twin turbocharged engine, but that's quickly followed by Paul in this beautiful 911 RSR, 3.8 litres, so big engine car for this generation of 911. Beautifully pedalled by Paul already through the top of the hill, going through semicircle, and he's going to look to get a good time on this run as he carries the momentum through the final corner and the finish straight. It's a 46.06 for Paul, and that's quickly followed by Stephen Moore. That's a very special car, almost 600 horsepower in this car.
Yeah, he's been working on the electronic control, the traction control, launch control, everything on this car. He's trying to get it. He's almost to the point of being the quickest saloon car in the country. Been developing this car. The last event, they're actually doing the mapping by remote. It's 43.85. His personal best, I believe, is in that neighborhood. So that is a heck of a run and definitely gives him the class lead. We're now just moving up. We've got Paul Evans on camera right now. This is specialist production cars modified. So these guys are on slicks. They're not road legal. They are race cars. Paul Evans already threw it out. Joe Hoyle is on the course with the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. I've got Phil Fisher lining up in the Westfield.
Yeah, just 2 different classes running through at the minute, but yeah, Joe Hall, a regular competitor in this beautiful Caterham, going to be looking to be looking at the great result today on this run and today at Prescott. But that's quickly followed by Phil, who's already going through the tricky corners that Ettore is. It's a corner that never ends, really. It tightens at the end, but most drivers will look to put their power down as early as possible so that they can carry as much speed through this almost straight bit of the track.
Joy Hoyle is 1/100th behind Rickman Lohr. Got a fourth, just ran a time in the fourth in class. That was a road-going version. Now we've got modified specialist production cars. This is Phil Fisher in the Westfield. But on screen we have David Bickley in the Radical SR1. And I believe this is a Sport Libre car, under 2 liter. Big engine in the back, and he'll be followed by Alan McDonald in the Porsche SR4. To you.
Yes, you'll see a number of the Bickleys today. They like to, whilst the Radical is a white car, it has a few flashes of neon yellow on the car, and it is powered by a Suzuki Hayabusa engine. An engine that has made its way onto some of the single-seater that we'll see later today. But meanwhile, Alan Porsche SR4, very special car. This is almost a specialist car for hill climb here. You'll see the big wing at the front and at the back to push the car down on the ground and give it downforce through the corners. Downforce, what that means is just grip and pushes the tyre on the ground so you can get the power earlier and you can brake later.
Yeah, absolutely. That Force is kind of like a single-seater with a body on it. Alan McDonald is just laid down a 46.12. David Bickley 46.98. So there's only about 8/10 in it. That's going to be interesting. We've got Martin Watts, who's also in this class, Sports Libre up to 2 liter, in the Sylvia Riot. I always tell him it must be a riot to drive. He just gets fed up with that joke. And then Graham Lokes in a Lola T492, completely different type of car. Martin does a 45.35 in the Riot and actually takes the class lead after first time runs. Graham Lokes is in the Lola, is coming through the S's, and Steve Morgan in the Empire Evo 3 is just launched off the line.
Yeah, Graham, a regular competitor, he's rebuilt this car, this beautiful Lola himself, and he's had a lot of work done, and it's always immaculately presented. But meanwhile, we're moving to the single-seaters now with Steve Morgan in one of the first Empire Evo 3 that we'll see today. Those single-seaters are powered by a motorbike's engine. You can hear the very high-pitched sound of those engines from the bikes. And most of those will be running almost like it's sitting in the frame of your bike. They just put the engine at the back and the gearbox hanging out, and it'll be chain-driven.
Yeah, Steve Morgan is just laid down as 41.78. That's a target to beat. Richard Weaver in the family Empire Evo. Traction control, launch control is working perfectly because he left here in a big hurry. And one of our quickest cars on the hill today, Stuart Bickley in the you can't miss it neon yellow greeny car, is just launched off in a 208. He's coming your way as well.
Yeah, he's already making excellent progress with Torres and pushing the car through the bit between Pardon and late on the brake. He was the fastest time of the day yesterday and a very competitive driver in this Empire Evo.
Richard Weaver just laid down a 41.24 just to take the front stops from Steve Morgan. However, Stuart Bickley is purple sectors all the way up the hill and it's just laid down a 39.33. Definitely the fastest of the day. We got Richard Brandt with his Force PT, who's always wanted to give it a go. He's on the hill now.
And this is Rich as first season in a single seater. He's been going real well this season. Had a few moments and he's getting a reputation of trying different lines that may not be from the scorebook, but it's a 40.97, so you can see how he is trying.
Yeah, 40.87 puts him in the second place at the moment. Paul Gibson in the OMS 3000M is already through Torres and heading up towards Pardon. And I've got Gavin McLaren in the OMS 2000M, the older chassis, on the line, ready to go.
Yeah, Paul already through the entry of the S's at the top of the hill, and he's already through this left-hander that can be a bit tricky. There's a curb on the outside, they can be quite aggressive for those single-seaters, so you want to try and keep your line as close to the right, but also not putting your tyres on those curbs on the outside. He's quickly followed by Gavin in his OMS 2000M, so an earlier generation car. You can see there is no body at the back. That's just easy way for the mechanic and the crews to work on that car, really. But he's making already good progress. I know he's about 2 seconds quicker than Paul Gibson. It's going to be a cracking time for him.
Yeah, Paul Gibson laid down a 44.74, but I think Gavin's on the splits. He's definitely ahead a bit. I've got Ben Fisher. Ben Fisher in the OMS Hornet should be up somewhere. Just coming through the S's now, and I got Mark Schlenker that's just launched off as Force HC. McLaren, he did a 42.69, so that put him in 5th at the moment. Ben Fisher is already gone into Pardon. Sorry, Ben Fisher's already out of it. That's Mark Schlenker in the Force HC, just exiting Pardon now on your screen.
Yes, Mark Schlenker already through the S's, and you can see this beautiful single-seater. It's quite a short wheelbase on this car. Very handy when it comes to the UK hill climbs, which are narrow and technical. It gives you a lot of agility, and you can check the car around those corners.
Mark Schlenker just did a 41.54. He puts him 3/10 behind Richard Weaver and 3/10 in front of Stuart Morgan. So, or Steve Morgan, sorry. So there is a right close battle. Nigel Pitt, he's always up for it. He loves racing, always out racing somewhere, and is not afraid to throw his car at the racetrack.
Yes, Nigel always lacks a bit of sideways action, but he always has beautiful control when he gets the car a little bit out of shape. It's always a tightly contested class here that we see around the Midland Championship, but also in the National Championship. I believe it will be a red flag, Owen, so we might have a bit of a delay.
I believe we've got a, I believe it looks like just some sort of technical problem. It just pulled off there for a second. So we're going to have a red flag situation here, everybody, including online. And they will attend to the situation. So in the meantime, I'm just going to review racing cars 600cc to 1100cc. Stuart Bickley is on a 39.33. Richard Brandt's on a 40.87. And then we've got an absolute stuck-together threesome of Richard Weaver at a 41.24, Martin Schlenker at a 41.54, and Steve Morgan at a 41.78. I think second-time runs are probably going to come into play here, because that's pretty close together. So that's how close things are. Course car is heading up to, which is standard procedure. The officials in the car are duty-bound to make sure that the track is clear at all times. So while we're just waiting, there's no urgency thing there. Some sort of technical problem. So they'll just get to it. And we've got a replay. Let's have a look. Well, no harm, no foul, but it looks like entering semicircle. It just rotated. The car just spun around 180 degrees. It's still on the track. There is no issues, other than the fact he's pointing the wrong way. So they'll get the car turned around. They'll get it on his way down. They will check that the track is clear and safe for the following competitors. I want to quickly shout out to the marshals again, who are all volunteers. If you are listening, you're at the track or local in the UK and you'd like to get more involved, please consider volunteering as marshals. We always need more marshals. Ages can be from 14 to, 100. And then some. There's always jobs and helps you. Yep, he's on the way. Nigel, no problem, just spun the car around. He's already crossed the finish line and he's going to head back down to the paddock, so there's no problem there. So I want to thank our marshals and volunteers. As a competitor myself, I just want to say that we trust the marshals. What the marshals tell us that track is safe to use, we believe them. even though we can't see the track and everything, we believe them and we take the word. That's how much trust the competitors have with the marshals, and we are forever grateful and thank you for the marshals for doing what they do. And if you're a competitor and you want to have a go, please do. I know a bunch of competitors that also do a bit of marshalling here and there when they've had. I know a couple of competitors in the past that their car has failed at the beginning of the weekend or a problem, so they just went out and marshaled for the day. And so it's a great camaraderie. It's a great thing to do, and nobody looks bad wearing orange at a racetrack. Just saying. So we're all good to go. I think we're clear up there, just inspecting. Anything to add, guys?
Yeah, so when the event at the top of the hill has been cleared, so the rescue truck is making its way back into place and will be shortly up and running. As you said, Nigel just spun the car into the entry of semicircles. It does tend to happen in this corner. The drivers are trying to push into this last corner to get the best time, really, and that's obviously something that might happen. In this case, commentator cursed when I said that. Nigel always is able to catch the car when it's going out of shape. It didn't happen.
So does that mean you're staying up there out of the way where he can't get to you for the rest of the year?
Probably so.
Right. Okay. So we're going to be resetting. So that was the end of that class, funny enough. So we're going to be moving on to Class J. And this is for Formula Ford vehicles up to pre-1994, if memory serves. And what this is, and actually we have 3 of the cars are from the early 70s, late 60s. So, and they were very competitive in practice this morning. There wasn't much in it. So just looking on the screen here, Formula 4 racing cars up to 1600cc. And according to this, Les Buck has done 1,000 seconds. I have a feeling they may reset that in a minute.
Yes, Les obviously got red flagged as he just pulled out after the start line and into the first corner. So he was waved back into the paddock so that he can get his rerun. If you're new to HillClimb, if obviously something goes wrong on the track and it's none of your fault, you do get a rerun. So the marshals will wave the red flag at you, and you must stop as early as safely as possible because you never know what's ahead of you. And then they'll wave you back to the paddock so you can get a rerun. So we'll see Les Buck back again, and he'll go through the start line again.
We're actually going to see Les Buck right now. He's on the start line. They got him turned around already, and I believe the track is clear. And, yep. Timing is saying okie dokie, and off he goes. And a bliss 2.42 seconds for the Bridget Mistral, which is an actual manufacturer of Formula Fords way back when. And then I've got car 46 of Paul Morecambe coming to the line now.
Yeah, the Formula Ford, always a tightly contested series of cars. They come in different shape from different manufacturers, Pringet, Merlin, Van Diemen, and you'll get to see different cars from different years. There's cars that have been running back in the time, in the 70s, 80s, up to the early 90s. And those were the school cars, academy cars for young drivers at the time. You were jumping in them, and now they make for some really popular hill climb cars, but there's also a big series that you get to see across the UK and the world for those Formula Fords, and they make some real exciting cars, and it's the best way for many drivers on the hill climb to step into single-seater. They're relatively cheap to run. They've got a standard 4-cylinder Ford engine at the back, 1.6 litre, mostly out of a Cortina, and they make for some fantastic car. Paul Morecambe just is going through the top of the hill. He's going to post a time of 49.28. That puts him in the lead of this class. Les Buck posted a 50.62, but he's quickly followed by David, who's already making a great progress through the top of the hill. David was a little bit quicker through the first part of the course, but he's fallen about a second behind through the rest of the course, and that's probably going to be a time in the 50s. He's already at the top of the hill. Looking at these cars, it's going to be a 50.35 for David. Over to you, Owen.
Yeah, Charlie Riley, the newest Formula Ford in this class, is already through Orchard up to Pardon. And then I've got Tom Morgan on the line in the Empire Evo 3. Now, this is car number 58, just working it out.
Hans is back again. Love these single seaters.
Oh yeah, I did.
Fine job.
Yeah, you couldn't help yourself. Had to get in there, Chris. Yeah, but I got Tom Morgan on the line. Just seeing what Charlie Riley's doing. Charlie's just gone over to 49.44. That puts him into second place behind Paul Markham with a 49.28. Tom Morgan has just launched his Empire Evo 3 off the line at an absolute ballistic rate. And then I've got car 59 of Tom Weaver, ready to go, young lad.
Okay, yeah, I've got Tom Morgan, yes, first season in this car, sharing it with Dan, but he's going very, very quick. He had his, I think it was only his 17th birthday the other day at Logan Park on the Sunday. Set to very competitive times already in this brand new, bang up to date Empire Evo. Let's see what he does.
Well, the class leader, these two are double driven cars, hence they're out of sequence. They're looking for a 39.33 to take the class lead. Tom Morgan has just done a 41.79, moves him into 6th place. So Tom Weaver is on it. He's no slouch, young lad, second generation driver, and currently Dad is 3rd in this car. So normally Tom can actually beat Dad. So let's see what happens. And I've got Rob Anscombe in an Empire Evo car 50 lining up, and this will be in the 1600 class.
Yes, well, Tom's already gone round semicircle now, heading up towards the finish. Be a competitive time. Looks like he's going to finish 39.82. Good time. Rob Anscombe, yeah, sharing this car with Paul Jones. But this is Rob's car. This immaculate red car. Yeah, looking excellent, isn't it? What a pretty car that is. Already making his way round the Torres, heading then towards Pardon, and see what Rob can do.
Yeah, Tom Weaver just set a time of 39.82. That puts him in second place by 0.5 of a second. So that's going to be interesting for second runs. Rob's already up and over. Robert Capper is just launching his Empire Wraith off the line now. As Rob Anscombe comes across the top to the finish. I'll just run that time quickly at 41.55. Robert Capper in the race to you.
Yeah, Robert, in this slightly works Empire Wraith, this car, it isn't actually the works one, but it's certainly the equivalent of very, very competitive car, this one. Brilliant colour scheme, very good driver. Should really be able to put a cat amongst the pigeons in this. Let's see, he should go sub 30, sub 40.
Okay, we'll see what Robert can do in the race, but I've got John Stockley in the Force PC. He wants to put a kibosh on everybody else's plans. Robert Capper, 39.84. So he easily takes the class lead, but John Stockley is out there and wants to fix that.
Yeah, maybe John's a little bit down at the minute. I don't think he probably will take that, but Robert's certainly got a very capable car. Of course, that's a 1600 in Robert, so it should be up there, shouldn't it?
Yeah, we are in the 1600 class, and
John Stockley finishes in 42.19, as you say, in the 1600 class. So it looks like Robert Capper will take that class at the moment.
Yeah, and now what we have is a VW transporter van heading up the hill. Now, if you're paying, you know, when we told everybody, folks, the listeners out there and everything, that this was a driveway to some houses, we're not kidding. It is a driveway. This is the driveway to a collection of houses. So you'll see the van heading up the hill, heading back to the house. So, yep. So we're actually stopping proceedings so someone can get home.
Going up for a cup of tea, brought the shopping, been down to Waitrose, I expect, knowing the size of those houses up the top there. Yeah, the T5, it looks like a T5 van. My goodness me, there's a lot of those getting sold these days. Fishermen are big fans of those. They chuck all their gear in and get a very posh ride home.
Yeah, surfers, if you go down Cornwall, Dorset area, surfers like these vans, and they convert them for camping and day vans. So very, very popular van. And yeah, Chris, we're reduced to talking about a van going up the hill.
Well, we are, but anyway, VW have made a great success of these vans. So what sort of stuff were we expecting next? We've got some more single-seaters, haven't we?
Ah, well, I need you to brace yourself. We're heading for the 2-liter single-seaters. And then we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, we've got 10 up to 2-liter, 1601 to 2-liter single-seaters coming out, and a very interesting range of cars. We've got the Force, we've got Dallara, Van Diemen, Tiga, GWR, and then we're going to have the 13 up to 1300 or small engine, motorcycle engine, forced induction, turbocharged and supercharged, which put out ridiculous amounts of horsepower. And then we're going to have the big cars, the race cars over 2 liters. We've got V8s, we've got V6s, we've got all sorts of stuff in there. So that's what we've got lined up, ready for you, coming at you next.
Well, that sounds all pretty good to me, I've got to tell you. Yeah, I certainly enjoy these single-seaters, but yeah, of course, these little motorbike engine cars are ridiculously quick, aren't they, really? They've got these small, lightweight bodies on them, very high-revving little motorbike engines, and they've transformed the sport and made it probably a lot more affordable for many, because back in the day, there was a lot of ex-Formula One cars were on the hills back a long time ago, and always good to see those, but now they've been replaced essentially by the Goulds as the car of choice.
Yeah,
the Gould 59s, GR59s.
Yeah, I think the Judd engine is still a Formula One based engine that a couple of people are running. You've got Cosworth engines and an assortment of things. First up is going to be Trish Davis, car 730, Force TA with, I believe, is this the 2-liter V8 that Terry Davis created, is it not?
Yeah, created by her husband, run by a few cars. To be fair, it's based on a Yamaha V4 engine, so it's essentially 2 Yamaha V4 engines held together by a common crank. So very exciting little engine. There's a few of them running. The best one is probably Jonathan Varley in the Predator up later on.
Yeah, Trish Davis off the line at 2.25. This is going to be, so this is race cars 1601 to 2-liter. We've got a beautiful selection. This is going to be interesting. It's going to come fast and furious. Keep your eye on things. Next up, I've got Nicola Dearden in the Dallara F394. These are both double-driven cars. They're shared cars, so 2 people will be racing them.
Yep, that's right. Well, I've got Trisha's just going through the S's now, and Nicola's just coming into my site now. This is shared with Andrew Henson, this Dallara. Dallara's an Italian manufacturer, produced an awful lot of race cars. This one's a very nice example with a Vauxhall red top in the back, 2-liter, with about 270 brake horsepower.
Yeah, Trish Davis has set the target. 43.01 is the time to beat. Nicola is just coming out through the S's now, and on the line I have Andrew Colbert in the Van Diemen RF02 FX, who just launched off like a bullet.
Yeah, one of the prettiest cars you'll see here today in its 2-tone colour scheme. Again, ex-Formula Ireland car, this one. This is a shared car. It looks quite spectacular, and I do enjoy seeing this one out, and it's a well-driven car, this.
Yeah, Andrew's already through Pardon and up the other side. And Robin Johnson in an older, I believe, Tiga SF83. I'm hoping one of you gentlemen can fill me in a little bit more on that one. Andrew Colbert is just coming out of the S's now, heading around semicircle, coming out the other side, and does a 43.43, moves up to 2nd place.
Yes, that Tiga actually is an early car with exposed rear body, no bodywork on the back. I think it is an 83 car, if I'm not mistaken. And Tiga produced many more Formula Fords, but they did produce some little sports cars as well.
Yeah, I remember like in North America we had Tiga sports racers, some like mini prototype type cars and things like that. They did a chassis, like a miniature Group C chassis, I think, for a few years. Simon Barnwell in the Formula Renault Tatis 2000 is already up to par and heading into the S's. The Tiga did a 49.56, and Jonathan Varley, he's our Predator. He's one of your calls for the deal. Over to you.
Yes, Jonathan. Wow, what a car that is. Graham White built. Graham White from Scotland. He won the Hill Climb Championship. This car was very competitive when Graham drove it, but he had this monstrous Formula One engine that he really had problems with getting off the line. Anyway, Jonathan's put this 2-litre Terry Davis engine into this one, the V8, and he's flying.
Simon Barnwell just set a 46.28, but Jonathan Varley's purple sectors everywhere. This is going to be a time. He's drifting the car out of semicircle. 38.21. That's 5 seconds faster than second place. Paul Jones is with you.
Yes, he is. I don't think he's 5 seconds quicker because Robert Capper went up 39.84, didn't he? So, yeah, here comes Paul Jones sharing with Rob Anscombe this car. This is Rob's actual car. They're comparatively local from the Team Valley. Yeah, going extremely well in this car, and yeah, no dramas.
Yeah, Rob Capper's car is up to 1600. That was the up to 2-litre class, so it's a different class. That's why I said that, but not a problem.
Oh yeah, sure.
Paul Jones is just coming through out the other side and shares the car. Let's see what he does. Moves up to third in class, behind second by 0.3 of a second, of 41.81. Kevin Broad in the Force TA. So we're back into the up to 2-litre car. He's got a couple out of sequence. Actually, this is a 1300 supercharged car, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's a turbocharged actually. Yeah, very, very rapid car. He comes from Devon. He certainly gets around. He's always entertaining. Let's see what Kelvin can do.
Yeah, this is now 1600 to 2-litre forced induction. Actually, no, it's not. Kelvin's in the small end. Oh no, 41.15 for Kelvin in car 42. And on the line, you can hear it popping and banging. This is John Chalmers in the Rolf 302-001.
Yeah, what a spectacular looking car. It always sounds very spectacular. It does pop and bang every time I see it. It's got huge amounts of horsepower, over 400 horsepower in that car. So it's certainly not lacking in that department. But I guess it's quite difficult to drive the way the engine performs.
Well, the one drawback to the motorcycle-powered engine cars is the fact that they don't have low-down torque. They're revvy, they're top-end power, so it makes like low RPM corners, or they've got to keep the revs up somehow to overcome it. He's actually pulled the right front wheel off the ground going through semicircle, and he's also set the quickest time in class so far before 0.31. So he just beats Kelvin by about 0.8 of a second. I've got Pete Tatum, our world champion mountain boarder from last weekend, a multiple champion in his OMS 28, new car to him. He's still suffering from mountain boarding from last week, but he's here and he's giving it a good go. He's been very quick in this car. Launches off the line with a 2.13, nice and clean. Under bridge, 103 miles an hour, heading for Orchard. With a bit of a wiggle. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, fabulous looking car. Brand new OMS, this one. This is about the last one off the line. Built up in the north by Steve Owen. Well, he builds the cars and he also races them with his wife Lynn as well. Anyway, the very latest OM off the line. Pete's got this one. Loves the car. He said it drives absolutely beautifully. He's really pleased he's got it.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. Sandy Tomlin launched off the start and stalled. We'll get back to that in a minute. Pete's on a 39.19. He'll be chuffed with that, and that takes the class lead at the moment. Sandra's car stalled off the line, and she's just trying. There she goes. She's getting it going. So she's going to set a time, but she's lost a lot of time there. 72 miles an hour to you. Sandra, well known on the hills, loves her racing and loves her V8. Probably the smallest V8 engine she owns, and it's at 4 liters.
Yeah, and this is her car, by the way. Don't ever think this is Son Oliver's. This is her car. She told me no uncertain terms. Lovely, lovely car. She's got a few cars, got quite tucked away. She's a great driver. She used to drive a Tigger years ago, a little sports car.
All right, yeah, okay. So she's going to set a run through. This will be a horrible time, but she's going to set a time. First one, this is racing cars over 2 liter. So this is basically our big engine cars. Sandra did a 71.52. She'll be really not happy with that, but she'll be back second time on. Bernard Kevel, OMS 28, shares the car with Simon Andrews. It's right in front of you.
Yes, it certainly is. Here comes Bernie. So yeah, he's going well. It's a lovely little car. Again, nice V8 engine in the back of that one. I think it's about a 2.7. And he drive it very well. And yeah, making very good progress up through the S's there. Will he beat Simon today? Quite often Simon gets the jump, but who's going to win today?
Don't know. 2.8 V8 they have in the back of that car at the moment. Terry Graves is launched off the line. Well, long-time competitor, done the British Championship in his dual TJ55 XD. Bernard just done a 41.70. So that's now the class lead, but Terry's absolutely hauling the mail here. He's purple sectors to you.
Yes, he is. He's behind Pete Tatum at the moment, but maybe with the power of that massive engine in the back, he's going to do some business. So looking at the times on the splits, yeah, he's going very nicely indeed. He's probably, hang on, it's Anthony Hunt driving that one, not Terry. So yes, Anthony Hunt driving that one at the minute.
Right, yes. Lays down a 42.02, puts him in second place, 3/10 behind Bernard Kevel. Edmund Burgess, legend here at Prescott, holds the Bugatti class record, I believe, and his first year driving something a bit more modern, and is really getting to this grips with his car quickly.
Certainly is. Actually, it's a spectacular looking car. It's got all the right bits on that one. Fair, very, very rapid piece of kit, so he's already round semicircle.
Yeah, coming out the other side across the line with a time of 4.047, gives him the class lead. Susan Young in her family Gould GR50 run, used to share it. Derek, husband, used to drive the car well. He's retired, but Sue's still going. The brain built a new engine. This thing absolutely shakes the ground launching that thing off the line. 2.14 seconds.
97 through the speed trap there by Bridge. And yes, Sue's a very capable driver. Used to hold ladies' hill records back in the day. Unfortunately, there is a technical hit. She's pulling back. Oh dear, she's going to drive back towards the paddock. There's something's broken, I suspect.
Yeah, something's not happy, so she's actually rolling back under Bridge down towards the start line, but there is a runoff into the paddock here, so they'll probably she'll end up coming down and getting off there. She knows the course well and knows how, the quickest way to get out of it. So hopefully they can get that sorted for the second time run. But it's good to see Sue back on the hills. Sort of missed her for a little bit. So we've got a little bit of delay there. So Edmund Burgess is still holding the class lead with a 40.47. Bernard Kevel's right behind with a 41.70. But we still have a few more runners and riders in this class. Coming up next, I've got car 30 of Terry Davis. So Trish Davis. Okay, so we're jumping classes. This is Terry Davis, so we're jumping back a class to the up to 2 liter class as it's a double driven car. So he'll be doing his run. Trish has already done her run, so we'll be just backtracking to run the car. If you're new to hill climbing and everything, and you do have the advantage of participating in hill climbing, you can share a car, so 2 drivers can run the same car. You can split the cost, you can share the cost, and you're actually competing against each other in the same class, so there's always bragging rights within the car. So sometimes you'll see us, especially for our international viewers, our online viewers, that you will see that we sort of go out of sequence with the classes and things, and that's because the car does a run, comes back to the paddock, and then they will switch drivers and reset the car. The car's got very small fuel tanks, so they're normally enough to do two runs with them. Also, the engines are very heat sensitive for cooling and things, so they actually don't start the engines until they're on the start line. This prevents any unnecessary wear, as the engines are very, very tight with the tolerances.
They don't run radiators, do they?
Some do, but very, very little. There's not a whole lot of cooling going on. So it's all about maintaining the heat. So they have to, got that bit of delay. Anyway, red flag's in. Do you want to fill us in any more about Terry Davis?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you about. I happened to notice when Benoit was on commentary, Stephen Moore set a class record in his Evo 6. Nobody's mentioned that yet.
He told me his PB was a 43 something or other, but I saw that time, but I don't have anything to tell me it was.
Well, I'm just asking the oracle that is my friend Benoit, and what time did we find for Stephen? I remember seeing it flash up on the screen as a class record. It would have been probably a 48 something, wouldn't it?
He did a 43.85.
43.85, and the class record is 43.93 at Paul House's yellow Porsche. So that's pretty spectacular effort by young Stephen.
Absolutely, he's been working towards it. So well done, Stephen. It looks like, don't forget, everything that we say is unofficial.
And we've got sunshine, Owen. We've got a very much drying track. We've got sunshine.
What? No. Put that away.
We've got sunshine. Yes, we've got sunshine.
We're in trouble. We don't want sunshine. That'll throw everything off. Right, here we go. Terry Davis is off the line. He built and designed to build this engine, as Chris said, on Yamahas, 81 miles an hour under the bridge, coming into Orchard. Over to you.
Yeah, lovely. In his new car this year. This is great to see them out in this, to be fair. This is in the new Force. Richard Brandt drives the Force. There's a few of them on the hills there, particularly in the smaller classes. But anyway, they managed to get this one, get their engine to fit it, and happy days.
Nothing a hammer and a crowbar can't sort out. Anyway, already flying. Target to this class is a 38.21. Jonathan Varley's holding it. Terry, a 40.66, puts him into second place. Andrew Hansen, Dallara F394. So we're switching back to the we're still in the 1602 liter. Double driven car again, the Dallara F394 to you.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good at the moment, actually. To be fair, he's certainly matching. He's about Terry's time at the moment. He has gone very well in this car this year and sharing it with Nicola. And he's approaching semicircle. What's he going to do?
I don't know, but Andrew Colborne just launched out of here with a 1.99 64-foot time. That's the fastest. Andrew Hansen, 40.47, moves into second place, beat Terry Davis by about a tenth and a half. Andrew Colborne's with you, and I've got Simon Braithwaite in the Ford Escort RS 1600, ready to launch.
Two lovely cars, yes. So, as you say, Andrew Colborne in the Dallara. Don't think he's going to beat Terry Davis this time, but he was the quickest off the line, wasn't he? 1.99 is extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely. Purple sector. That's the fastest of anybody so far today. So across the line, Aaron goes 42.41. Moves him up to fourth place in class. And you've got Simon Braithwaite, that beautiful Mark I Escort.
I do. It's a stunning car, isn't it, to be fair? And when you have a look at the car in the paddock, I mean, it's just immaculate inside and out. It's a credit to him. He really keeps that car. All those guys who've got the Escorts keep them spotless, don't they?
They do. I just want to check something. If Benoit can rummage around, I think Pete Tatum might have set the fastest time in that first time runs. I don't know anybody that went quicker than the 39.19, did they?
Actually, Jonathan Barley was 38.21, wasn't he?
Right, yes, okay.
Yeah, Pete Tatum, 31.19. Yes, very good.
What was Stuart Bickley? Can you remember?
I think Stuart was, he was sub 40, wasn't he? He certainly was this morning.
Rich just put the overall up on the big screen for me here. Overall for Midland competitors. We still got Morgan Jenkins in the Tomlin family, or Susan Tomlin owns Pilbeam MP97, just launched off the line. This is son-in-law driving, Morgan, and obviously he's got the car sorted out, and I'll get back to the top three in a second.
Yeah, smashing. Yes, I've got him in sight here, going around Pardon now. Yeah, this is one of the best looking cars looking today, in the blue with the grey stripes on it, and or flames. Big Judd-powered car, loads and loads of power, already on his way around semicircle. Let's see what he does to the finish.
Right, I've got the top 5 so far: Jonathan Farley, Pete Tatum, Stuart Bickley, Tom Weaver, and Ron Capper. They're all in the 39s, except for John Varley, who's 38 too. However, Simon Andrews is on the hill coming up at you, and I've got Terry Graves on the start line, so anything could happen here.
I've already got Simon, yes, he's going very nicely indeed. Just looking at the times, the split times, he's going pretty well. So let's see what he can do, though whether he can go sub 39, I don't know.
Well, across the line he goes, nope, 40.93. That puts him up in the 3rd place, just behind Edmund Burgess. Terry Graves is with you.
Yeah, Terry Graves has certainly got the transport to do it. He certainly can drive very well. He's got oodles of power in that lovely, lovely Gould. He's already gone round Pardon, just looking at the split times. He's 17 at the split time at Pardon, so he's looking good. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Dave, so this is the last of the Midland runners. We got Dave Greenslade in the Radical SR1 in our HSA competitors just coming up now, so he's with you. Terry Graves, 39.52.
Well done, Terry. Splendid time. I know, because remember I told you he set fastest time of the day a while back when a lot of the other big cars weren't here. But yeah, he's certainly done the business so far, hasn't he?
That definitely puts him in, yeah, that puts him in the top 6, and that'll definitely put him in the first runoff. Okay, we're just moving on to the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship. We have different cars in different classes within the championship running within this group. So Dave Greenslade just went over the line with a Radical SR1 with a 43.99, and we've got Tim Cowlam in a Formula Ford Swift FB91 just coming through you, Chris. And I've got John Bradshaw on a Westfield SEIW that just launched off the line.
Yes, well, John Bradshaw's car is extremely rapid, a highly sorted little Caterham there. 280 brake horsepower engine in that one. Extremely rapid. It's a very well sorted car. And Tim Cowlam, he's a little bit, I think, yeah, he's just going around semicircle. He's only in his 2nd event here, I think.
Yeah, they're having a bit of technical adjustment. Apparently the dampers weren't behaving, so they were trying to get some adjustment into them. The car was bunny hopping a bit. But he's done a 55.29, so he's got a time in. John Bradshaw on the Westfield, absolutely flying across the line. He goes with a 43.20.
A pretty respectful time in one of those, isn't it?
That's quicker than the Radical of Mr. Greenslade. Andrew Feekins is in front of you, that's son, and then Tony Feekins, dad, is just coming off the line in a modified 205 Peugeot.
Yeah, well, dad's chasing down son. Dad is, well, they're all loving their hill climbing now. They've really come to it with a passion. I remember when they first started, I think you'd have seen them at Lowton. Do you remember they had, oh, Dad's gone onto the grass. Oh my God, hold it together. Goodness me. Goes onto the grass coming out of Orchard, manages to give himself quite a big moment. I think he's thinking, don't go so well, but anyway, the car's still in one piece, thank goodness.
Yeah, I see him still going. Andrew Feekins in the Clio did a 54.49. Did he go 4 wheels off by any chance, or just 2 wheels?
He went 4 wheels off.
Ah, right, well, they'll probably, that run won't count, but Tony's still going. First year running with Tony, and he's absolutely gone down the rabbit hole, loving the sport. We've got a Lotus Elan 2 just coming through there. We have Andrew Weber for a +2, and then Pekka Tulakis in the, I think it's turbocharged Mazda MX-5, but Benoit will correct us on that in a second.
No, it is a turbocharged MX-5, extremely rapid. It's about 400 brake horsepower, he was telling me, potentially more. He is a very tall Finnish gentleman, and he's very proud of his Finnish heritage. He's here with his, I don't know if they're married, his wife or his girlfriend. He had a moment at Lowton Park. He went off last week, and he's rebuilt the car, and it's all back going well. He's going well. Let's see what Pekka can do.
Andrew Weber did a 51.70 wide, moved him up to 4th overall. Tony Feekins registered a time of 51.58, but we'll have to wait and see if they'll allow that. Pekka is already flying through the split, out the S's, already in semicircle. He is absolutely flying in this thing. Can he do a sub 50? Oh, no he can't. 50.14. Moves him to third overall in the HSA. And you've got this neat little Mike Edwards in the British Mini. That's the neat Mini with Mike Edwards driving, by the way.
We love a neat Mini. Yellow and black, looks absolutely great, sounds absolutely great. Benoit's just pointed out to me that we think that Pekka's wife is watching that semicircle there. She'll be pleased, be cheering her man on, and happy days. So well done, Pekka. Anyway, Mike Edwards gone by me, and you've got had Andrew Till just leave the line, haven't you, car 182?
Yeah. In the 1 litre turbocharged EcoBoost Fiesta front wheel drive.
Yeah, aren't they? They're great little engines, really. I don't know what their longevity has been, a little 1 litre, but certainly 1 litre turbocharged Fiestas, they certainly nip along, don't they?
They do. And then Luis Porto in the Mazda MX-5 has launched off the line. Another HSA competitor. And then I've got car 170, which I think is the shared car, and that's going to be Simon Glemau in the Radical SR1, who's going to try and chase down John Bradshaw.
Yes, the little Radical, we were very impressed with that last time I saw it out playing, and it looks great in the colour scheme. The little motorbike engine in the back of it makes it go like stink. The chassis and the bodies on those Radicals, they just look right, don't they? Here he comes now. Yeah, it just looks tremendous, doesn't it? They're very, very closely matched, and they usually within about half a second or 600s, they said to me this morning, of each other. Let's see who comes out on top today.
Well, he needs to beat his co-driver. He needs a 43.98 or better. The Mazda did a 56.87. Andrew Till did a 55.52. And now Simon Clemo is coming around semicircle. Had a little bit of a wiggle there, so lost a little bit. 44.43. So he's actually, you're right, what do we got? 0.44 of a second slower than David. Oh, right. We're just heading into the Classic Marques Speed Challenge. They are power weight ratio, and then they also calculate versus the fastest time, whoever set the fastest time today. So we've got quite an assortment of Marques, starting off with Cheryl Ray Delahunty in the Mazda MX-5.
I'm going to hand over to Benoit to have a little go. He loves these sort of cars, and he will no doubt give you all the technical stuff you need to know. I'll hand back to Benoit.
Okay, Chris, thank you for the convo. On the line, I have car 118. In your program, it would have been a Triumph Spitfire. If you know your cars, this is not a Triumph Spitfire. It's a Mazda MX-5 of his other half, Miranda. Something happened to Spitfire, so Nigel has actually changed cars, but he's still basically in the same class. Cheryl, in her Mazda MX-5, gone across the line at a 59.79. We've got Alan Cavendish's Tribe in the Martini liveried Reliant Scimitar GTE SC5, just coming through the S's and heading up into semicircle. And Nigel Walton in the Mazda MX-5 is launched off the line. And Benoit, are you there?
Yeah, so we're back up and running here at the top of the hill, and Alan just posted a 54.52. So this is the Classic Marques Speed Challenge. So they're all running to handicap based on the power to weight ratio. That gives them a bit base time that they need to work towards. And so each of those competitors are competing against themselves. And so if you want to see the full results, the Classic Marques is at the top of the paddock. So go there, and towards the end of the day, and you'll see who has been winning this Classic Marques Speed Challenge. But just on the hill at the minute is the MGB Roadster of Robert Orford, a classic British car, and a car that many people, I'm sure, here today spectating have been behind the wheel. And it's a fantastic British sports car that is campaigned still to those days.
Yep. So Robert Orford has gone quickest so far out of the class. with the MGB Roadster, the 5283. Ian Benningfield locks up the left front big time going into Pardon in the MG Midget. Stephen Akers in the beautiful pre-Mazda Lotus Elan S1 GTS is on the hill and should be with you somewhere, Benoit.
Yes, this is one of the few Lotus Elan that we have. Beautiful turned out car today on the hill. This is a 1.6 twin cam engine, beautifully presented with the hardtop. Some of those cars have come up with soft top, and some have been having a full body, coupe body, I must say. And it's already through the exit of the S's. Beautiful balanced car with the engine almost behind the front axis and pushing the rear-wheel drive car to the corners, and a very competitive car. Those cars at the time were competing against some of the bigger engine Jaguars that we know, and if you were to be going into Silverstone or Donington, you can see those cars having a fight with some of the bigger engine car out there. Quickly followed by Joni Toon in the Fisher Fury. This is powered by a 4-cylinder 2-litre 4 engine. Very competitive car, very lightweight, about 800 kilo. A very well balanced car, again in the same spirit of the Lotus Elan, front-wheel drive, front engine, rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, Johnny's gone through in a 4956. We have the Toon family and all sorts of cars today. Robert Toon in the Morgan Plus 8 has just gone through Pardon and heading up the way. Johnny Toon is so far set the fastest in this class at a 4956, but I think we're going to have some faster times coming up with the big old V8 coming up shortly. Robert Toon's just come around semicircle. He's heading out the other side, across the line, and a 50.63 puts him right behind Johnny. You should have Ian Winnie in the unusual colored Mazda MX-5 Mark I, and I've got Michael Crutchley on the line with an Alfa Romeo Giulia 1600.
Yes, Ian taking a bit of the outside line into Pardon, but no problem. He's going to go through the S's now at the top of the hill, and then he's quickly followed by Michael in this beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia 1600, now entering the S's. This is 1600 car. This car was racing back in the days into the Irish Rally Championship, and it's now made its way to the hill climb here in the UK.
Okay, Ian Winnie in the Mazda MX-5 across the line with a 61.40. Michael Crutchley is just coming through the S's now. Nick Bolton in the Morgan Roadster Lightweight has left the line. Now he's got the smaller 2.9 liter engine in that car, so it doesn't have the same grunt as the V8.
Yeah, this is one of the V6 Ford engine powered Morgans. Pretty much the same shape. They came in full V6 and 28 V8 form really, sorry, and yeah, they make some very beautiful cars, and a lot of those owners will tour them around the world and around Europe, and they were very competitive at the time, being a relatively lightweight and very balanced car.
Yeah, Nick is just going through semicircle now, carrying some nice speed through there, very well done. 53.06 puts them fourth fastest overall. Emma Alley in her Mazda MX-5 in the classic Lotus Golden Leaf colors. Obviously an enthusiast. And then I've got Gordon Pierce in the Porsche Cayman S on the line, ready to launch.
Yes, Emma, brave on the brake, almost locked the wheels onto the entry of Pardon, and managed to get down a few gears to get up and going through the second half of the course. I believe now the course will be much drier. The sun is now starting to peek through the trees now, and that's going to give us some exciting times for the second time run this afternoon.
Yeah, Emma's going into semicircle now. Gordon Pierce is somewhere in the S's, and Paul Boscott in another Lotus Elan +2. It should be somewhere with you. Emma's done a 62.91.
Yes, this car is 150 horsepower out of the 1.6 litre Wilcom twin cam engine, so a little bit prepared engine, and looking at the information that these competitors filled up, this car managed to do 14.8 at Santa Poda on the standing quarter mile start.
That's ridiculous. Anyway, so we've got Steve Thomas in the TVR Vixen. I think that's got the 1700 cross-flow in it. Ford engine, 4-cylinder. And John Payne in the obnoxiously sounding Sunbeam Imp Sport launches off the line. Beautiful car that is, and the way he goes. Paul Prescott did a 58.43 in the Lotus.
Yeah, this is a car that's been prepared and completed in last year in 2022, so its first season out this year, and it's a car that's been fully race prepared. So if you come to the paddock and have a quick look to this car, there's not much left inside, and it's been fully stripped out. Obviously they make those cars and it will probably be down to 700 kilos or probably even less, and they make for some fantastic hill climb cars.
Yeah, so John's already up through the S's and heading up. Martin Roberts in the Lotus Elise is just heading up into Pardon. And I've got Rob Pack in the TVR Tuscan, well, the TVR Tuscan X Race One Make Race Car Challenge Series. John Payne in the Imp did a 57.90.
Yeah, what a beautiful sound, the V8 of that TVR. This is the 4.7 litre, and Rob is always a very competitive driver on the hills around the UK. And you can see the lines going through Pardon, no problem there. He'll put a lot of wellies coming out of that corner through that little bit of straight and into the S. He's going to try and carry the momentum through those corners and into the left and at the top of the hill. He managed to do 66 miles an hour under the bridge, but that's quickly followed by Stephen Marques, 69 miles an hour. This is a 5 litre V8 TVR, and they are ever popular cars nowadays on the hills as well.
Yeah, Rob Pack just went quickest with a 48.75. Stephen Marques is absolutely hauling the mail with his 5 litre. And Steve Lyle in a Porsche Boxster GTS 4 litre. It's launched off the line and should be with you.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger capacity 6-cylinder engine of the Boxsters. Those cars will be very sought after. They're one of the latest naturally aspirated car. And that generation of car came with a series of 4-cylinder turbocharged engine, but the one you want in your Porsche is a 6-cylinder naturally aspirated like you have in this car.
Oh, 4-cylinder not big enough, huh? Steve Mogg in the TVR went with a 47.70, so he's now the quickest. Steve Lyle has just gone across with a 48.66. Did I pick up, did that Porsche do a little bit of gardening somewhere down between Ettores and, well, yeah, on the camera, it's showing a little bit of gravel on the tarmac. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, it's right in front of me, Owen, and there's some beautiful sweeping action from our marshals today on the track. So, yeah, they'll be making sure that the track is in top conditions for the following competitors. So there's going to be a bit of a delay, but nothing too major. Probably a few seconds, and then we'll be back up and running.
Absolutely. This is why, as competitors, we trust the marshals so much, because they're out there making sure this track is absolutely perfect. The competitors themselves, it's like, as a competitor myself as well, it's like the marshals say that track is good to go, then it's good to go. And they will not put us out on an unsafe track. It's just a pride thing. So yeah, marshalling, what do? Well, you, in case of an incident, you would respond to it with a fire bottle. It's all properly trained. Broom operation does come into play, flag waving, and generally telling bad jokes to whoever you're working with on the marshalling post is a prerequisite to being marshal. So if you're an expert on bad jokes, come on down. We've got a replay. The Porsche did do a lovely into the gravel and then a little bit of a tank slapper. Kept his foot in it, on the grass, off the grass, and kept going. It's quite the impressive save, that. On the line, Benoit, I've got Alan Voice in that Triumph GT6, but it's not all as it seems, is it? I think this is the Ford-powered one, isn't it?
Well, if it's still the engine that would be coming out of the factory, I would expect the 6-cylinder 2-litre from that Triumph. This is the same chassis that we have seen in the Spitfire, but in a body shape, and they've managed to scrap this 6-cylinder at the front. A beautiful chassis on this car, and you can hear it going up the hill, and it's a beautiful sound. Small cylinder, 6-cylinder engines like this always sound brilliant.
Yeah, it is 2-litre engine in it, so I have to admit, I'm bowing to your knowledge on this one.
It doesn't sound like the 6-cylinder from the top box for me, so you're probably right about the Ford engine. I'll have to check on this one for next time.
Maybe it was Grid. I don't know, somebody did. Anyway, Adrian Smith and the BMW Z4. Or is that Z4? We'll go with Z4. Off the line, something you don't normally see on a hill climb at all, so Adrian's doing something different. Alan's gone into semicircle, hit the brakes hard actually, just to make sure he got around there. Stuart Mogg is still leading this class overall with a 47.70, but they all are handicapped based on his time. So Adrian is with you, and I got Paul Slade in a Jaguar E-Type, something else you don't see that often, on the line, ready to go.
Yeah, a series of 6-cylinders here on the hill. I just got the confirmation. I want to get this right. For the GT6 is running the 4-cylinder Z-Tech engine from Ford. Just been kindly corrected by Chris here at the top box. But yeah, the Z4 at the top of the hill already through semicircle, and he'll be quickly followed by Paul in this beautiful E-Type as well, 3.8 litre X8 engine, an iconic engine from Jaguars. And what a beautiful shape of this classic car today on the hill. You can really enjoy the sound of this car going through Pardon now.
Yep, up through Pardon he goes, and off the line, Mark Hankins in the TVR 2500 Vixen. He's just off the line, under the bridge, 57 miles an hour, and should be in your view through Orchard now.
Yeah, and also beautiful sound as well in this TVR Vixen. Already through Torres and up the gears, and through the entry of Pardon, late on the brake, having a kind of a halfway through, kept the car in the middle of the track, and then up the gears through the second part of the hill into the entry of the S's.
Yep, just coming out of the S's now, coming around up the hill. It is still a hill climb, so it's still a hill there. And just coming through semicircle, and I've got Paul Holmes in the Alfa Romeo 75 on the line, ready to go. Mark Hankins, a 54.59. I take it we have one of you is the Alfa Romeo specialist up there, are you not?
Yes, I had a long chat actually with Paul earlier this morning during my paddock walk, and this is a twin spark 2-litre engine, and this is one of the limited edition numbered cars, so some of the latest 75 that came out of the factories in Italy. And he was telling me that he loves this car, and he drove one of his first-born son from the hospital back home at doing about 100 miles an hour. I'm not sure if that's real legal, but I'm sure he wanted to make sure that his son becomes a petrol head.
Okay, probably more information than we should have covered there. Yeah, that would have been on a secure, closed test facility on the way home. Right, here we go, and off he goes. Rear-wheel drive these cars are. What engine's in the 75?
It's the 2-litre iconic twin-cam engine from the Alfa Romeo. So we have seen the Alfa Romeo Giulia running earlier on, so this is an evolution of this engine in the 2-litre form now. It's a beautifully balanced car, a car that has been raced as well in touring car and into the HIMSA championships as well. They've got the transaxle gearbox at the back, a bit like some of the cars that we have seen today on the hill. It's always a very beautifully balanced car across the track.
Yeah, so Paul's coming out of the S's already in the Alfa 75. Mark Everett in the TBR Griffith 500. That's got the 5-liter big engine in it. It's already launched his way up into Pardon. You can see that on your screen now. And on the line is John Brunner in a Ginetta G20, which you'll see shortly. Paul Holmes in the Alfa Romeo did a 59.34. Sorry, 59.38. Let me be corrected. And the TBR Griffith is already around semicircle as John Brunner launches that Ginetta G20 off the line. Mark Everett, 49.89. That put him 5th quickest. And you should have a Ginetta in front of you, not normally seen on a hill climb.
Yeah, what a beautiful car. Again, Ford engine at the front and rear-wheel drive. Very lightweight cars going through. Aluminium chassis on those cars, and they make from very fantastic cars. You could run them on the road if you have been racing also on tracks as well. And being lightweight, they made do for very competitive cars.
Okay, so we've got some double-driven cars coming up now. So John Brunner with the Ginetta has just gone into semicircle. Andy Johnson in car 810, the Mazda MX-5, shares this with Cheryl Ray Delahunty. He's already on his way up through Pardon. And then I've got Nigel Duffield in the Martini liveried Reliant Scimitar GTE on the line, and he shares a car with Alan Cavendish Tribe. So we've got it all going here. We're just coming to the end of the Classic Marques.
Yes, the Andy in this beautiful MX-5 already making his way through the top of the hill and exiting the S's and into semicircle, but that's quickly followed by Nigel. 68 miles an hour, giving you an idea a bit of the power of that car under the bridge. He's already through Pardon and having a bit of a wiggle as he put the power down, exiting that corner.
Yeah, John Brunner in the Ginetta did a 55.53, which puts him about 17 out of, we've got 30 cars in this class. And Miranda Gibbs is on the track course in the Mazda MX-5. She's the last competitor in this. Has pet ferrets, is an absolute enthusiast and loves ferrets. So just asked her, keep mentioning the ferret thing. Quite the character and personality, and always got a smile on her face. So she's the last of the Classic Speed Challenge cars. And then we're going to have Joy Richings up. We're now into the Bark Connaught Speed Championship runners. Again, this is a handicap class. All the cars are together, although you'll see some of the cars don't normally compete against each other, but they are aiming for target times and personal bests. And somebody way smarter with me with an abacus to sort out all the scoring later. So Miranda is just coming up to semicircle now and cross the line, and Joy Richings is with you in the GR Yaris. 68.69 for Miranda, by the way, and Chris D in the Mazda MX-5 is just launched.
Yeah, Miranda will be pleased with this run. Caught up with her earlier this morning, and her best time yesterday was into the 70s. She's in her first season, so she's getting her way around the track and trying to improve every single outing, and that's what she's been doing since yesterday. Wasn't easy yesterday, it was very wet, so she's been enjoying her time and improving on every single run, which is what you want to do. The Mazda MX-5 on the track already through the second half of the course, entering the S's, and this is a beautifully balanced car. This is the Mark IV generation, so we have all of those generation of MX-5 represented today. This one with a 2-liter engine.
Yeah, so Joy did a 63.72. I think that's much better time for her. Chris D in the Mazda MX-5, a 55.98. Young Caleb Yates in his Austin Healey Sprite Mark II with the aerodynamic roof on it. First time here this weekend, first year racing. Been here lots as a spectator with the family, but now he's out competing himself, and he's getting to grips with it and enjoying it. And Chris Toon, another one of the Tunes? Okay. In a Clio 182, that's a modified car, that one, so it's not road legal, is already with you up on Pardon.
Yeah, this Clio with a few bolts on is running about 190 horsepower, and it's a beautifully presented car. have a look at it in the paddock if you have a chance. There's not much left out of this car. Everything has been thrown in the bin, and just for lightweight, and they make for a very competitive car. You'll see some cracking time from Chris today.
Yeah, Chris is absolutely flying. Purple sector's all the way up for this, and he set a time of a 51:49. Nigel Holt in the Caterham 310R races classic motorcycles. He's actually racing a 125, I think, next weekend at Donington. So this car is a setup as a circuit car, so it's a little bit stiff for hill climbing, but he's wrestling his way through with it. Been getting quicker. Ooh, just got a little bit of the curbing too much there. You can see the wheel just going, ow! But no problem, got through, missed the flip-flops, and is heading into semicircle now. And Paul Renison in that beautiful Porsche 944 S2, which is more or less as it came from the factory, is just come through past you now.
Yes, Nigel posted 53.48, and that's quickly followed by the 944 S2. This is a 4-cylinder 3-litre engine, so a lot of torque, makes for a great road car, and gives it a lot of power on the hill coming out of the corners.
Yeah, Glenn Shaw's launched like crazy in the Nissan 350Z, so he's coming into your view now. Paul Renison in the Porsche did a 53.30. And I've got Michael Thompson in the Honda S2000 on the line. Benoit, just for you.
Yeah, Mike has been campaigning this Honda S2000. He's had this car for 11 years now, and he had a dramatic engine failure at the last year in August at Lawton Park. Rebuilt the car, put a new engine in, and he's back up and running 66 miles an hour under the bridge. And Mike is always a competitive driver. He knows those cars and has been going through a lot. You can see that where he's driving this car beautifully through eteries and putting the foot down out of that corner. It's going to go through the top of the hill. This engine will rev to 9,000 RPM, and he will be doing that all day long.
Yeah, back end actually kicked out, but he caught it going through Pardon there. Ben Shaw in the Nissan did a 49.98. Michael's going through the finish line at a 49.08. So absolutely just blew away Glenn Shaw in the Nissan. Zoe Shearman in the bright colored Lotus Exige. The other half of the Michael Thompson, actually, probably the better half. They can't hear me, so I'll get away with it. Rumor has it that Michael and Zoe may be actually sharing the Exige next year. He might move over and drive the car with her next year. Wait and see on that. But Zoe's giving it some welly into semicircle right now. And Peter Siddle is on the line in his blue Renault Clio. Zoe did a 52.00. That's a good time. Puts her fourth.
Yes, Peter Siddle, 65 miles an hour under the bridge and into it. Torres has been pushing this car all day today and yesterday. This is a very special engine under this car, still a road-going class, but 240 horsepower out of that 2-litre engine, and he was going through Pardon, and he was been trying to use different gears to see if he can get quicker exit out of that tricky corner. It looks like he has been using a different gear as he couldn't get the speed out of that corner from my top box.
Massive understeer through semicircle. Kept it going to the 51.03. Puts him into third, but lost a lot in semicircle with the understeering. Right. That's it for first-time runs for everybody, concluding with the Bark Connaught Speed Championship. Next up, our top 10 challenge, which is actually a top 12 runoff. Points only count 1 to 10. I will give you the rundown of the qualifiers, starting with the slowest to the fastest. Slowest qualifier, Richard Brandt, followed by Terry Davis, Edmund Burgess, Andrew Henson, Morgan Jenkins, John Chalmers, Robert Capper, Tom Weaver, Terry Graves, Stuart Bickley, Pete Tatum, and fastest qualifier was Jonathan Varley. Fastest time was a 38:21. Slowest time was a 40.87. Make of it what it will, but I bet you Chris is just sitting there excited, ready to see what happens. I'm guessing they got so excited the other end broke, so I'll just wait for a minute. And yeah, so that's the run order, and how it works is the slowest qualifier first, the fastest qualifier last. Now there is a little bit of is there any double driven in this? Occasionally what happens in this is actually if you have a car that's driven by two different drivers, sometimes they both qualify for the runoff, which kind of drives the organizers nuts. Now, one of the advantages of Prescott Hill Climb, if you've watched HillClimb.TV before, you go to some of the other venues, they'll run a bunch of cars up the hill, and then you get what end of batch, and then the cars come back down the hill. Well, Prescott, we have a very unique situation where at the top of the hill, just past some of the houses, there's actually a return road that comes down behind the paddock. So we don't have to stop and let all the cars at the top of the hill come back down. They literally loop around, which, if you haven't noticed by now, can wear the commentators out quickly because there's just non-stop action. So we're just taking a break for a minute. I'm hoping my compatriots are there or thereabouts somewhere.
We're not far away, old chap. I've come back from another little go. I've been watching and enjoying it and had a wee bite to eat. And yeah, so we've now got the Midland runoff, which is going to be fabulous, isn't it? We love that.
Well, I'm just looking at the times. How close were the qualifying times? Jonathan Varley has a distinct advantage at a 38.2. But if you start looking behind that, we have a 39.19, a 39.33, a 39.52, a 39.82, and a 39.84. Anything can happen. You blink the wrong way and that could change the order very quickly, could it not?
Yeah, of course it does. And as you know, one mistake can cost you your run, really, because when we're talking about tenths of a second, half a second, we know how close it's going to be amongst the very top contenders. So, yeah, anything can happen. The track's dry, it's windy, so there's no dramas. The chief clerk of the course looks like he's coming back down the hill in the metro, and he'll be coming back to the start line soon, and no doubt you'll be seeing a few cars getting ready to rumble.
They're already lined up, ready to go. Richard Brandt, I can see from here, is just lined up. That's a Mini, by the way. Metros they stopped making in 98, 97.
Listen, you're the man that owns one of these things, aren't you?
Well,
I've never had one.
I deny all knowledge.
Your rally car's a Metro Mini thing, whatever you call it.
No, my old Hill Climb car was a Metro. My current rally car is a Binny. It's a BMW Mini.
Yes, well, actually, I know I've seen you out in it. Very rapid too, to be fair. But you see, I don't feel these are minis anymore. These are big. You know, I was looking at the minis yesterday against the size of one of these. They're twice the size, man.
Yeah, the first generation ones, which I have, are kind of bigger. And then they just got bigger and bigger. And now it's like you've got the word on a Mini, but it's like the size of a BMW X5 SUV. I mean, the thing's huge.
It is. I was actually parked next to one the other day in my Swedish Volvo, and it was higher than my car, for goodness sake.
Is this the Swedish Volvo as opposed to the French Volvo?
I no longer have a French Volvo. I have a German Audi as well, but the Citroen Xantia, I'm afraid, is no longer with me. I'm afraid it's no longer with me. That's all I can say.
Oh, I tip my head in sadness, sir. I tip my head.
Dave, but obviously we've got to move on. We're obviously in deep bereavement over that one.
Yeah.
But my missus is dead happy because you see her front garden again. You see, we've got a double fronted drive.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you have to do gardening?
Yeah, but I never mind that, because you see, being a man, I love using tools and things, you know, hedge cutters.
I see.
And all that. I love all
see.
that. Leaf blowers. You know.
Yeah, I see. Right, shall we get excited now? Car 61, Richard Brandt. He's launched himself off the line with a time of 1.79. Holy mackerel.
He's flying. Yeah, he is with me. And come on, Richard. Yeah, he's a very, very competitive competitor, if such a thing exists. This lad will not hang around. He will give it everything. It might all end in tears, but who knows? But he's so far so good. He's up to par, looking really, really good. Going down towards the S's, and I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, through the S's already. He's actually touched both sides of the track on this run. Grass on both sides. He's using all of the track and staying off the grass. Already in the semicircle. He qualified with a 40.87. Not going to do it. A 41.12. So went slower than his qualifying time. So, but that set the target time. Next up, I've got car 30. This is Terry Davis. Qualified 11th. Coming up to the line now in his home-built Yamaha 2-liter, Yamaha base, own design V8 2-liter in a Force TA chassis. Beautifully prepared car. I think you said it's the first year with this car, so here we go. Can he get under 2 seconds on the launch? And here we go. He launches away. 2.22. So not as quick as Richard, but under the bridge, 87 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, I've got him now. Yeah, looking absolutely great so far. Come on, Terry, let's see what he's got then. Yeah, he's a good driver. He's got a great car. Loves the Force. He's got the Force with him now. Here he goes in that yellow Force round card. Puts the power down, goes away from out, losing behind the trees, heading up towards the S's. Over to you.
Yeah, the back end's coming out. So much power to that thing, it's actually breaking the wheels loose. Just hit the inside of the curbing on the S's. He's pushing. He's actually up on Richard Brandt now. Going through semicircle, all the way out the other side. Coming across the line now, he sets time 40.67. 40.67, that's almost identical to his qualifying time. On the line, Edmund Burgess, car 23, qualified with a 40.47, is looking for more. Very quick lad on the hill. In his Gould GR55, first year in the car, off the line he goes. 2.18 on the 64 foot, heading under the bridge. 95 miles an hour to you.
I'm flying. Come on, Edmund. He's the hill record holder in a Bugatti. He certainly knows his way up the hill. He's in this black which is ex-James Baxter. This is a very well sorted hill climb car. He will be looking to go under 40 seconds. Just looking at his split times, he's definitely up on Terry Davis. Over to you.
Yeah, coming out of the S's now, nice and neat and tight. He definitely knows his way around this course. Coming out of the S's now, heading up into the semicircle. Can he carry it up? He's green up on everybody so far. Coming around out of the semicircle. Here he goes across the line. 40.39. 40.39, actually quicker than his qualifying time. But will it keep him in the top 10? Next up, I've got car 731. This is Andrew Henson. Qualified with a 40.47. Andrew's driving that Dallara F394. You'll hear this thing off the line, loud and poppy and everything. Gets his head in, slides her down. Off he goes. 2.27, a little bit slow off the line, under the bridge. 87 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, I'm flying too. Yes, Andrew's got the bit between his teeth now. And yeah, he's come out of Victoria, he's heading down towards Pardon. Is he going to make up some time? Just looking at the split times, a little bit down on Ed Burgess, a little bit down, at Pardon. So over to you, sir.
Right, coming through the S's now. Yep, down on the splits to Edmund. He's gained a little bit. He's up to about 4/10 behind, was 0.75 behind, so he's gained it. Up into semicircle. Hugs the inside of semicircle for this run, trying to get some time. He's up, he's done it, 40.06. So he puts him into first place, and that's actually a 4/10 quicker than his qualifying time. On the line, we got Morgan Jenkins in the Pilbeam MP97, qualified with a 40.31. Can he get it under? Can he get into the 39s? He goes off the line, 2.19 start, up under the bridge, 77 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, Morgan's driving the car, doing well, doing well. That was a good qualifying time. I didn't realise he was that quick. This car is an old Pilbeam, but still with 4 litres of jump power, and it's certainly got the grunt. Well sorted car, yeah, it's round pardon. It all goes slow round pardon, don't they? But he's exiting it now, coming up towards your side.
Yeah, was 0.4 down, now only 0.2 down on Andrew Henson. Coming up through the S's, down about 0.42, just lost a little bit more. Coming up the semicircle, can he keep the momentum going? Looking to beat a 40.06, can he do it? Oh, not quite, 40.34, puts him into second place at the moment. Next up, I've got John Chalmers in the Ralt F302001. John qualified with a 40.31. He's going to need to up his game. He needs a 39 to move up some positions from his qualifying. Can he do it? Wait for it. This thing will shake the barn. Off the line he goes. Traction control, launch control, 2 seconds flat. Good start time. Under the bridge, 96 miles an hour.
Just goes to show the power that's in that engine when he's on the straight. He's going around the slower parts of the circuit now at Torres. Now he can put some power down, heading down towards Pardon there. Hard on the brakes. Pardon's a slow corner, it's a big hairpin corner, puts the power down, he's on the back straight, over to you, sir.
Right, into the S's. Was 0.02 down, he's now 0.11 down on Andrew Henson. He's lost a little bit. Now only 0.06 down. Crawling it back. Plus 0.16 up in semicircle. Looking to get into the 39s. Can he do it? Yes, he can. A 39.89. Excellent run. Next up, takes the lead now. Car 51. I got on the line. Robert Capper, qualified with a 39.84. Going to need to do it again and then some, I think, to get any higher in this. So here goes Robert in the Empire Wraith. Visor down, set, go. And he's done a 2.03 off the line under the bridge, 94 miles an hour.
And flying, yeah, this beautiful little car, this Empire Race. What a fantastic bit of kit. Go on there, Robert, put your foot down, that's it. So hurtling now down towards Pardon, gets it round Pardon, yeah, all no dramas there. Power goes on again, off down the back straight, again to semi-S's, off to you.
Right, he's only 0.14 down in midway, heading through the S's now. He's been using the grass, only 0.04 down. Really moving it, can he get it? Yeah, 0.22 up, heading through semicircle, out of semicircle. Here we go, a 39.55, a 39.55. And we're just going to stop quickly because apparently he did use a little bit of the track and a little bit more, kicked up a little gravel there. Marshals will get that sorted out quickly, so we've got second. So Robert Capper, 39.55. That's 0.3 quicker than his qualifying time. John Chalmers is currently second at a 39.89. And Robert Capper set a time that puts him right in the middle of the qualifying for the top 4.
So who we got left to come then, now?
Right, well next up we still got Tom Weaver, Terry Graves, Stuart Bickley, Pete Tatum, and Jonathan Varley. This is going to be good, folks. You want to stick with us for this, and we'll keep you up to date. But we've got a bunch of gravel kicked up, so the marshals are just quickly getting that. I think that's the exit of Torres, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Still sweeping, yeah, getting it all perfect again. It won't be long, it's just a little job, really. No, there's no gravel anywhere else. So, yeah, we're having a fantastic run-off so far. At the moment, it's just going faster and faster and faster. And will it keep going that way and Jonathan Varley take the win?
Yeah, well, he qualified almost a second quicker than everybody else, but we've got some of these guys have really stepped it up already. So I think the pressure, it's going to be, I think everybody's going to be quicker than their qualifying time. So the question will be, can Jonathan take the pressure? Can he put the pressure aside and just lay down the run to take this run off? Just to give you an overview, we've run 7 so far. We got Robert Capper with a 39.55, John Chalmers second, Andrew Henson third, Morgan Jenkins fourth, Edmund Burgess fifth, Terry Davis sixth, and Richard Brandt currently 7th. That's where we're sitting at the moment. And next up to the line will be young Tom Weaver, qualified with a 39.8. He's going to have to do better if he wants to see any of the top 5 here, I think. I think we're going to have, I'm predicting we could have 2 or 3 38 runs.
Well, don't forget, we've got these guys are in 1100s, mine. They're not in the bigger class, are they? And yet they're still mixing it with the very big boys, aren't they?
I think, is Terry the only big engine car left out of this bunch?
Terry's already been up. Terry, you're on about Terry Graves?
Yeah, Terry Graves. He's the only big engine. But Tom's 1100, I think. Stewart's 1100. Pete is he in a
1600 and a 2 litre of
Jonathan Varley.
Yeah. So they really should be taking those class wins, shouldn't they? You know, taking the win. But anyway, I think it's brilliant. The 1100s are giving them some serious competition.
Yeah, they are annoying people, aren't they? But I think that's the whole point. But it's just a development of those engines. Like I said, the big engines, they have more low-down grunt, so they can launch better, they can get out of the corners better, and just, you know, they can get that bite. But the small engine cars, they've got so much top-end power, and as long as, you know, and the chassis, they're using the lightest lightweight chassis they can get a hold of. And it's just making it so nimble that they can carry that speed around to overcome the lack of grunt, if you will, the low-down torque. Right, are you ready? Tom Weaver's coming to the line now. So he's just lining up now. They'll get him in the position. If you've never seen this before, you're watching online. There's a timing strut on the front of these cars. They set there, the lights go green. Tom is getting prepared. Visor will go down in a second, and he's ready to go. So you'll watch it. You'll see the visor go down. Visor's down. He's in race mode. And off he goes. 2.28 off the line. That's not too bad. A little bit down on the quickest. 87 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, fantastic. Come on, Tom. Yeah, brilliant young Ludlow driver here. He's really got to grips with this little Empire now. He loves it, and he's already gone up towards Pardon. Of course, he gets the power down. They will be giving away some grunt, but that doesn't stop him. They're nimble. He's over to you.
Right, he's in the S's now, and he's actually 0.34 down on Robert Capper Midway. He's gaining it, though, only 0.22 down. Can he gain it in semi? 0.06. This is going to be close. Comes out of semicircle across the line. 39.77. Didn't do it. Robert Capper has laid down a blinder, still holding first. Tom in second. Right, Terry Graves is on the line. He's going to have something to say about this. And the Gould DJ55XD got the 2.65 liter V8 in the back. Visor down, race mode engaged. Off he goes, launches this thing. 2.27. I think we're going to have a high speed. Under the bridge, 100 miles an hour to you.
Screaming along too, that engine sounds absolutely fantastic. He's certainly driving well. He'd be looking to do a 38. He's certainly capable of it. Everything looking good so far. So he's round Pardon now. All of a sudden he will put that right foot down. Off he goes, heading towards semicircle and S into you.
Yep, he's already 0.25 up at Midway. Coming through the S's now. He's 0.48 up on Robert Capper heading into semicircle. This is going to be quick. 0.63 up. This is going to be quick, folks. Going across the line. 39.03. 39.03. Not the 38 he was hunting, but a heck of a good run. Right, next up, I've got Stuart Bickley in the. If you've got your camera, turn the flash off or turn your lens down. You'll blind yourself with the sun. Car 60. Qualified with a 39.33. He's going to need a 38. 206 off the line, under the bridge. 88 miles an hour.
That's a big ask. A 38's a big ask. 39's the dampest time in this little car. Still only an 1100. You can't miss it coming. You can't miss it going. There it goes. Going around Pardon now. Going to put his power down. Come on then, young Stuart. First year of driving this car. Go for it.
Yep, only 0.21 down on Terry Graves. He's absolutely giving. He's actually 0.06 up on Terry coming through the S's. Hang on to you, folks. He's still up. He's 0.27 through semi. He's coming across the line. He's done it at 38.53.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, Pete Tatum, our mountain border champion, has been struggling just working on the car all weekend. He's all by himself. Qualified with a 39.19. Can he put the 38 down? He's going to need to. Car 67 in the OMS 28. First year with the car, still getting the grips with the thing. Getting into position. Visor still up at the moment. As soon as the visor goes down, race mode engaged. Visor's down. Here we go. What can he do? Concentration is unbelievable. He's a 10-time mountain boarding champion. He knows pressure, and he knows the challenge. So he's just getting himself set. Revs come up. Launches off the line. Absolutely 1.90 seconds. That is absolutely impossible. 99 miles an hour to you.
Wow, well, I'm still getting over Stuart Bickley's time. If he can beat Stuart Bickley's time, which was astonishing, if Stuart could win this runoff in 1100, it'd be quite remarkable. Anyway, Pete is already going very well indeed. On, going up towards the S's to you.
Pete is already 0.83 up on Stuart Bick. He's 1 second up going in the S's. Oh! The back end came out, drifted, no problem. He's still on it. He's still heading to semi. He's still 0.41 up. This is a hell of a run. 38 with a drift in the middle of it. Unbelievable.
Can it get any better? This is brilliant stuff, isn't it?
No pressure on Jonathan Varley, but he's lets Kenny cope the pressure, because Pete Tatum come out of the S's, the exit there, and the back end literally touched the bank, and he just kept going and set that incredible time. And it's almost 8/10 quicker than he qualified. So Jonathan Varley, GW Predator, fastest in qualifying. Can he hold the position? Hang on to your hats, folks. This is going to be a hell of a run if he pulls it off. Right, so visor's still up, still getting in, getting everything ready to go. Lights are just getting him set. Visor's down, race mode engaged. Here we go. Revs up, launches it. 2.13 on the 64-foot, under the bridge, 102 miles an hour.
Absolutely flying, yeah. Now, he's capable of 37s, I'm telling you. This car is capable of it, he's capable of it. I mean, I'm astounded so far by Stuart and Pete. Can he do it? Already round past. Get that power down now. He's on his way. He's on his way up towards the S's to you.
Yeah, he's actually down 0.20 to Pete Tatum. He is behind at the moment. He's 0.4. He's lost some time in the S's. Can he make it up in semicircle? Yes, he can. 0.14 up, just coming into semicircle. Out the back. It's going to be close, folks. He's done it. 37.96. There's your 37, folks, but he had to really go for it. He was behind all the way to semicircle. There's your top 12. Jonathan Varley wins the runoff, first runoff of the day with a 37.96. Pete Tatum takes second. Stuart Bickley third, and then some incredible runs. If you're not watching, if you're here watching, you've got to go on HillClimb.TV and watch the rerun of this run. Unbelievable driving, unbelievable driving. But there you go, folks. I need a rest now. That just took my heart just pounding like crazy, Chris.
Oh, man, that was a brilliant runoff. We've both watched lots of runoffs, but that was absolutely fantastic to see. Stuart Bickley in an 1100 class car, mixing it with the very big boys, and in fact, Pete Tatum in his new car, getting in the 38s, which I thought, and I really thought Jonathan was well capable of the 37s. But in fairness, Pete Tatum just dropped a bit of time, didn't he, at the S's? And, well, he could have maybe won that. But either way, what a fantastic runoff. Yeah, we all need a bit of time to get over that one. Brilliant.
Yeah, except they're not giving me any time. I'm going to ask a favor. Can you guys run for a little bit while I just step out
yes, of course,
for a few minutes?
Course. Yeah, we're
so
fine.
Coming up to the line is car 71. This is timed runs number 2. And it's car 71. So that's going to be David Garnett. So we're back to the beginning again, Class A1. I'll hand it over to you boys for a few seconds while I just go
in. No worries.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Well, that was quite something, folks, wasn't it? I certainly enjoyed that. I live for the runoffs. They're the pinnacles of the day. We've still got another runoff to come later on, which is absolutely incredible. So we're going to have another set of time runs, do it all again, and then we're going to have another runoff. And who's going to win that? Is it going to be a double for Jonathan Varley? Is Pete Tatum going to get a chance to get a runoff win? Anyway, we've got David Garnett on the hill here in the little Clio, the 197. Benoit knows all about these, being French. Approximately 197 brake horsepower. Something's happened to his other one for some reason, so they're sharing this one. It all looks a little bit tame, doesn't it, compared with what we've just watched? So anyway, I'm going to hand back to Benoit because he's my expert on all these French hot hatchbacks, and give him a go.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yeah, David just taking over after this extraordinary runoff that we have seen, and I was quickly writing down the times and see who's best improved from his qualifying time. But back into the action with the MX-5 of James Sharma, 54 miles an hour under the bridge on the start straight, and is already through Pardon into the entry of that corner. Those cars have been really popular, great sports car, very reliable, and they've been the staple of the answer to what you want as a sport car. Front engine, rear wheel drive, great power, reliability, easy to run and affordable. Next up is Richard Pates in this beautiful MGF yellow 160 trophy, so this is the most powerful 1.8 car, K-series engine from Rover, an engine that's found its way into most of the Rover cars of the time, the 25, the 45, up to the 75, and that engine has been also turbocharged in the 75. They managed to get about 160 horsepower out of the 4-cylinder. And also this engine made its way to the Lotus Elises that we have a couple today. And that's quickly followed, just in my view, by Robert Wilson pushing real hard in this 205 GTI. This is a 1.9 litre 8-valve engine, a brilliant engine, a car that I absolutely cherish, that I love to have in my garage. You can see how balanced they are and how agile they are through the corners. They go through those corners with great ease, and those cars are now 40 years old, becoming very collectible across the world. Many of those people have been loving them. Quickly followed by Rodney Eyles in the Alfa Romeo 4C, 69 miles an hour, giving you an idea of the power of that engine, about 250 horsepower in this car. This is a 1750 4-cylinder turbocharged engine with a carbon tub, whilst the Lotus Elise, who celebrated 25 years this year, this has been built on a carbon tub, so the technology that you'll find in much more expensive cars, supercars. Next up is Ross in these beautiful orange and gold decals on the side. This is a 3.3 litre based on the 2.7 RS replica, so you see the ductile at the back, 6-cylinder Porsche engine. The Porsches have been very popular on all of the racing across the world, but especially in hill climb, that engine at the back giving the weight distribution on the back wheels, giving them great traction out of the start line, but also through cornering and exiting those twisty corners on this hill today. So 51.2 for Ross and 47.6 for Rodney in the Alfa Romeo 4C. David Mick here in this beautiful GT4. This is a track version of the Cayman. You can see the wing at the back and the big wheels, almost I think 19 or 20-inch wheels going through this car. This is a 3.8 litre car going through the top of the hill here. A very balanced car, the engine in the middle, great chassis, components from the 911 GT3, the track version of that car. We just now quickly followed him in this beautiful GT4 MR. MR stands for Manti Racing, and you can really hear this car through the hills. Beautiful line through Pardon and up the gears through the bitter straight before the S's, and he's going to try and maximize his speed through those twisty corners at the top of the hill. Next up is Simon Tarling 70 miles an hour in this 996 GT3. A car that was one of the very first GT3 generation, based off the racing engine, so 3.6 litre, designed by Hans Mesker in Germany. A car that will rev to about 8,000 RPM, and this is an engine that one of the last of the naturally aspirated engine of the GT3s. This is very analog car, no traction control, no 90s to catch you if you have, you'd make a driver error. Meanwhile, Rob, campaigning this beautiful GT4 silver car already through Pardon, pushing real hard through the second half of the hill. Simon, just previously in the 996, posted a 47.997. Richard Snow in the Cayman a 47.92. So almost has the lead in this class. Richard York, car number 83, going through Etteries and the top of Pardon. Up the hill, he's going to go through the gears. Most of those GT4s Cayman are still in either double clutch gearbox or manual gearbox. So the drive input still is very important to those cars. Richard York making his way through the finish straight, and that's a 54.15. Quickly followed by Ian Richards, 56 miles an hour through under the bridge after the start line. Great start for him through this twisty part of the hill, and he's going up through the S's now into his beautiful Clio RS. Quickly followed by Peter Richings in his beautiful GR Yaris. They came available in a few colours, not many. You'll get option of black, white, or the red one, like you can see today. 3-cylinder, 1.6 litre, 260 horsepower. This car's a carbon roof, 4-wheel drive, and some really tricky differential. You can transfer the power from the back to the front, giving you a lot of options to maximize the traction out of those corners. And this was an homologation special car that has become really popular and will be sought after for many, many years now. Peter Riching posted a 52.37. Ian Fidde, car 84, and also the GR Yaris today on the hill, will be going through already quicker than Peter in the same car. 22.81 at Pardon and 31.63 onto the entry of the S's. Easy Lawrence in the Evo 6, challenging the more modern cars in this iconic Lancer, and she's been campaigning this car for a few years now. Started in a Clio 1 A2, and she's always does brilliant time and is a really competitive driver out on the hill. This car has a lot of power under the bonnet, and the 4-wheel drive will help with traction going through. Ian Fidde posted a 52.7. Easy Lawrence will be very close to that time and probably will improve on that, probably taking the lead in this category. So 48.41 for Easy. Alan's Matfield has just left the start line, already through the bridge, 59 miles an hour in the third GR Yaris today that we'll see. If you see the flashing lights and the indicators coming on, this is just safety from those cars. This means the driver is pushing. This is the emergency braking signal. Imagine you're in a motorway and you have to come to a halt. This will probably signal people behind you to be aware of any danger in front of you. Simon Price in this beautiful Westfield purple car, already through Etteries, tries to gather the speed up the gears through the straight and just on the brake before Pardon rotates the car in this corner up the way through the hill and into the entry of those corners. This is usually where those cars, which are very light and nimble, will make up the time against the most powerful car. Raymond Lord in the Caterham 7 is already through Torres and up the gears through before the entry of Pardon, rotates the car, puts the power down into the straight. This is a 2-litre Vauxhall engine under the bonnet of this car. Probably will produce about 200 horsepower in this form, and is already through semicircles. Rob Lloyd quickly chasing him in this Westfield. The Westfield and Caterhams are very similar. The Westfields tend to be slightly smaller in general, but nonetheless an also competitive car as well that you have to go. And they will be very, very light. They will be about 600 kilos thereabouts. Anthony Sherman in this beautiful Caterham 310R. This is powered by a 4-cylinder 1.6 Ford engine, the Sigma engine. Those cars in the most highest of tune will be making about 150 horsepower, but it's not about the power in this car, it's all about the weight and how you manage your speed through the corners. So far in this category, Raymond Lord 47.37 retains the quickest time, quickly followed by Simon Price 48.46. Anthony Sherman just gone past the 50.8, and that's followed by Rob Lloyd 44.49. Richard Price going through the bridge at 74 miles an hour. That's really good going for this car. And you can see I'll be going through up the gears, through Torres, into the entry of Pardon, pushing real hard through the rest of the course. Beautiful line into Pardon, getting great exits through the entry of the S's, and he'll be trying to maximize the speed coming out that tricky left-hander before the entry of Midway. Jerry Neri quickly chasing him, already off the start line, 2.64, 55 miles an hour under the bridge. Jerry's been competing in HillClimb for 40 years, so not a novice on the hill, and he was there yesterday under the pouring rain, battling with the condition, but made it in one piece, and has been very competitive in this car today, and he's also just here to have fun and enjoy himself. Stephen Garner in one of those Westfield again. This car is higher state of tune than some of the cars that we've just seen past. 76 miles an hour under the bridge gives you an idea of the pace the car can carry. This is running a sequential gearbox. You can hear the way the engine revs and it goes up the gears. Andrew Russell just left the line, 2.2 off at 64, 67 miles an hour. A great start for him in this beautiful Ginetta G15. This is a Coventry Climax engine.
Hi, by the way, Benoit. I'm now down the bottom here. I've just been chatting to Owen, and so I'm just on the bottom box to give you a hand. Next car you'll be seeing on the line is Phil Tucker in that gorgeous little Nova. This is the shell. He's just about to leave the line. This is a shell that came from Cyprus. He's built the car up, done a fantastic job. I see Andrew Russell up the top there, and Nigel Elliott will be coming to the line in the big V8 TR8.
Hello, Chris.
Hello again.
I can see you've made your way down the hill.
I know, whether I can get back up is another thing, but I'm certainly down the bottom at the moment. Owen's just grabbing an ice cream because this little commentary box down here is very, very hot, actually. Yeah, it's a hot little place, and yeah, it's definitely a sweatbox place. But we got some exciting cars. Nigel Elliott about to leave the line in the TR8, and the big yellow Porsche will be following it up. So Nigel's just left the line, 2.36 for the first 64 feet. Phil Tucker is going around semicircle, nearly to the finish now. He's going over the finish line, and his time will be 47.85 for Phil Tucker.
Yeah, Nigel back into the TR7 V8 in this car. Had a big off in 2020, so he's been rebuilding that car and easing himself off into this very powerful car. This is a 4.6 V8 litre engine from the Rover engine, and that's a twin turbo on top of that, so about 500 horsepower.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, Nigel Elliott, it's great to see him back on the line. By the way, is Stephen Moore, our reigning Midland Hill Climb champion. In his Evo 6, he broke that class record, but because he's in a mixed class, I don't think it's quite the normal one. Anyway, he's about to leave the line. He will be rapid. Four-wheel drive, scorches off the line. My goodness me, 2.07 for the first 64, but coming to you.
Yeah, Paulo Wells probably a bit will be pushing this car and try to snatch back his record. It's a 47.22 for him, but he's quickly chased up by Stephen Moore, popping and banging through the bottom part of the hill, already exiting the harden and into the entry of it.
Yes, Stephen Moore, well, he's a very rapid driver approaching, he's going around semicircle, going up towards semicircle now. About to leave the line will be Paul Evans in a Westfield, white Westfield in fact, 2.62 off the line. Through the line, 43.64 for Stephen Moore, fantastic time.
Yeah, that's his improvement from Stephen Moore on his previous record today, 43.85 previously, so almost 2/10 down. So he's been really pushing this afternoon, and that's really exciting to see drivers getting out and pushing for the class record.
Joy Hoyle has just left the line. Paul Evans is on the hill with you. In fact, he's around he's going around the S's now, and he's going up to semicircle. Joy Hoyle has already left the line, probably with you.
Yeah, Joy Hoyle already exiting Perez and into the entry of pardon the brakes, and then he'll carry the momentum and try to make a straight line to get the best speed out of that corner.
Yeah, Joy Hoyle already coming around through the S's now. Phil Fisher has just left the line in his Westfield, 2.43 for the first 64 feet, and he will be followed by Stuart Bickley in the Radical. Anyway, over to you.
Yeah, Joy Hall just finished his run of 47.39, so quickest so far in this class, but quickly followed by Phil, who's already entering and exiting Pardon, pushing quite hard on this run.
I'll hand over to you because you've also got David Bickley just coming up to you very shortly, be coming under bridge throughout now.
Yes, David, one of the Bickleys today on the hill, driving this Hayabusa-powered Radical all the way through, and this is like a mini Le Mans prototype really. Big wing at the back and a lot of downforce on those cars.
50.03 for Phil Fisher in the Westfield. Stuart Bickley still on the hill, and Alan McDonald will be following shortly. Alan McDonald leaves the line, he's off the line, 2.30 for the first 64 feet. David Bickley going over up towards the finish in 46.6, good time. Alan McDonald's left the line with you.
Yeah, one of the main E4s today, and this one has got the front wheel covered, so you'll see a number of single-seater force, but this one is almost body covered single-seater really, and shows in the pace of that car.
Yeah, Alan McDonald comes towards the S's, so he's going very well. 32 seconds to the S's. Anyway, he's going up towards the finish round semicircle now. He's going to be finishing shortly in a time of approximately 44.15. Martin Watts with you.
Yes, Martin Watts in the silver Riot. So far been leading the class with a 45.35. Let's see if he can improve on this time and beat Alan McDonald, who's improved by about 2 seconds from his previous run.
Well, I'll tell you who you've got coming in a minute. You've got Graham Lokes in the beautiful Lola Porsche. Leaves the line, sounds magnificent. Home-built engine, that one. The Martin Watts is finishing in 45.28. Graham Lokes.
Yeah, Graham does all the work on this car, and he's taken the engine out of a 3.2 911 Cara engine and thread it into this beautiful Lola chassis, and it makes for a very competitive car. It's always immaculate.
He certainly is immaculate. He's a really nice chap, but what a car. He's a quiet, modest chap. He often writes in our magazine at Lowton, doesn't he? Leaving the line, Stevie Morgan in the Empire Evo.
Yeah, back into one of the very first single-seater doing their second time run. Steve will be pushing already 83 miles an hour under the bridge and exiting Pardon all the way up through the S's. Over to you.
Yeah, over to me. So we've got Richard Weaver on the line, about to leave the line in the Empire Evo. Son Tom was way up in the run-up, wasn't he, in the run-off. Stevie Morgan going round semicircle, approaching the finish. What's he going to finish? He's going to finish in 41.17, Stevie Morgan. Well done. Richard Weaver with.
Yeah, the track condition definitely improving, and the sun has been peeking through the second half of this. The track, part of the track is always under the shade of the trees here at Prescott, so we're going to see times improving, I am sure.
You certainly will. In fact, on the line is Stuart Bickley. Now, he was sensational in the runoff and practice. Stuart Bickley, let's see what he can do this time. So Richard finishes in 40.97.
Yeah, Stuart, very impressive. Fastest yesterday during practice and the time runs of the day. So he snatched this one, gone wide at the top of Pardon, so might be a bit of a delay for a moment, but he's going back on the track and exiting Pardon with no problem. He just went wide. He's quickly followed by and chased up by Richard Brandt, who's not been red flagged fortunately, so he's not going to have to do a rerun. Taking a beautiful line, using all of the curb on the entry of Pardon. Is already through the S's. Over to you, Chris.
Yes, he certainly is. He's coming into the S's as we speak. Yeah, going very nicely, Richard. Paul Gibson is just left the line too in the beautiful OMS 3000. Yeah, Richard Brandt comes around semicircle through the finish. 40.7 time, 7.2. Good time for Richard. Over to you.
Yeah, Stuart will be disappointed with his time of 50.16 in that run, with this almost off at Pardon, but quickly followed by Paul Gibson, who's already through the entry of the S's and exiting that section of the track.
Yeah, going very nicely too. Gavin McLaren's about to leave the line in the OMS 3002. The OMS 2000, beg your pardon. Yeah, this is the car where he's got no bodywork on the back. He had it on previously on other meetings. Anyway, over to you, Gavin McLaren.
Yes, Richard Brandt posted a 40.72. That's quicker than his run-off time. So he's definitely going to be pleased with that, and that's probably granted him space in the last run of today. Gavin, meanwhile, is going through Pardon, up the way through the hill, pushed the car into the S's through the second part of the hill.
Superb, yeah, okay, so far he's going great. Ben Fisher's just left the line in the OMS Hornet. This was the Weaver's car at the beginning of last season. Now they've got the Empire. So anyway, going through towards the finish, Gavin McLaren finishes in 43.18. Over to you.
Yes, Ben Fisher exiting Pardon here and up the way through the trees. I can see through the top box here and exiting that part of the track.
Yeah, Mark Schlanker just leaving the line in his Force HC. Mark's always a very rapid driver, isn't he? He's a tall, lanky driver, very slim, very quick. Ben Fisher going up towards the line, and Mark Fisher with you.
Yeah, so this is one of the many Force today that we'll see a back-powered car with no body at the back, so easy access to when you have to service the car. Beautiful lines through Pardon, great momentum through that corner. That's going to be a cracking run for him.
It certainly is. So Mark Schlanker is in the S's now. Coming to the line is Nigel Pitt, quick local driver. Nigel will be looking to improve on earlier when he didn't qualify for the runoff. So he had a slight technical hitch. He had a spin, didn't he, at semicircle? Anyway, so Mark Schlanker has finished in 41.03. I've got Nigel Pitt on the line. Nigel leaves the line, scorches off the line 2:012, 2 minutes, so 2 seconds, 0.12. Nigel Pitt with it.
89 miles an hour under the bridge. It's a great start. 2.1 second of the 64 feet. It's already through the entry of Pardon, using the inside line and pushing hard up the gears into the entry of the S's.
A little bit more sedate. Les Buck has left the line in his Formula Ford. He'll be followed by Paul Morecambe in another Formula Ford. So Nigel Pitt going round semicircle. You've got Les Buck with you.
Yeah, Les Buck entering Torres this very tricky corner, almost like the shape of water drop, and he going through the entry of Pardon, going through up the gears, manual gears on those cars, so a lot of driver input required to get the best out of those cars.
Indeed, so Les Buck is just gone around the S's towards semicircle. Paul Morecambe on the hill.
Yeah, Les Buck 49.74, so an improvement from the previous run, quickly followed by Paul Morecambe, already through the second half of the track into the midway, and he's going quicker so far. Paul has been leading this class so far today.
Oh, excellent, good information. David Owen has just left the line in the Merlin.
Yes, I've got David with me through the entry of Pardon and exiting that corner.
Yeah, Paul finishes, the time's gone, he was 48 something or other. Anyway, so just getting back with it. David Owen's already well up the hill, and Charlie Riley with you.
Yeah, Charlie Riley in this later Van Diemen car always looks like a spider, but it has been just driving, taking a little bit of the track and a bit more, going through a bit of the grass on the exit of Ituri's, but managed to catch it and carry on his way. But it's not going to be the best of run. He's going to be frustrated with this one.
Yeah, well, hopefully Rob Anscombe following him, if he's already with you.
Yeah, Rob up the gears between Ituri's and Pardon and pushing the cars through the top of the hill, and he's going to be entering semicircle in a few seconds.
Yeah, he will indeed. So he's going through semicircle. Tom Morgan has just left the line in his Empire Evo 3. He's only 17 years old, had his birthday last week. Rob Anscombe's gone through 40.71. Tom Morgan.
Yeah, Tom Morgan up the gears in this shared car with the very distinctive orange helmet, and already through the top of the hill entering the S's, and this is where those lower capacity engine car make up the time versus the bigger engine cars.
Well, talking a bigger engine, we've got a 1600. Robert Capper just left the line. He was in the runoff. I think he finished about 5th, if I remember rightly. Anyway, Robert Capper, to you.
Yes, Robert, in this beautiful Empire RS, this car can produce downforce at speeds of about 40 miles an hour or so. A very beautiful car and beautifully engineered. Have a look at this car in the paddock, it's sensational.
John Stockley is about to leave the line. Robert Capper is still on the hill, just gone round the S's, approaching semicircle. Anyway, John Stockley left the line. Robert Capper finishes in 39.52.
Yes, an improvement for Robert Capper, about 3/10 down on his previous time run this afternoon, but he's quickly followed by John Stockley. 90 miles an hour under the bridge for John, and he's going up through the second part of the hill, already through the entry of the S's at the top.
Yes, he leads, so John Stockley well on his way. Tom Weaver has approached the line, he will be the next one up. John Stockley going around semicircle off to the finish very shortly. Finishes in 41.22. Tom Weaver leaves the line. Tom did brilliantly in the runoff. Over to you.
Yes, a car he shares with his dad Richard, and Tom has been one of the young talents of UK hill climb. He'll go up the gears, engine popping and banging between Torres and Pardon, and late on the brake he's going to be looking to improve on his previous run.
Trish Davis approaches the line, Tom Weaver on the hill. Tom approaches the S's, he's going smoothly round the S's, it looks nice and dry out there at the moment. He's going round semicircle now, going off to the finish, should be finishing round about now in 39.68. Trish Davis about to leave the line in her husband Terry's V8 engine Force that they just bought. Trish Davis going round bridge. Over to you.
Yes, beautiful faults. You can see a fairly short wheelbase on this car and a lot of power from the V8 at the back, and they are both campaigning this car beautifully today.
Well, just leaving the line is Nicola Dearden in that lovely Dallara with the red top engine in the back of it, 2 litres of power, about 270 brake horsepower. So Trish Davis has gone round the S. She's going to go up to the semicircle now. Nicola, to you.
Yeah, beautiful F3 car. And if you're wondering why this car looks like a cigar, well, this car used to run radiators on the side of the car, and for hill climbing they don't need. So they've just got rid of them.
Well, that's good information. I didn't know that. So as ever, your knowledge is excellent. So Nicola's already gone round semicircle. Yeah, she's actually approaching semicircle. She's looking good. She's going to be around about 46, 47, perhaps. 48, 44 for Nicola Dearden. Simon is driving that car. Simon Henson is up later on. So we've got a little delay on the start line. We've got nothing here at the moment. So we've got the Dallara approaching the line. The Formula Ireland car, the silver and red one of the Colborns. I'll let you know when that one leaves the line. So we've got a reasonable little crowd here today. The sun's out now. It's all looking good round the paddock as well. We actually get some lovely hill climbing, some beautiful cars, some lovely single-seaters coming up the hill now, isn't there? Andrew Colburn leaves the line, scorches off the line, 2.15 for the first 64 feet, under bridge. Over to you.
Yeah, beautiful chassis. This is also an XF3 car, and he'll be pushing this car, and they've been campaigning this new car this year, and they'll be looking to improve on their previous run.
Certainly will. And on the line will be Robin Johnson in the Tigger. We don't see many Tiggers these days, and Tigger cars. I remember Sandra Tomlin and a Tigger with a 2-litre engine in it at the time. Andrew Colborn comes around semicircle, comes through the finish, 43.07. Robin Johnson just left the line in his Tigger, coming towards bridge. Over to you.
Yeah, great to see some more historic hill climb cars today on the hill, and this is another beautiful car that you'll see as well. You see some of the very first wings on this car, and beautiful turned out. Bit of the rev limiter through between Torres and Pard.
Yeah, nice colour scheme on that one too. Simon Barnwell will be about to leave the line in the Formula Renault, which you'll know all about. Renault 2-litre engine, 16-valve Renault engine. Great little engines, those Renaults, to be fair. They seem to, you French have cornered the market in those little twin cams. Robin Johnson finishes in 48.85. Simon Barnwell approaching bridge, and he's 72 mph through bridge.
Yeah, so this is taking me back to my teenage years, where Formula Renaults back in France, where the academy cars for the French Championship, and this is a Tatus chassis with a 2-litre engine at the back from the Renault Clios, putting about 200 horsepower, maybe a bit more in this car, with a sequential gearbox, and those cars come straight out of the circuit. But these cars already been campaigned a few years in hill climbing.
Jonathan Marley has just left the line, our first runoff winner. Jonathan with you.
Yeah, Jonathan in this beautiful GWR Predator, probably my favourite car today on the hill, and beautifully driven by John every single time he gets out in this car.
Indeed, it's a real favourite of mine. It was a favourite when Graham White used to drive it. It used to stir the hill up then with its massive V8 Judd engine. Actually, no, it wasn't a Judd engine, it was another engine. Anyway, he's round semicircle, he's cruising up through 39.61. That will qualify for the next runoff for sure. Now, can Paul Jones do anything about that in Rob Anscombe's Empire Evo? Paul's a very capable driver. I can't remember not sure either of them got in the runoff last time. Anyway, so Paul leads the line, 1.95, that's a scorching start. Under bridge, 83 mile an hour.
Yeah, Paul in this beautiful red Evo going up the gears in between up to Carden and pushing Ilgo and try and maximise the speed out of that corner before making it onto the S's.
Yes, interestingly, in this bottom box, which is the first time I've been in here today, there's just one screen. Now, when I came in for the British Champs, there was about 3 or 4 screens. I didn't know where to look, so it's keeping it much more simple now. Paul Jones finishes in 41.39. Well done, Paul. Anyway, so just at the moment, we have a little lull in proceedings. I can see John Chalmers back in the paddock there. He's going to be approaching the line shortly. So far, so good. The sun's out. Are you enjoying yourself up there, Benoit?
Yeah, it's very much, Chris, and it's beautiful to see everyone turning up today. Thank you for coming today, and I hope you've been enjoying the sun after a bit of a very wet and moist day today. I'm sure many of the competitors out in the paddock as well will be pleased to enjoy those conditions. And what a better place to be on a Sunday afternoon when the sun is out.
Indeed. Coming hill climbing in the sun at Prescott. Oh yes, that works for me. That works for me. And I'm just looking around. I see people eating ice cream, so that must mean ice cream sales are definitely up today. Bennett's Ice Cream's just round the corner from the commentary box. Go and grab yourself an ice cream. I'm sure it is the day. Salted caramel is my favourite at the moment. I did have a honeycomb jobby earlier with a flake. Very nice indeed. Get yourself a Bennett's Ice Creams. Just a day for it. On the line, John Chalmers in this very spectacular Rolt. This one has got the motorbike engine with a turbocharger on it. It's got over 400 horsepower, extremely rapid car. Takes his visor down, gets ready to rumble. Off he goes. You will hear this one. Oh my days, he's away. He's away. First 64 feet. 1.91. Fantastic stuff. Over to you.
97 miles an hour under the bridge, Chris. Very impressive start for John in this beautiful Rolt. This is a Hayabusa engine with a turbo strapped on it, so probably about 450 horsepower out of that engine, powering him up the hill.
I've got the main man here. I've got Owen Cool. He's had himself a nice ice, a bit of a break. I'm going to wander up towards you again, Benoit, and I'll hand over to Owen.
Yeah, beautiful time from John, an improvement about 3/10 down. He just got it under the 40-second mark, 39.96 for John.
Yeah, hello, Benoit, are you still there?
Still here, Owen.
Chris is on his way back up to you. I've had my ice cream, and I just went into the paddock. There's a couple of situations brewing down in the paddock. I'll fill you in as we go after that first runoff. So I'll fill you in if the car comes. Right, car 30 is on the line. Terry Davis in the Force TA with his own design 2-liter V8 engine in the back. Have I missed anything exciting?
Well, we had an also beautiful practice, second competition run, sorry. Yeah, you haven't missed much, but all of the drivers that have been going out on track have been improving on their time from just after lunch. So the track conditions are definitely getting better, the sun helping to dry the track. But I can hear an engine revving at the start line, so you're probably going to give me an update on this.
Right, off the line, Terry Davis goes 2.17, 84 miles an hour down to you, Benoit.
Yes, hard on the brake on the entry of Eteris, and then Bugattis exiting. Eteris already through Pardon using the inside line. That's the quickest one, and trying to rotate the car to keep the car straight and put the power down out of that corner.
Yeah, just coming through out of the S with a bit of a wiggle wobble, but here we go. Just looking at the times here, so Terry's already gone across the line with a 40.83. 40.83, slightly slower than his first qualifying time. Andrew Henson in the Dallara F394 is already to you. 88 miles an hour he got there.
Yes, Andrew Henson got the car into the 40-second mark, and I'm sure he's going to try and get under that in this run, if not into the runoff.
Yeah, already out of the S is coming through. Andrew, did he qualify first time around? Yes, he did. He qualified with a 40.47 the first time around. Crossed 39.57. Absolutely decimated his first time run, and closer to his runoff run. Right, next up. Now, this is Pete Tatum. He's slightly out of sequence. They've just had a bit of a technical problem. He had an exhaust issue, which actually set the body on fire, but he finished second in the first runoff. And Jonathan Varley, who actually won the runoff, has been down there trying to help him sort it out, but they had to meet the call. So Pete's got to the line, but I think there is still an issue somewhere. So they shut the car off. Pete's desperately trying to get this thing sorted. So I'm not sure what it's about, but it might be the safety wire hanging down. Get the lock wire, a bunch of stuff. So there may be just something not quite right, but the team here is actually going to see if they can sort it out right now. Left a tool on the car by the looks of it. He was trying to get it all back together in a hurry. So just be patient for a moment. We're going to try and, like I said, the organizers, the marshals, everybody, we're trying to look after the competitors. And we'll go from there. So Mr. Ponsford is heading back up to your position to give you a bit of relief in there. And we appreciate you stepping in today, Benoit. You weren't scheduled for today, but it's always a pleasure to work with you. We worked together yesterday, and it's been good to work with you again today. So, right, they fired Pete up, and in his OMS 28, first year car, brand new car. And here we go for the launch, and off he goes. 2.05, that's a good launch. Finished second in the first runoff with a 39 and change, low 39. It was absolutely a heck of a run. So let's see what he does now. Gets settled into the car. Like I said, Jonathan Varley helped him fix it. So over to you for a minute.
Yeah, big touch on definitely one of the big tries in the first corner. 96 miles an hour under the bridge, very impressive. And looking at this previous run during the runoff, he improved by 8/10 in this runoff, and he managed to get 38.38. But it looks like he will be having a delay on the hill. I can hear the whistle going out.
Yeah, just exiting the S's, the car spun back. It's on the track, no problem. It's just spun backwards. So he's 180 degrees to the track. He's actually pointing downhill, and they're just going to send him back down. No problem at all there. Just going on the replay. Comes out of the S's, and just the exit there. Back end came around one way, did the old Scandinavian flick, went around the other way, and he ended up backwards. Did not hit anything. That's a shame. They worked really hard in the paddock to get this car sorted out. Just tried to miss the curbing, had to overcorrect, push the back end out one way, and it pendulumed and took him the other way and just swung around. But he did not hit anything. The car is one piece, and you should see him shortly. They're going to roll him back down the hill. The marshals are waiting for him. Just doing a little bit of a sweep. There was kicked off. So a Herculean effort by Pete to get back out, and it's just one thing too many. So he'll be back. He's getting quick in the car, and getting used to the new car. So
yeah, it's almost like if he had rotated the car even more, he would have been able to get back up and running, but that didn't happen. And a big thank you obviously to all the competitors, John Varley, for helping get competitors back out on track. This is the spirit of motorsport and hill climb in general. Everyone helps each other. Everyone wants to have fun, and if you can help, people will do it.
yeah, absolutely. The camaraderie in there, it's like, it doesn't matter who it is, if it's your direct competitor, if someone you're beating or whatever, it's like, what do you need? What do we need to do to get this fixed? What can we get back out? So no second time run, which means Pete will not qualify for the runoff, the second runoff, which is a shame. But it was a Herculean effort, so everyone involved gave him a hand to try and get that sorted out. Thank you very much on behalf of Pete, because he is actually here by himself today, so it's taking a bit of help from others. So here we go. So next up we have car 36, I believe. Yeah, this is car 36. Aaron Colburn in the Van Diemen RF02FX shares this with Andrew Colburn. So Andrew's already done a 43.07 this time around, so let's see if Aaron can actually beat him. Off the line he goes, rips off a 2.0964 foot time, heads up under the bridge, 81 miles an hour. Into review now.
Yes, Aaron 42.41 in his previous competitive run, and he's going to go up through the gears. Beautiful line through Etteries, and he's already through on the entry of Pardon. Get the traction out on the car, up the gears through, and up on the brake into the S's, carries the momentum through those corners beautifully.
Yeah, having no problem going through the S's. Aaron is currently, after first qualifying, the fastest two. Sandra Tomlin, who had a miserable first run, is actually launched for the second run. Is heading towards you already. Aaron did a 42.56, so he was the quicker of the two Colburn brothers in that car.
Yeah, Sandra already through Etteries and exiting now. Pardon, she'll use the big power of that V8 to go through the S's, but over to you, Owen, to catch up the next car, Bernard Kevin.
Yeah, we're in the racing cars over 2 liters, so Sandra's the first one out, sharing the car today with Morgan Jenkins, her son-in-law. It's her car, and it's got a V8 in the back, and she just loves her big engined vehicles, has several at home. And we got Bernard Kevel in the OMS 28 coming through the S's already. Sandra did a 43.68. which is a whole lot better than her 71-second run the first time. And I've got car 722 on the line. Anthony Hunt in Terry Graves Gould DJ55XD. I think Bernard's just done a 42.01, so that's 3/10 slower than his first time run. So Anthony Hunt is about ready to launch. Get ready to catch him, Benoit. Here we go. Whoops, that was a bit of a 2.71 on the start. It bogged down big time, but up to speeds, 86 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, 86 miles an hour under the bridge after the start, but already through the Etaris. This is 2.65 litre V8 engine coming out of the Indy cars that we see in the US, and he's going to push hard and to see if he can improve on his time. It was a 42.02 previously.
Yeah, Anthony's looking for more. On the line, I've got Edmund Burgess, who another top 10 qualifier the first time. Anthony literally driven over the inside of the semicircle corner. 42.18, so just over a tenth of a second slower than his first run. But Edmund Burgess set a blistering, broke the 40-second rule, did a 39, I believe, in the runoff. So let's see what he can do. And then next up, I've got Sue Young on the line, and I'll explain what happened to her earlier in a second.
Yeah, Prescott is the home of Bugattis here in the UK, and Hedman is the hill record in a Bugatti here that he posted back about 3 months ago in a Bugatti Type 51, but a different car today with this beautiful Gold GR55. He has been going real well all day today and yesterday, and he's going to be looking to improve. He posted a 44.47 previously, and that's a 42.1 for him.
Yeah, 40.21. Now Susie Young, I just talked to her in the paddock while I was having my ice cream. Her first run, the engine shut off. They've just fitted launch control, traction control to it, and they don't know what the problem was, why it shut off. So what they did is they've shut all the electronics off. She's driving au naturel. The only traction control is her right foot, to see if the problem's solved. And based on this run, I'd say it was the electronics that caused the problem, because she's setting not a bad run, already into semicircle, coming out the other side, and across the line, yeah, 42.17, so that's much better. And then you've got Simon Braithwaite in the Ford Escort RS 1600, 67 miles an hour to you.
Yeah, Simon in a class of his own today, but still competing against himself today. Beautifully turned out car, 2-litre Ford BDA engine, and the great sound to hear across the hill. The Escort's being a really popular car in rallying as well.
Yeah, absolutely chucking it around. This car was an ex-rally car. It's now a hill climb car. And he just loves driving this thing and knows how to position the car. Dave Greenslade. So now Simon's the last of the Midland runners. We're now going into the Triple M Pirelli HSA Championship cars. Starting off with Dave Greenslade in the Radical SR1. Simon did a 50.55 in the Escort.
Yeah, Dave already on the entry of the S's, and he'll be looking to get a good exit out with that tricky left-hander before the entry of semicircle.
Yeah, already into semicircle, Dave Greenslade coming around with the Radical SR1 across the line, 43.91, which is 8/100ths quicker than his first qualifying run. We've got Tim Cowlam on the track in the Swift FB91. His first time here, his first time racing. Car's still kind of misbehaving a bit, but he's out there learning the course and everything like that. And around part he goes.
Yeah, they were trying to fix a damper issue early on at lunchtime, and it's great to see them back up and running in this second competitive run. He'll be looking to improve a 55.29 on his previous run.
Yeah, that wasn't too good a run, he admits himself, but this looks like it's going to be a bit better. Hopefully end the day on that. It's the second time runs. I've got John Bradshaw in the Westfield SCIW coming at you, and then Andrew Feekins in the Clio 182.
Yeah, John Bradshaw going real well in this beautiful Westfield. Great pace out of this car. Beautifully turned out car at the top of the hill already.
Yeah, Tom Callum, he got it 52.4, so about 3 seconds quicker, so he should be happy. That's an improvement there. John Bradshaw, a 43.36, and that's actually slower than his first time run, so the first time run will count, so no improvement there. Andrew Feekins is already up to you, and I've got Dad Tony Feekins on the line in that Peugeot 205, just launching off.
Yes, Tony, this beautiful Peugeot 205 GTI, already entering the first corner of the hill. Not taking the white line this time and keeping it on the black step. This is a 205 with a 306 GTI 6 engine, so 16 valve and a 6-speed gearbox. There's not much left in the inside, and that makes it a very lightweight car.
Yeah, already light from the factory. The modified car class, which is what this normally runs in, you're allowed to take all the interior out and lighten it and do all sorts of other weird things. Andrew Feekins did a 54.30, an improvement of 0.19 seconds, so much better. Tony's heading into semicircle now and comes out the other side, and we've got a time of 51.11, and that's a quicker time. And you've got Andrew Webber in that Lotus Elan +2, don't you?
Yes, he's already exiting Pardon and at the gears. Looks like he lost a little bit of momentum from the sound of the engine, but no problem on the rest of his run. He's already through the S's.
Yeah, so Andrew Webber is making good time. We got Pekka Tilakis in the turbocharged Mazda MX-5. Absolutely flying in that thing. He was sort of fourth after the first time runs in this group. Drifts it out of Pardon. Andrew Webber, 53 seconds flat, and that's actually slower than his first time.
Yes, and Pekka, I can rightly call him the Flying Finn because I saw him flying at Lawton Park a couple of weeks ago. He's rebuilt the car, and it's great to see him back out again. He drives his car beautifully, and he'll be looking to improve on his time. It was a 50.14 previously, and it's a 50.16. So time for consistency for Pekka.
Yeah, you can't get much more consistent than that. Mike Edwards in the Classic Mini, already through the S's, exiting the S's now, heading around and up towards semicircle. And you've got Luis Porto in the bright accented Mazda MX-5, and Andrew Till has just come off the line in the 1-liter EcoBoost engine. I see Lewis lights up that left rear tire exiting Pardon by the looks of it.
Yeah, where do you get the 4th generation of the MX-5 on one day in one venue? This is the case today at Prescott. This is the Mark 1 MX-5, and Lewis Porter has been pushing this car through the end of the run, and that'll be a time of 56.22.
Yeah, you got that one. You're not falling for the times after yesterday, are you? Yeah, 56.22 for Lewis. Andrew Till is somewhere in the neighborhood. And we're just going back to a Midland race car, double-driven car. I've got car 20 of Morgan Jenkins, who qualified for the top 10 runoff the first time in Sandra Tomlin's car. Andrew has just got across the line with a 55.5, which is pretty much exactly the same time he did first time. Here comes Morgan Jenkins. Pilbeam MP97, 4 liters of engine in the back, 2.10 launch off the 64-foot. And 77 miles an hour under the bridge.
Yeah, beautiful launcher for Morgan, 77 miles an hour under the bridge. He got the time about 40.31 on his previous run, so let's see if he can break the 40-second mark today. He's already exiting and putting the paradigm out of Pardon and entering the S's.
Yeah, having a good run here. I'm just having a look. He is currently 3rd in class. He needs about a 10th to get into 2nd in class. And General Clown says, go across the line. Oh, and he's done it, 40.16. That puts him 2nd in class. We still have Simon Andrews has just launched himself past you. And I've got Terry Graves on the line, ready to go.
Yes, that'll make Morgan happy, and Sandra too, who's also sharing this car. And Simon is at the top of the hill already, and now entering semicircle.
Yeah, Simon needs a 40.15 or better. He's only done a 40.93. Oh, he's gone slower, 41.12. That won't do. Terry Graves is leading the class with a 39.5 after the first run. Went quicker than that in the runoff. What can he do here?
It looks to be in a really good form in the second run. Up the gears, you can hear the engine revving through the second part of the hill, already through the S's and exiting the left-hander now.
Yeah, purple sectors, everything but the 64 purple sectors on himself. So he's going to go quicker. 38.90. So there you go, into the 38s in qualifying, and that gives him the class win. And then qualifies for the runoff as well, I would have thought. Everything's unofficial. Back to the Pirelli Speed Championship. We've got Simon Clemau in the Radical SR1 that he shares with Dave Greenslade. Simon's third, Dave is second. Simon wants to beat Dave. You work it out.
Yes, Terry in the Gould will be really pleased with that second run. It's a 1/10 down on his shootout top 10 run, which was just a 39.03, so under the 39 marks. Well done, Terry. But back in the action with Cheryl in the MX-5, top down motoring today into Pardon already.
Yeah, Simon did the 43.91, so he actually went slower that time. So now we're into the Classic Marques Speed Challenge, and we've got about 30 competitors in this one. An assortment of sports cars. It's a handicap system. You can see on the screen if you're watching live on YouTube for HillClimb.TV that Stuart Mogg, after the first runs, is got the fastest with a 47.70, and Cheryl actually has done a 57.9, which is just under 2 seconds quicker than a first time run, so that's a much improved run there. She'll be happy with that. And you've got, hang on, I'll catch up. Alan Cavendish Tribe in the Reliance Scimitar Martini colors is already through the S's. Nigel Walton in the Mazda MX-5 should be with you now.
Yes, Nigel, who had an issue with his Triumph, he's going to try not to break this car, because this is the car that will bring them back home later today. So they're going to take an easy run today with on this second run, but nonetheless there's still a chance for them to qualify. They're working towards a handicap based on the power to weight ratio of those cars. Still looking at improving, obviously, because the first competition is always yourself when you go out on the track.
Yeah, agree with that. Alan Cavendish Tribe actually went quicker by 0.6 of a second, did a 53.93. Nigel's gone quicker with a 59.01. I don't think they were taking, Miranda said, oh no, he's not taking it easy, but apparently he's enjoyed driving this more than he likes his Triumph Spitfire, so there could be trouble there somewhere.
Well, as long as the car comes back in one piece, whatever the time, both will be happy. Ian is already exiting Pardon, a little bit of wheel speed out of this car. This is an A-series engine, so the same engine that you'll find in some of the minis that we have today.
Yeah, Ian Benninger in the classic MG Midget, which some say they also used as a guidance for building the MX-5, the original Mazda, as like a traditional sports car type thing. So he goes across the line with a 57.48. That's an improvement of 0.6. And we got Steve Akers in the Lotus Elan S1 GTS. Beautiful little car, this one. As Benoit says, the predecessor, we think, to the Mazda. They looked at this car as well. And Jamie Toon in the Bishop Fury is just launched off the line, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, 66 miles an hour under the bridge. Owen, quite an impressive pace from this car. And Johnny is always pushing real hard in this beautiful Fisher Fury. This is a Ford 2-litre engine that you've probably found in your Ford Focus. It's beautiful line through Pardon, keeping the momentum and up the gears through the second part of the hill.
Yep, Robert Toon's on the hill with the Morgan +8. Ian Winnie is at the start line in the Mazda. Jamie Toon just drifted the car all the way around that left-hander after the S's, and is now coming around the semicircle, absolutely giving it death. 49.30, and that is an improvement of 0.26. So he's improved his time. Robert's already in the Morgan, somewhere in the S's, coming out of the S's. Ian Winnie has just left the line in the MX-5.
Yes, Ian Winnie now through the entry of the first corner. A car that he has campaigned in multiple series previously, but today on a hill climb. And this is the first generation of the MX-5 that you'll see today on the hill with the 1.8 Mazda engine at the front.
Yep, there he goes, up around Pardon there. Michael Crutchley in the Alfa Romeo Giulia just launched off the line with a 308, the classic 60s. Well, we're calling it a police car because we've all seen the the Italian Job, and that's kind of what they use, except painted green. So let's see how Ian does. It looks like most of the competitors, Robert Toon is the only one that hasn't improved on his second time run so far. He was 0.4 slower. Everyone else has improved so far, including Ian Winnie with a 6070. Nick Bolton in the Morgan Roadster Lightweight is on the hill. Only a 2.9 liter engine in this car, so got the smaller engine compared to some of the V8s.
Yes, the lightweight has been stripping a little bit of weight out of this car. You can see it's got no windscreen, just a small screen to keep the wind off your face, and that's a beautiful car, an iconic shape of the Morgan that we still see in production to those days.
Yeah, Michael Crutchley, 61.45, an improvement of, it looks like about 0.6 of a second improvement. So that'll be good. Everybody seems to be improving. It's just Robert Toon's out there. So I've got Nick Bolton in the Morgan Roadster Lightweight coming through semicircle now. Emma Alley in the Cloverleaf colored Mazda is already on the track. 53.49 for Nick Bolton. Actually went slower by almost 4/10, so he won't be happy with that. Emma's already into the S's, and you've got Gordon Pierce in the Porsche Cayman somewhere down your end of things as Emma makes her way around exiting the S's.
Yes, Gordon had a little bit of a wiggle coming out of Etruries as he put the power down, but no problem. He's going to try and be mindful of that on the rest of his run. He's already exiting Pardon and up the gears through the S's.
Yep, Paul Boscott in the Lotus Elan +2 is launched off the line and 50 miles an hour under bridge heading through Orchard now. Gordon Pierce in the Cayman S is just entering semicircle now, coming out the other side, and he's heading for the line. Will he improve his time? Nope, a little slower by half a second, so won't be happy with that. Got that Lotus there, Benoit?
Yes, already exiting Pardon. The +2, if you're wondering, is just two small seats at the back. So we've seen the Lotus Elan, the GTS that we've seen just before. This one has got a longer wheelbase and some seats at the back where you can throw the kids, or maybe some more luggage if you want to tour around Europe.
Yeah, I'm thinking luggage more than kids. There's not much breathing room back there, especially with a roll cage. Steve Thomas is on the line with the TBR Vixen. Just to double check Marshall's. Paul Boscott did a 59.2, and he's actually gone 8/10 slower, so he won't be happy, but his first time run will count. So we're just waiting for Steve Thomas to launch off the line in the TBR Vixen. He's got the 1.7 liter Ford Crossflow in the car. So let's get to that point of the day. Launches off the line, heads up under bridge, and 60 miles an hour, and you should be able to hear the noise of the Sunbeam Imp Sport of John Payne about ready to launch. Ben?
Yeah, beautiful line from Steve through Etruries, one of the best attempts from one of the drivers today. Literally rotated the car through Etruries, beautiful line through Pardon as well, and this will be a beautiful run, really pushing in that second run of this afternoon.
Yeah, so Steve's already through the S's. Ladies and everybody that's here, don't leave. The top 12 runoff, I've got the runoff here, and Terry Graves is actually qualified the fastest, but there's only 1.2 seconds between all of them. This is going to be fun. Stay around, ready for this, folks. Right, so Steve Thomas in the Vixen, he went through with a 52.84. That's an improvement of 0.6. John Payne in the Input Sport is crawling around there. Martin Roberts in the Lotus Elise, I think, is down with you, isn't he?
Yeah, talking about fun, the Elise is definitely one that we are going to enjoy. This is a car that is now 25 years old, and this car is a second series with the Rover K series engine. Aluminium top, beautiful sports car, very beautiful car on the hill, and lightweight, that makes them very competitive.
Yeah, Rod Pack just left the line with the TVR Tuscan, currently sitting third overall in the Classic Mark Speed Challenge. Martin Roberts, Lotus Elise is still going, and John Payne crossed the line with a 56.96. That's an improvement of 1 second improvement for him. He'll be happy with that. Martin's done a 51.48. That's an improvement of 0.10. And Stephen Mogg, the fastest car in this class so far today in this group, the TVR Griffith, is on the hill. Can he improve on a 47.7?
Yes, beautiful line through the first corner into Torres as well. Almost the car trying to understeer, but it looks like he's having maybe a technical issues.
Yeah, he's not happy. I'll just say Rob Pack went through in a 48.66, so an improvement of just over a tenth. And looks like Stephen Mogg is still holding fastest time, but something with the car is not happy, so he's abandoned the run, and at the moment he's just pulled off on the short chute between Orchard and Pardon. Marshall's already there going, how can I help you, sir? Would you like fries with that, etc., etc.? Can I interest you in a used car, sir? Nope. So I think they're going to be rolling them back down the hill, which means one of our ever fearless start line marshals is going to gently jog up the hill to the gate to let the car back in once they release him. So he's under Marshall's control. Marshals have full control of this course. No racer does anything without the Marshals giving him the okie dokie. So he's rolling back, and Steve Lyle in the Boxster is just sitting on the line here. So we'll be right there. I think you can see this, can't you, Benoit?
Right in front of me, Owen, and Stephen looks like he's going to roll down the hill in his own power. So there's not going to be too much of a delay. We'll probably have to find out what happened. But yeah, Stephen was doing really well, and he won the day yesterday. And what's really interesting in the Classic Marques is whilst we've got a large range of cars, they all have an handicap based on the power to weight ratio. And in the rain, this has made a massive difference to some of the usual standing order that they have been running to. And so, yeah, Stephen has been doing really well in that TVR. And the Classic Marques also still rewards fastest time. So 1, 2, 3 will also get additional points towards the end. Stephen is just having a look at his car.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. It looks like it's a differential rear end problem. He's out of the car, and I think it may have locked up or broken. And the fact is, he may not be able to roll the car, which is why we're situation here. So I believe we're going to have to recover. So the car's not moving. And based on what Stephen's looking at, I would surmise it's a driveline problem at the rear of the car because it doesn't look like the car's actually going to roll. So we're going to be down for a few minutes. So what I can do here, if you don't mind, Benoit, I've got the top 12 runoffs, so I might as well let everybody know who the qualifiers are, if that's okay.
Please give us the update, Owen.
Just out of curiosity, has Chris made his way up there, or is he gotten distracted by all the cars in between here and there?
Chris made his way to the top of the hill here. No problem. He'll be taking over for the last runoff.
Yeah, this is getting pretty serious. He's actually taken the roof off, so I believe they're actually going to lift the car with the roll cage, strap it, and pick it up. So whatever's happened in the drivetrain, it's actually locked it up. So there's no way of recovering it other than airborne. I believe that's what they're going to go with. So we'll wait and see for that. Okay, so the top 12 runoff, which will be coming up after the remaining cars, which won't be long now once we get Stephen out of the way. The old telehandler Bobcat special is there. So here we go in the runoff. Top 12, number 1 qualifier, Terry Graves. Number 2 qualifier, Robert Capper. Number 3 qualifier, Andrew Henson. Number 4 qualifier, and our winner of the first runoff, could only muster a 4th fastest qualifying time, Jonathan Varley, only 4th fastest qualifier. Tom Weaver, 5th fastest. John Chalmers, 6th fastest. Morgan Jenkins in the Pilbeam MP97 is qualified 7th. Edmund Burgess qualified 8th. Tom Morgan has gotten in, qualified 9th. Nigel Pitt 10th. Rob Ascombe 11th. And Richard Brandt 12th. Now, I will point out Richard Brandt qualified with a 4.072. Rob Anscombe qualified with a 4.0.71. Nigel Pitt qualified with a 4.0.43. And then we go 3.4, 2.1, and 1.6. This is anybody's game, and a lot of these times are slower from the earlier qualifier. So we've got a little bit of a change in at least the top 5, but I think we're going to have, it's going to be an interesting runoff, I believe. What do you guys think up there? Oh, the black hole got him. Okay, not a problem. This is ominous. I've got a picture on screen of this giant flat plate telehandler. It looks like one of those old, you watch the old movies. They've got one of those big magnetic dishes they use in breaker yards, and they turn the magnet on and it just sucks up all the metal and everything. It kind of looks the same. I'd be nervous as heck with this. But nope, it's got a full proper cage in it, which will allow them to actually lift the car with the cage. They're going to strap it up properly. They will be very careful with the car, so they are going to take time. As a matter of fact, Stephen, I don't know if he's done this before or not, but he's actually supervising the hookup of his own car. So I think he's been down this road before and knows it'll work. So we'll see what happens. I see one of the top officials out there discussing which way are we going to go with this. Do we put it over here? Do we put it over there? Do we take it back to the paddock? Do we chuck it over the guardrail? What are we going to do with it? So, but ever popular. And just one more shout out to the marshals for being here, volunteering, supporting motorsports, allowing all the lunatics in the paddock to actually throw their cars at a very narrow strip of pavement, tarmac, and one, not hit anything, but two, and set some ridiculously quick times for cars that some of them shouldn't really be going that fast, but they do. So hats off to all the marshals and the volunteers, the officials, the organizers, the Bugatti Owners Club for putting on today's event. On behalf, for Prescott Hill Climb, and everybody involved. So we do appreciate it. If you're watching from another country, thank you for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you're still watching, please stick around. This second runoff is going to be, I think, even more exciting than the first runoff. And if you were there for that, you know that Chris and I basically wore ourselves out. If you want to buy an Isuzu truck, it's what says it's 21,995 pounds plus VAT. In this country, that's 20% tax on top of the price. But they brought the trailer, so I think they're going to try and gently lift it up and get it on the trailer to prevent any damage to the car. So they're just working out the logistics. And anything to add from upstairs?
Yeah, it sounds like they will be lifting the car and just put it on the trailer at the back of the pickup truck here, Owen. So we'll be back up and running. It's a 4-point on the Bobcat. We'll be lifting the TVR, and hopefully that car will be able either to be recovered or trailered back home. Otherwise, Stephen is going to have a bit of a hard time getting back home.
That's a point. I believe I'm not sure if he drove the car here or not. Might have. Most of the cars, a lot of the cars are driven here. They are road legal cars. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So we'll just have to wait and check on that.
If you're still around after the runoff, remember that you can head off to the different bars. You've got a bar just on opposite the bridge, which will be happily taking your orders, and further you can also head to the shop, the Bugatti shop or the Friends of Prescott down in the paddock. Also, you'll find some great merchandise if you want to get something, a little bit of souvenir from your day out today.
Yep, I think they're still open for a bit. Are we changing tact here? I'm just sort of watching it. This is live on YouTube stream, so anything that's going on is being watched by, well, Australia, Germany, France, and Spain that I'm aware of so far. Don't know if we've got anybody else. If anybody's watching, if you've got any comments, please send them to us, or any questions or anything. While we've got this downtime, I'll be happy to more or less try to answer some of them for you. If you have questions about British hill climbing, the sport, because I know it does take place in all those countries I just mentioned. Some of them are a bit different contexts. But here you go. So, well, they got the back end off the ground. So, this might be the old, yeah, so it looks like the rear differential or drive shaft. Something broke big time and it's just locked up. So, this is interesting. I don't know how to describe this, Benoit. Have you got a description for this? I lost you there for a minute. I was just thinking, I've heard of walk the dog and doing things with yo-yos, but this is kind of different. Are you there now?
Comments on YouTube are shutting their eyes, and I feel like I should be doing the same as well. But it looks like they are just going to try and make the front wheel turn up to that trailer. So hopefully they can manage to do that without making more damage. I'm sure the marshals are pretty confident about what they're doing, and they'll get back on track pretty soon. I'm sure we've got a very talented driver at the wheel of the telehandler who will make sure that he gets that inch perfect, and it's actually going pretty well from the look of it. Much better than I was anticipating. Yeah,
I wasn't sure how they were going to do this, but the person operating the recovery vehicle all weekend is very, very skilled. If you notice, if you've been following along and everything, every single vehicle he's had to deal with, he's taken such care of it, his control and everything. There's been no jerky motions, no damage to any of the vehicles whatsoever, and he's literally picked the back end of this car up and just walked it right up the trailer, and with two lifting straps above. So it's quite an impressive driving skill being demonstrated here. But the car is on the trailer. They're just unhooking the telehandler, and then they'll get it off. They'll get the trailer tipped back up again. It is a tilt trailer. They'll get the flap up. They'll make sure it doesn't move, and off it goes, and we'll be able to get it up and running again.
Yes, and always shows the great work that the marshals will do, but we must also say a big thank you to the ambulance and the rescue team as well. who are always here on every single event across the UK, whether that's Hill Climber, but across all of the venues and motorsport venues in the UK. And those guys are volunteer taking on their free time so that we can all enjoy the show. And you can see that those people have got big responsibilities in their hands. Whilst they're volunteering, they're taking this very seriously.
Yeah, I've just had some messages. I forgot the name all of a sudden, but from Bavaria. Hi, back to you. Thank you for watching. It was Tobias Hunger from Bavaria. Hello to you. Thank you very much for joining in today. And Alex is watching from Brazil, Benoit. So we thank you, sir, for joining us today. I hope you're enjoying it. Bangers and Mash says, phew and breathe. Yeah, I have kind of run out of weird. Somebody asked me earlier, it's like, do you actually stop and breathe? I am Carl Videos. Says, Aussie raised, British born, living in Japan. Here's my question. Why is an American commentating? Well, you've got that wrong in Car Videos. I'm actually Canadian. Why am I commentating? Well, for some reason I'm loud and clear. No, what it is, I was born in England and lived in Canada when I was younger. Moved back here in '99, but I've been racing and rallying for almost 40 years. And I got started commentating for a small club at a small venue about 5 years ago. And people enjoy the way I deliver and enjoy and how I was speaking, and you know how I'm sort of keeping people interested. And my technical background, I'm able to sort of give a bit more technical support. And I just keep getting invited by other clubs, and the Bugatti Owners Club has invited myself, Benoit, and Chris. We normally do Lowton Park to come down this weekend and support the Prescott Hill Climb and the Midland Championship today. So I'm Canadian accent, but I'm British born and actually grew up in Wales, which really confuses things. But I've been here for about 25 years, and I'm actually a teacher by trade. For 16 to 19-year-olds is what I actually do for a living during the day. So that's the reasons why. I hope it doesn't put you off the live stream and that you're enjoying, the commentary in general and what's going on today. So I hope that answers your question. Leo, hi. Enjoying the live stream from Easter Island. Great day. It has been a great day. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And, oh, great, I've just convinced everybody I'm not American. And Oracle Guitars comes up and says, hello from Pennsylvania, USA. Loving the show. I appreciate that very much. Marshall Tom at the Topic Cattle Grid. That would be Tom Parker. So somewhere up your end, Benoit, there's a Marshall saying hi to us. So they're actually following what's going on HillClimb.TV while they're up at the top of the hill.
Well, we said we've been catering for everyone, whether that's spectators, people in crews in the paddock, drivers, but also the marshals, and that's what we have been doing, I think, all weekend long. So thank you for coming along and sticking with us. It's been a beautiful day, and we still have a wonderful runoff to go through.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to do this message. Scott Sparks, enjoying from Newfoundland and Labrador in Canada. We've got a Canadian listening to a Canadian sitting in the middle of England doing it. So, home at Targa, Newfoundland. I'm actually quite aware of that event. I think it started when I still lived in Ontario. I've done the Canadian Rally Championship a bunch of times in the past. North America only tarmac rally. It is. Everything is gravel over there. Never miss your streams. This is awesome. Listen, Rich is the one that does all these streams and puts all this together. And on behalf of him, who doesn't talk on camera, we thank you very much. The amount of effort he puts into doing these streams, he does it for the passion and for the love. He's not making a living out of this, but he does it he loves hill climbing and he wants to promote the sport, and that's why he's doing the live streams and stuff. And we appreciate all of your comments, all of you watching, and any feedback to have to help us improve is great. Prev Counta, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed that explanation of being American. Thank you very much. Lee Corbett, greetings from Guernsey, doing a great job. Thank you very much, Lee. We appreciate the feedback. We have a car on the line, car 132. The Porsche Carrera is ready to go. And off the line he goes. And where he's going, hold on a minute, we just caught Rich out a bit. So we're just getting to Classic Mark's timing back up again. So we got Steve Lyle in the Porsche Boxer GTS 4-liter coming at Benoit right now. Mark Hankins is on the line with the TVR 2500 Vixen.
Yeah, still enjoying some beautiful top-down driving in his Boxster. A little wide into the entry of the part, and he was late on the brake, but managed to rotate the car nonetheless and get back up and running. He's already through the entry of the S's.
Yeah, making good time. Actually, he's got purple sectors on 2 of his sectors. Ah, right, here we go. We got the timing up. So Steve Lyle was actually 3rd overall. Ooh, semicircle, absolutely drifted that car, left black marks on the tarmac, but it did a 49.13, lost a little bit there. So unfortunately, a little bit slower. Mark Hankins in the TBR 2500 Vixen is already through part and up the way, and Alan Voice in the Ford-powered 2-liter Triumph GAT6 is just off the line, should be coming to you shortly.
Yes, Mark already exiting the S's and almost on the entry of semicircle in this beautiful TVR V6 Vixen, and he's already going through the finish straight. It was going to be 53.93 for him.
Yeah, that's actually an improvement of 0.6 seconds, so happy with that improvement. So Alan's coming through, already through Pardon. Adrian Smith in the BMW Z4 is just launched off the line and should be with you.
Yes, Adrian through the first corner of the hill already, and a beautiful car, the Z4. If you want a BMW, you must have a 6-cylinder in under the hood, and that's what Alan has in this beautiful car today.
Yeah, Alan Voice in the Triumph GT6, he's just gone through with a 56.11 and has actually improved by 6/100. Adrian Smith in the Z4 is already coming into the S's now and coming out the other side. We've got Paul Slade that's just launched away in the, you don't see it that often, but there it is, a Jaguar E-Type just coming by you.
Yes, a car that Enzo Ferrari called the most beautiful car in the world, and you can tell by the shape of this car. A car that's been really popular in circuit racing as well, in historic racing. You get to see them today here in the UK and at Prescott. A wonderful car with the iconic 6-cylinder XK series engine at the front.
Yeah, beautiful car. Paul Holmes in the Alfa Romeo 75 is just launched off the line, but we're just following the E-Type through. Up out of the S's, got a little bit of a wiggle going, but no problem. Heads through semicircle, gets it turned around, flying across the flying finish now, and you've got a 53.80, which is just about the same time before. Paul Holmes just lit the rear tire up coming out of Pardon. Just a little bit too tight to that corner, it lifts the inside up. Mark Everett in the TVR Griffith 500 is just launched up with a 5-liter. So Paul Holmes, yep, so there's Mark Everett, the TVR 500, just coming by you.
Yeah, Paul Holmes towards the end of his run. He'll be going through the finish line in a 57.89, which is about 2-second improvement. So it has been wheel spinning outside of Pardon. It has been pushing this last run, and he'll be driving home with this car.
Slightly less tire tread, so hopefully it doesn't rain anymore. Mark Everett in the TVR Griffith, 50.08, couple of tenths slower, so first time will be quicker. John Bruner in that unusual Ginetta G20, already through Pardon, heading up, and Andy Johnson has just left with a Mazda MX-5. Will be in sight soon?
Yes, Johnny, through the S's, he's going to carry the momentum in this beautiful Ginetta G20, a very lightweight car that this is where he can make up the time and try and push. This guy is already through semicircle, and he's going to go up the gears, push that car to the finish line for its last run of the day.
Yep, John Bruner, 56.28. They've been again a bit slower, 7/10 slower. Andy Johnson is just going through the S's now. And Nigel Duffield is just launched off in the Martini liveried Reliance Scimitar GTE SE5. And then I've got the ferret lady, known as Miranda Gibbs. She owns and looks after a bunch of ferrets. And she's just launching off the line now. They're her first year of racing.
Yeah, Nigel making really decent progress on second part of the hill in this beautiful Reliance Scimitar car. You don't get to see nowadays that much, but it's a beautiful shape, that estate shape. And Miranda is going to go for a last run of the day today, and she's going to enjoy. Obviously, that car has seen a lot of use. She's shared it with her husband, and it's first season. She's been enjoying her time in the car today, and she'll be looking to come back probably here, I'm sure.
Not sure if they're married yet, so we could be in trouble with that one. But anyway, yeah, Nigel Walton was in the car, and they are a couple. So Miranda's heading through. Nigel Duffield a little bit slower, 50.05. So waiting for Miranda, and I've got car 186. So Joy Rich, hang on. I'm a little confused here at the moment. So Miranda all the way around the top. She's looking for about a 68. Was about her best time before. 68.54. So again, a lot of improvement. So that's her best time of the day. I've got Joy Richins on, but I've lost timing at the moment. It's on my screen, so I'm not sure what's going on here. So hold on.
Yeah, Joy Riching is still making progress through the second half of the hill, through the S's, and coming out of the left-handers through semicircle. We have lost timing, so we won't be able to give you a time on that. It might be a fault, and it might have to rerun.
Yeah, it might be just a link problem that there is timing. We're just not seeing it, or it actually went boo-boo. So we'll just wait for a minute. Chris D's on the line in the Mazda MX-5, and he's being held at the moment. So just bear with us for a minute. This is the Bark Connaught Speed Championship runners. This is our last group before the runoff. Chris D launches off the line. We've got a time. We don't have a time for Joy, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe a rerun situation, but Chris D's off the line in the latest shape Mazda MX-5. And I've got Caleb Yates and the Austin Healey lining up.
Yeah, Chris has been pushing this beautiful Mark IV MX-5. This is the latest generation with a 2-litre engine at the front. Beautifully balanced car, engine at the front and rear-wheel drive. They're about 1,000 kilo, so with the end about 160, 180 horsepower. They make for some really competitive car on the hill, and they're very light and nimble.
Yeah, absolutely. So Chris is making good progress out of the S's. He's looking to improve on a 55.98, so we'll see what happens. Caleb should be with you in the Austin Healey as Chris goes. There he is, just coming through you now.
Yeah, what a cute car on the hill, the Austin Healey Pride. A brother or sister to the midget that we have seen earlier today, and that's running the A series engine, and that's got the hardtop at the back, a more aerodynamic shape, probably to improve the top speed of that car.
Yeah, Chris D in the Mazda did a 56.31, which was actually just over 3/10 slower, so went slower than the second run. Caleb's just heading semicircle now. Is coming out. Chris Toon is in the Clio. He's already on track. Caleb goes across with a 63.65, which is an absolute improvement, almost 2 seconds improvement. You'd be happy with that. Chris Toon already come through. Nigel Holt should be with you in the Caterham 310R. Classic motorcycle racer on other weekends.
Yeah, Caleb having a great run on this last run today, and quickly followed by Nigel in the 310R, an academy car that's been built for circuit racing, but the condition today in the dry running probably suited the car better today. Quickly followed by the 944 3-litre 4-cylinder engine that Paul has been running. He drives to the track, and he will be driving back home with this car. He's already exiting Pardon. He's going to use all the torque of that big 4-cylinder engine to power him through up to the S's.
Yeah, Chris Toon went about 0.2 seconds slower. Looks like Nigel Holt, he's gone slower by about 0.8. And Caleb's gone quicker. So Paul's just Bredesen in the Porsche gone across the line with a 53.84. He's gone slower. I think the track's slowing down. The sun seems to have changed the characteristic a bit of it. So I think this is going to change the runoff. I think it's going to have definitely effect on the runoff tires. So I've got Glenn Shaw in the Nissan 350 coming around. Michael Thompson should be with you in the Honda S2000.
Yeah, Mike has been leading the Connaught Speed Championship all day long, and was late on the break on the entry of Victorious, but no problem on the rest of his run. This morning he posted a 47, and that was his fastest time. He only managed to do a 49 previously, so let's see what time he can do. He's quickly followed by Zoe, his other half in the beautiful yellow Exige, and she's already on the entry of Pardon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mike just posted a 49.35.
Yeah, he just understeered and had to correct at semicircle, so he lost a couple tenths there. Glenn Shaw in the 350Z, he went slower, 50.11, so he was just over a tenth slower. Zoe is coming up. Peter Siddle is just launched off the line in his Crazy Clio. Watching Zoe come across the line, can she improve on her 52.43? So nope, about 4/10 slower. Peter Siddle's with you.
Yeah, Peter Siddle in his last run is going to try and get close to Mike, as those two have been trying to swap best time in this championship today. Let's see what time he can post today.
Yeah, Joy Richings has just launched off. Obviously, it was a timing error the first time, so not her fault. She's getting a rerun. Peter Siddle's looking to try and beat 51.03 as his target to beat. Let's see if he can do it. Oh yeah, 49.62. So yes, he did beat it. Not quite enough to knock Michael Thompson off the top, but a good effort. Joy's out there. The clock is running this time. To you.
Yeah, Peter will be pleased with that last run today, and quickly followed by Joy, making her way through the top and the second half of the hill. She'll be going through the S's and trying to manage the pace through those tricky corners at the end before semicircle.
Yeah, just coming up to the top now, having around semicircle. A little bit of braking going in just to settle the car. Foot down coming out. Crosses the line. 62.24. Should be happy with that. That's 1.5 seconds quicker. So well done, Joy. Excellent result. Right. Believe it or not, that is all the second time runs done. So all we have left. Now, I've just noticed that the cloud cover's come over a bit and the wind's picked up. We now have, everybody, stick to the side of the track. We'll try to give you the blow-by-blow on this, the top 10 challenge runoff. 12 competitors, points up, won the 10th place. They are lined up and ready to go. I can see Richard Brandt sitting in the car, all psyched up. He had the quickest 64-foot time of anybody. I think the car was doing wheelies off the line. So we'll have to see what's going on there. Are you sticking with me, Benoit, or is Chris going to just sneak in for this last bit?
I'm going to hand over to Chris Owen, so thank you to everyone. This is probably going to be my last word of today. Thank you for coming over today on behalf of the Bugattis Owners Club. Thank you for all the spectators, to everyone who's been also watching online on the YouTube live stream. Remember to subscribe. All of the work that Richard and Ellie are doing is fantastic, and I hope you have enjoyed it. I'm going to hand over to Chris for this last runoff of the day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Benoit. Yeah, we'll meet again soon. Right, so I know Chris is going to be excited.
Man, I just can't wait. You know what I'm like? I'm like a cat on a hot tin roof up here.
You love a good runoff.
I love a runoff. I love big single-seaters. I love small single-seaters. I love any single-seaters. I just love it.
Yeah.
The weather's brilliant. The track's dry. Are they going to go quicker than earlier? There's lots of shady parts now, obviously, up the hill, but the track is dry.
I'm going to say, I don't think, because the Jonathan Varley did a 37.96 to win the first runoff. I don't think we're going to see that again. I think we're going to be, I think a 38, a middle 38 is going to take this. I think the track's just gone off just a little bit from prime.
You could well be right. Only time will tell. They may surprise us. We've seen it's very often the first runoff is the quicker. I've seen it quite often on the British rounds, but who can say? Who's got the bit between the teeth? Have you got the runners? I didn't hear the runners and riders.
I have the runners and riders. I'll run it down again in reverse order. So this is the slowest qualifier to fastest qualifier. This is the run order. So first up, Richard Brandt, then Rob Anscombe, Nigel Pitt, Tom Morgan, Edmund Burgess, Morgan Jenkins, John Chalmers, Tom Weaver, Jonathan Varley, Andrew Henson, Robert Capper, and Terry Graves was the fastest qualifier for the second runoff, but only with a 38.9. And in the first qualifier runoff, we had about 6 cars in the 38s.
No Stuart Bickley then?
No.
No Stuart Bickley.
No. The slowest qualifying time was a 4:072.
Pace was up, wasn't it? The pace was up on qualifying.
Yeah, the second time runs. The pace, it was up, but it wasn't up all the way. It's actually the spread. If I take out Terry Graves' time, the spread between Richard Brandt in 12th and Robert Capper in second is 1.2 seconds.
Oh, now that's going to be good news.
That's it. Terry is only 0.6 seconds ahead of Robert Capper.
Wow. So we've got it all going on. We've got
it all, mate. We've got it all. This is gonna be.
This is the one, isn't it? This is the one.
It's the last runs of the day. It's some of these guys. It's all or nothing. Some of the competitors are happy just to make the top 12 runoff because, you know, their car doesn't have the performance of some of the other cars. We do have cars from all different classes in here. I think we've got essentially 3 classes in the runoff, I believe. Different size engines. We have up to 1100 cc. We have 1600 cc. We have 2 liter, and we have over 2 liters. So that's actually 4 classes. So, are you ready, Chris? Brace yourself. Make sure Benoit ties you to the chair.
Oh, man.
Fall off.
Have you got a car on the line?
I've got Richard Brandt just warming up, and he's pulling up to the line right now. So he qualified with a 4:072. So he's going to set the target. And like I said, he launched this thing like 1.90 the first time. I swear this thing was doing wheelies off the line. So I'm keeping you posted there. He is visor down, race mode. Everything's ready to go. And he's off. Launches this thing like 1.94. So he still got it. 100. No, that can't be right. But speed's not quite right. But anyway,
I got him. Yeah, come on, Richard. Yeah, now he's a big fella, but he pedals this little car brilliantly. Now, if he could get a 39, that would really show us something, wouldn't it? So, as he got a 39 in, it's quite dark on the track now in the shady areas. Over to you.
Yeah, he actually understeered going to Intori, so I think he lost a little bit, so I'm not sure he can pull that off, but he's still on it, heading out of the S's now, coming around into semicircle, looking to at least beat his qualifying time across the line. No, he's gone slower, 41.69. That's a second slower than qualifying. I think the track's going off. We'll find out in a second. I've got car 50, Rob Anscombe on the line in his Empire Evo. He launches, away he goes. 2.08 seconds off the 64-foot, under the bridge, 92 miles an hour.
And he's flying, absolutely flying. I spoke to him when I came back down to the paddock earlier. He was really pleased with the car. I said, which is the best part of the track? He says, the first bit, because that's the fastest bit. Anyway, he's already into Pardon. What's Rob got in him today? Come on, buddy. See if you can get under that 40 seconds. Let's see. Over to you.
Right, well, he's already 0.56 up on Richard Brandt going through midway. He's heading through the S's now. Out of the S's, he's 0.67 up on Richard, so we're into the 40s. Through semi, 0.73 up, so I'm not sure 39. It's going to be a 40. Across the line he goes, 40.80. So only a 10th off qualifying, but yeah, fairly clean run though, so I'm just wondering if the track has just gone off a little bit. Right, Nigel Pitt, absolutely got his tires get any warmer and spun up and heated up. Literally, they will just stick to the ground and the car will leave without them. OMS 3000, little engine, big thing, visor set. Lights go green, he can leave it his own. Here he goes, race face on, and there's the launch. Off he goes, 2.12 seconds, 64-foot time, under the bridge, 86 miles an hour.
Fantastic, come on Nigel. Yeah, Nigel's one of our quick local runners. He won't be leaving anything behind. He'll either get up there in probably a 42nd or a 39, or he might lose it. So let's just see. Come on, Nigel, out of part, puts the power down, on his way, over to you.
Qualified with a 40.43, so he's looking to improve on that. He's actually down at the moment on Rob Anscombe. He's behind, coming through semicircle now. He's up, he's just made it, 0.03 up, heading into semicircle. Coming out of semicircle, across the line he goes, 40.69, just pipped Rob Anscombe, puts him into first place at the moment. Right, next up, we just got a second here. This is car 58. Young Tom Morgan in the car. This is Dad's car, is it not, Chris?
Yeah, it is, and it's his first season in this car. It's a brand new car.
And he's already running top 10 runoffs there. So this is an Empire Evo 3. Visor goes down, he's in race mode, and on steering wheel, focus zones in straight forward, watches for the lights, it'll go green, he can go at his leisure when he's ready. He's sitting there, he's there, and revs up, off he goes. Lots of wheel spin there, a little, yeah, awful 64-foot time, 2.31, under the bridge, 85 mile an hour.
Yeah, quick through the bridge though, to be fair. He sees, as he made up that time, just looking for the times now. So young Tom, he's on his way up towards Pardon, just looking for a time on the Tories. 12.82, a little bit down at the minute. So he now puts the power down. I don't think it's going to happen from this run so much. I think Nigel will probably be quicker.
Yeah, no, he's 1.18 seconds down at midway. Going through the S's, he gained a bit back, but still over a second down to Nigel's Pitt at the moment. Mained a little bit, 0.90 down, coming through semicircle. Can he get through there and carry it off? No, 41.44, only third, and he's just under a second behind Nigel. So, yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. Right, car 23 is on the line. Edmund Burgess, our current Bugatti vehicle car make record holder. First year in the GR55. This thing's got a clutch, it's either on or off, so he's been fighting with it. 2.42 off the line, so a bit of a lazy start. I think the track conditions have just gone off at 93 mile an hour.
Yeah, 93 through bridge there, yeah. Now, come on, everybody, he's certainly got the car to do it. He's a talented driver. Sometimes think it goes better in the wet, but anyway, so he's now already down to Pardon there. Now the power of this big engine will take on. Come on his way up towards the SS, on to you.
Yeah, he's just 0.06 down at midway through the S's. He's made some time up. He's now 0.25 up, heading into semicircle. He's just still 0.2 of a second up, coming around for the last corner, heading across the finish line. Does a 40.65. Just pips Nigel Pitt by 4/100ths of a second. On the line, I've got car 20, Morgan Jenkins in Sandra Tomlin's own car. This is son-in-law driving this thing, qualified for both runoffs. There he goes, the Pilbeam MP97. 2.20 on the 64-foot, right off the line there. 81 miles an hour to you.
Morgan Jenkins, yeah, Welsh rally. Well, he looks like a Welsh rally driver. I expect he's done a bit of rallying in his time. He's a very talented driver. I haven't seen him much before this year, but he's certainly making this Pilbeam really pedal. Quite slow out of Pardon, but he's on his way now over to you.
Yeah, he's actually 0.27 up at Pardon, already half a second up at Midway, so he's actually having a good run. Half a second up in the S's, heading into semicircle. 0.64 up, faster. So he's on for taking the lead of the runoff. 0.93 quicker, 39.72. 39.72, absolutely decimated his qualifying time. Well done. Next up, I've got John Chalmers in the Rolts, F302001. Qualified with a 39.96. He's got something to do. Morgan has laid down an absolute stunker of a time. Visor down, race mode engaged. Here we go. Noise banging, everything off. He goes off the line. 1.96 on the 64 foot. 101 mile an hour.
He's flying in the silver machine. There he goes, coming into the Tories now. This is, always looks slow around here. It's a long corner. Puts the power down, going down that straight up towards Pardon. Puts the brakes hard on. Round the Pardon now. We get that engine going. Revving that engine. Get that turbo flying. He's on his way. Over to you.
Right, he's already 0.2 up on Morgan heading into Midway through the S's. He's lost a bit of time. He's actually down on Morgan, 0.06. Semi, he's lost another 0.2 of a second. He's losing time here. Can he make it up at the end? 40.13. 40.13. That's only good for second place. Morgan Jenkins is still holding the lead. I've got car 59, young Tom Weaver behind the wheel. Empire Evo qualified with a 39.68. This is not over, folks. This track is not cooperating. He's off the line. Here he goes. 2.18. Here we go, under the bridge he goes. 88 mile an hour.
He's got the nimble car. The car's very nimble. It hasn't got the big engine, but it's got the small, nimble, fast little motorbike engine. Revs it up, powers it down towards Pardon. Now, has he got a 39 in him? That would be a big ask for this 1100. Can he do it? Over to you.
Well, he qualified with a 39.68, but he's half a second down to Morgan Jenkins already. He's gained a little bit, 0.34 down, heading into semi right now. Still 0.14 down. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull this off. Goes across the line, 39.79. Didn't do it. Morgan Jenkins is still holding with a 39.72 in the old pill beam.
What a go, the old Pilbeam. Come on, the old Pilbeam.
Yeah, next up we've got Jonathan Varley, the first runoff winner with a 37.96, the only car that went into the 37s today. He's on the line. Can he do anything with this? Only qualified fourth with a 39.6, so visor down, race mode engaged. Launches off the line. Bit of bunny hop with the launch control. 2.12. Here we go. 102 mile an hour.
Yeah, I've got him in sight. Yeah, looking good. Now this, he's got his head on now. I tell you, he should have his racing head on. He looked very focused in the paddock when I came down earlier to see you. And yes, he's already at par. Just looking at the times, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's up 0.4 of a second at par. He's up 0.79 at Midway. This is going to be a flyer. He's up 1.15 seconds in the S's. This is huge. A second and a half quicker in semi. Coming out, heading across the line. 38.06 has absolutely slapped down the target there. 38.06.
Wow, that's a good one, isn't it? That's going to take some beating, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking there. But Morgan Jenkins still holding second. Andrew Henson and Delara, F394. Visor goes down. Race mode engaged. Here we go. Off the line he goes. Launches. 2.36 seconds. Heads up under the bridge. 87 miles an hour.
Well, he's got the Delara flying, but this is a big arse. This is a big arse. This is an old car. And it's not going to happen. He's just going to coasting now. He's had something happen around the Tories. That run is finished, folks.
Yeah, he's hand up signaling he's okay, but the car's actually stopped at the bottom of Pardon. So not going any further. Andrew actually qualified with a 39.57. So the car was capable there, but something with the car's not happy. He's pulled the car to a stop. He's just at the sort of, there's a short access road to the right. The marshal's there now radioing in going, what do we need? What are we going to do? Can I roll back or am I going to need to be pulled back? He's staying in the car at the moment. So everything there. Obviously mechanical. Yeah, I think he's actually going to drive it back down by the
Yeah,
looks
it's
of things.
freewheeling down now, so he's, yeah, I think whatever gone wrong, I don't know, but the transmission's not jammed, at least he's able to move. So, unfortunate, something's happened. He decided, enough's enough, I'm stopping. Anyway, he's going to quietly roll back down towards Bridge now, and he'll get out of the way, and we'll resume our wonderful runoff.
Well, we've got 2 cars left. Terry Graves and Robert Capper are 2 top qualifiers. Currently, Jonathan Varley has just thrown a time down that is a second quicker than qualifying pretty much. But Morgan Jenkins in Sandra Tomlin's Pillbeam MP97, I'm not quite sure how old that car is, but he is still holding an absolute well-deserved solid second place. I am a little stunned at that.
Well, I'm not actually. The car is very, very good. Obviously, Morgan can really drive it, as does Sandra. The car is it's got a proper spec on that car, very powerful engine. So back in the day, that was a very, very serious hill climb car. It's still a very serious hill climb car.
It absolutely is. What year is the car? Can you remember?
Well, I'm thinking it's I'm going to say around about 2000, but I don't want to upset Sandra because I don't want to incur her wrath. But it's a fairly elderly car, but immaculate looking car.
Oh yeah, always well prepared. Sandra always looks after her car, and she may never let Morgan drive again because he's driving it too quickly.
Well, it's great to see. To be fair, Oliver, her son, also drives it very quickly as well. We've seen him in top 10 runoffs, you know, in the British Champs.
I think you were mentioning something yesterday about was it a Centurion or Chester, a particular car. I think he was actually running that car yesterday, the family car you were talking about.
Well, the other car, one of the other cars is called the Chapman Mercury Special.
That was actually here yesterday,
yes.
Right?
Now, the Chapman Mercury Special, that was Phil Chapman, her father, built and designed that car with a big Chapman Mercury V8 in it. So, Mercury V8. So, I'll let
Robert Capper is launching Empire Race off the line. 1.93 seconds. He's not mucking about here. He's got the bit between the teeth. That is the quickest 64.
Well, is it still? He's 97 through the speed trap at the bridge, so he's gone already round your Torres. Now, whether he's got a 38 in him today, that's a good ask. That's a big ask. Who knows? He's already up to par. He's going to put the power on now. He's away from there and nobody in.
Yeah, he's already down. He's already over half a second down at midway. 0.6 S's. He's lost another 10. 0.71 down to Jonathan Varley. Coming across the line, 1.16 seconds. This is going to be close for second. Goes across the line with a 39.28. So just, moved to second. Dropped Morgan to third with a 39.28. Morgan did a 39.72. Last but not least, Terry Graves, number 1 qualifier for the second run-up. Qualified with a 38.9. He's going to have to do something to get it. We're going to need a 37 from him. He can do this. Race face is engaged. He is loaded, and he's gone. Here we go. 2.14 on the 64-foot. 100 miles an hour.
Yes, our electrician, our contract electrician, got his own business in Cornwall. He's flying, he's sparking, he's looking good, he's firing. Let him go. He's going up to work. The engine sounds terrific. Already round par. Puts that immense power down. Over to you.
Right, exiting part, he's actually matched second for second with Jonathan Varley. He's lost 1.12 in the S's. Can he make it up in semi? No, he's lost 0.45. He's down. He's not going to do it. He's heading across the finish line with a 38.69. Only good enough for second place. Jonathan Varley has pulled it off and won the second runoff as well after a not-so-great qualifying. Unbelievable. So your top 10 for points. Jonathan Varley first with a 38.06. Terry Graves second with a 38.69. Robert Capper 39.28 third. Morgan Jenkins, an excellent fourth place, 39.72. Fifth was Tom Weaver with a 39.79. John Chalmers was in sixth with a 40.13. Edmund Burgess, a 40.65. Nigel Pitt with a 40.69. Rob Amscombe in ninth with a 40.80. And Tom Morgan got in there with a 41.44 for the 10th, for the last point in the top 10.
Well, that was pretty special, wasn't it? Again, another fantastic run-off. Well done, that man. Well done. Terrific. Well, is that about the end of play?
I'm just looking to my left. I'm just seeing, are we done for the day? We're just checking. I think there's something going on here. So hold on 1 second, folks. Right. Well, we have a parade lap going. Jonathan Varley, our fastest car on the course this weekend, is doing a parade lap. So please give him your acknowledgement, if you're spectating and everything, for his efforts. He had to work really hard on that second runoff to get it done. But he is the fastest car here at Prescott Hill Climb this weekend. So he won the second runoff with a 38.6. He won the first runoff with, I think it was a 37.96. And everybody came, everybody took a shot, and they just couldn't quite get him. He just sort of said bye-bye, and there he gone. So well done to Jonathan Varley, fastest car of the day, and also the winner of both runoffs.
Well, I reckon we had quite a day, didn't we? The weather got good. We had two brilliant runoffs, two great wins for Jonathan, but some Stuart Bickley was sensational, wasn't in the previous one. Pete Tatham as well. And in that time, we had young Robert Capper was going extremely well. Morgan Jenkins. It was a great runoff, a great day. So I think we're about done, aren't we?
Yeah,
Owen?
Yeah, I think we are, Chris.
All right,
so
well, I'm going to sign off up the top. Thanks very much to everybody from up here. Thank you to all the marshals, all the medics, everybody running the meeting. I'll hand over to you to finish.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Benoit, for the companionship and the camaraderie today in the commentary booth. On behalf of all of us, the commentary team, thank you very much to the Bugatti Owners Club for inviting us down to commentate this weekend. The three of us do normally hang out at Lowton Park, so if you're up there later in the year, you will find us causing nothing but mayhem and trouble. But we appreciate the operation here, inviting us down. I hope you enjoyed today. I think it was a brilliant day of competition. If you are watching online, thank you very much for your patronage. Rich appreciates it. And tell your friends they got to check it out. And if you're here and you haven't seen it, you need to look at HillClimb.TV because there were some amazing runs that went on today. And all the action was caught on camera, so we've got it all there. So thank you again to all the marshals, all the volunteers for making this event run so smoothly today. Well done. And so that's it from me. I'll be signing off and probably come across you again somewhere down the road. It's been a pleasure. Take care all, and yeah, so long.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.